Running a little bit late, but I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. As always, we start our meetings off with a word of prayer. Levi, if you wanna.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We just ask that you be with us, protect us, keep us safe, be with our community. Dear Lord, just give us wisdom and as we make decisions and hear things, just let us use our best judgment. Thank you for all that you do for us, but thank you mostly for your Son dying on the cross for forgiveness of our sins. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I feel better talking.
There you go. Linda, you wanna go there?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alright. You wanna check our quorum?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
And I go ahead and call the roll, although it appears everyone is here. But we'll start with Ms. Bechtel.
Here.
Ms. Cookenbook.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Cox.
Here.
Mr. Booth.
Here.
And Mr. Turman.
Here.
All right, thank you.
Next will be the approval of our agenda. Does anybody have anything they want to add to or take away? If not, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, if I might, Mr. Chairman, on the motion to approve the agenda as presented, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Put my table look blank. I ain't even got my. Alrighty. Next is the approval of the disbursements. Has everybody had a chance to look them over?
I just have one quick question on the roofing company. Is that a final payment or just, okay. So they have completed the work they're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
On which one? Yeah, which one?
30.
Transfer
Which one was-
station?
Transfer
Transfer
station.
station, that's what I thought.
It was completed a bit back, a little Barracuda catching W9 processes here, so that's why I wanted to.
That was all I had, sir.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Not, the floor is open for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the disbursements.
Second?
All right.
We didn't call it.
All right, thank you, sir. On the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Those are approved.
Almost back on schedule.
Just moving on.
Mr. McInneil, come up.
Oh, did you want to do the minutes while they're
Oh,
getting set
I'm
up,
sorry.
sir?
I done marked it off and hadn't even done it. I'll take that back. We may not be on time. Everybody had a chance to look over the minutes and,
Nobody has any amendments or changes. I'll make a motion to approve.
alrighty.
Second?
Okay,
Motion second, call roll.
all right. On the motion to approve the two sets of minutes as presented, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right. And look, you're still ahead.
Yeah, now we're ready, John. So,
Good morning, Commissioners, or Supervisors.
Yeah, supervisors in this state.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Whatever you wanna call it.
As long as you call us at lunchtime.
That's
we'll be all
right.
right.
That's right.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Oh, you're welcome.
Again, good morning and thank you for inviting me here today. I'm Kevin Brandt, Vice President of Engagement for the Blue Ridge Parkway Foundation. And I think, are most of you somewhat familiar with the Blue Ridge Parkway Foundation?
Yeah.
We've been around for 28 years, donated more than $25 million to the National Park Service and to organizations adjacent to the community. And we've done projects, one of which is very close to here. We're funding the restoration of the roof at Mabry Mill. Not all of it, the Park Service is covering the labor, but we purchased the shakes and the scaffolding that's there. If you have not seen the video of how those hand-drive shakes are made, I urge you to look. It's posted on Facebook, I think, Fans of Mabry Mill. It's really fascinating. And it's one of the things that we like to do with the foundation is make sure that we're supporting the National Park Service as its sole philanthropic partner. You're probably familiar with the Music Center and a lot of the other programs that we support up and down the Parkway. About 2 years ago, we kicked off an initiative called Blue Ridge Rising, which looked at all 29 counties that touch the Parkway, from Cherokee and Jackson County in North Carolina, all the way up to Nelson and Augusta at the northern end of the 0 Mile Post. And it was really the first time in the almost 90 years now that the Parkway has been designated by the National Park Service, that there was a comprehensive look at how the Parkway and the adjacent communities can collaborate and build stronger economies for themselves and a better experience for the 16+ million visitors who come to the Parkway. Now, in recent years, the Parkway has been the most visited unit of all 433 units of the National Park System, which is pretty remarkable now. Last year and probably this year and for the next few years, it probably won't be at the top of the list because of all the damage from Helene and here in Southwest Virginia, probably from the ice storm as well. But part of what Blue Ridge Rising seeks to do is to not only take advantage of all these folks who are coming to the gateway communities to experience the Parkway, but also to help them have a richer experience while they're here. And so Blue Ridge Parkway aspires to unite all the counties and the gateway communities. We had more than 40 meetings, and some of you I know were at the meeting that we had here in Floyd. And we listened to those comments and concerns, and it was really sort of surprising how common those needs were in each of those communities. And if you look at the plan summary that I shared with you, there are 6 major themes that those comments fell into. Expand marketing, unify the region's voice, increase voluntary protection of scenic views and the natural resources, because we know from a whole variety of surveys that have been taken over the years that most people come to the Parkway for the views. And if the views aren't maintained in one way or another, then probably not as many people will be here. We also heard about expanding education and workforce development. You know, you probably have that issue here where people are leaving the community because there aren't enough opportunities or they're not trained up in the kind of skill sets that are needed in the local communities to support not only tourism, but the other aspects that go along with supporting tourism and the economy. Building organizational and community capacity. You know, there are organizations that are needed in all the communities to support the kind of visitor experience and economic vitality that all the communities need. And then enhancing the visitor experience through increased parkway maintenance of trails, visitor centers, signage, campground, and overlooks. And things like the re-roofing of Mabry Mill fall into that category. So 2 months ago, we were notified by the Appalachian Regional Commission that they were granting us $5.13 million to help move this project along. It covers 22 of the 29 counties. Floyd County is one of the ARC counties, and so in that regard, you're fortunate. But we're seeking matching funds from both the state of North Carolina and the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we'll likely be going back to the Commonwealth in the next session to see if they can help fund some of the projects that we'll be doing. But we're not asking any of the counties for any funding to support this. We're looking for other kind of grants. We recently got a grant from the Virginia Tobacco Revitalization Commission, and that is funding some repair work up at the music center. So you'll see that work going on this fall. But there's a number of other grant opportunities that we're going after to help fund the projects and programs that are in here. Among the things are some of the things that are actually Floyd County and the town of Floyd have been championing with arts and music. And so in many ways, Floyd is really setting a good example for the kind of things that brings all of the communities together. And so one of the things that we've been doing is, and this was started in Botetourt County, where they created a resolution in support of this. And I think, John, that's what you're going to speak to. But I'm happy to answer questions now or after that, the resolution. And I'm available anytime to come back to Floyd, and I always love visiting the community and the surrounding area, driving down. I live in Lynchburg and cover the entire parkway, but with a special emphasis here in Virginia. And the drive down this morning was just spectacular. There weren't a lot of people out on the parkway, but maybe that was a good thing. I didn't have to dodge as many cars on the curves. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have now.
Well, I'll just say that myself and Dr. Millsap attended several of those meetings. They were conducted very well. The survey information, I think, was very accurately obtained. Ladina knows how I am about red dots, but it was all done. It was done greatly, and I was very surprised. I think, like yourself, that to find out that we're all in the same boat. Every community that was represented there and talking with them, they were looking at the same problems that we have here, and so I think that we'll be able to get a widespread addressing of at least most of them, if we all work with our state legislators to help get that funding to the group. I guess, what do you see as your biggest obstacle? And from the standpoint of something we might be able to help with.
I think the biggest obstacle, and first of all, I'm very optimistic about this. I retired from the National Park Service as a superintendent, another long skinny park, the C&O Canal. And I would have loved to have had this kind of effort to tie all of the gateway communities along the canal together in support of one another. And there's sort of that effort, but it's not quite as well developed as this. And so I think the biggest challenge is probably communication, because we're spread out over 469 miles of the parkway, and we're all busy with a lot of things that are close to home in your communities. And so one of the things that we're doing here next month is our summit. I think you're planning on coming. Both are planning on coming. Having your voice at the summit and networking with others around the length of the parkway, I think is really important. And so we have an email blast that we put out periodically, but really communicating to us through your county administrator, through your ambassador. John is the Floyd County ambassador to the Blue Ridge Rising Initiative. And so I think two-way communication is probably the biggest challenge, because everybody's very busy, but without that communication and understanding what the county's needs are and how we can help, will be probably the biggest impediment, if there is one.
And also maybe us talking to our fellow supervisors along the parkway as
Absolutely.
we see them.
Yep.
Absolutely. Because they're, just like I mentioned, arts and culture and music here in Floyd, there are some counties that don't emphasize that, but maybe they emphasize other things. And so you might be wanting to grow some other sector here to complement what you're already doing, and they might be doing the same thing with arts, music, and culture in their community. I don't think there's any one county that considers themselves in the perfect place where they wanna be. Everybody wants to grow or expand for, if not for visitor enrichment, for the folks who are coming here, but for the quality of life for your residents. And so I think there's a lot of upside to all of us working together.
So, I would encourage to apply for the Blue Ridge Parkway ambassador position by a former chamber colleague over in Papa County. And I jumped at the chance, and I went ahead and applied. The parkway has always been very important to me as a Floyd County resident, something to enjoy. We have a large section of the national treasure right in our backyard, and some of the most visited sites along the parkway. But as a business owner, my business, Buffalo Mountain Zipline, greatly benefits from the parkway. When the parkway is closed, my business hurts. So I have a very vested interest in seeing some of the elements of the action plan that will benefit Floyd County. The resolution that you have in the board packet that I'm asking you to adopt, it helps by having all 29 counties adopt this resolution. It signifies unified support that will enhance our ability to get state funding and other types of grant funding. As of right now, we have 20 gateway communities that have adopted the resolution and 3 others in Floyd that have, in Virginia that have not.
I think Franklin and Augusta and Floyd are the 3 in Virginia that have not yet approved it. I believe it may be on the agenda in Augusta County here in the next few weeks.
And then, as many of you know, I spent 20 years with the Floyd Chamber of Commerce, and during that time, I have seen firsthand how important the parkway is to the economic livelihood of so many businesses in Floyd County. So I request that you adopt this resolution.
Kevin, Mr. Chairman, may I ask? Kevin, one of the things about the Parkway that we all know that it's a resource, and we all know that, its history has been one of sort of a push and pull over the years from its, humble beginnings as a, Depression era project to put people back to work all the way through until today. Do you believe this Blue Ridge Rising group will be able to engage? As a former employee, I know you have an inside track on this, but will you be able to engage with the National Park Service to maybe modernize the way they look at the maintenance and other things that go on the parkway? It seems to me that there are a lot of areas for improvement that could greatly affect the efficiency of the parkway and the travel thereon. And the Roanoke section that fell off due to those heavy rainfalls just took so long to repair. Do you believe that we will have that this organization will have maybe help to speed things along and become a real motivator for the National Park Service? I know that's a loaded question.
Well, it's loaded in a couple of ways, but you bring up a great example of how Blue Ridge Rising and a unified voice could be really helpful.
Right.
I think it's now been a couple of years ago, there was, I think, a major rainstorm at the beginning of the snow melting season in Yellowstone. And it washed out the entrance road from Gardner, Montana, up to the park headquarters in Mammoth Hot Springs. I used to work in Yellowstone, so I'm very familiar with that road. And completely washed out the sewer line because all the wastewater from that part of the park went to a treatment plant down in the Gardner area. Because the voices of so many people in those communities that were impacted raised that up to a very high level, and it got immediate attention. I don't know how many millions of dollars, but it was a lot.
Yeah.
And even before that winter occurred, they had paved the old wagon road that went from Mammoth Hot Springs down to Gardner. I think that by unifying the voices of all 29 counties and all the gateway communities in those counties, that when things like that happen, like Helene got a lot of attention, and the Park Service has received a lot of funds to make those repairs. And I think that bodes well for the kind of voice that we all can collectively use to make sure that when we have those kind of emergency situations that impact counties and the citizens, the businesses like John's, that can be very effective.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to point out that Libby Wilcox, I'm sure some of you know Libby, we're very blessed to have a very active Rocky Knob chapter that really steps in and helps fill in the gap with volunteer service projects. So I've always been very grateful for those people. As a Floyd County resident, I also enjoy the parkway, so I'm very excited about this plan for that enhances my own experience, but also enhances the visitor experience and encourages them to come into Floyd and keeps them in our area a little bit longer.
Well, and one thing, and you have to deal with, and we do too, when the people in charge of certain parts of the district change, philosophies change. We went through a spell where we had one leader that thought it should be like the wilds of Yellowstone. And that's when a lot of our overlooks grew up and, the mowing condensed. Then the next one was more open to opening up, but then there was funding shortages and could only do so much. I'm sure you remember, and some of y'all do too. It wasn't unusual to go up a parkway and actually see a family pulled over and having a little picnic. Well, there's not many places you could do that, even if they allow it now.
Yeah.
There's just because they don't mow back as far. But from my understanding, I think we have people in place right now that are of the mindset, let's get these overlooks opened up more than they are. And that, we definitely need to take advantage of that while we have those people in those positions. Because like you said, that's what people travel the parkway for, is to look at nature and the overlooks, the view sheds and that stuff.
I think it's very interesting that 4 out of the 5 of us here sitting on the board have the Blue Ridge Parkway running through our district.
Yeah.
4 out of 5 of us. So.
And there was a study done in, it's either 96 or 97, a report of all the overlooks. I don't know if y'all have a copy of that or not.
I think I have seen that.
That's ancient now.
Well, I know,
I
took part in the study,
But
I
I
know
mean-
it's ancient.
I mean, what I mean is, those trees are grown up even further.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just to look at what our comments, I took part in that study, I believe it was Mrs. Metcalf out of Asheville was leading it. But if you could just take that report and compare it to what you see today, and there was a lot of things in that report that said, hey, we need to open this up, even going back then.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that'll help you or not, but there is I just wanted you to be sure and know there was a report done. And I think it followed the entire parkway.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good sized report. I could dig it out, but I really wouldn't want to.
He has to go to the basement
I have
and
to go to
his.
the basement and dig through my Tupperware tubs, but
I've been with the foundation almost 6 years, and in the first several years, the foundation did fund some vista clearing, restoration.
Right.
We haven't in the last 2 years because the Park Service has somewhat limited capacity to do that kind of work, and they had funding from other sources to do that. But we remain an available resource should that funding not continue.
Well, we need to talk to our federal representatives as well and energize them a little more.
Well, anytime you have an opportunity to share with an elected official, whether it's, state or federal level, share the importance of the parkway and its maintenance, and its importance to this community, taking advantage of that is a very good thing.
That's where Rick Boucher came up with the idea of the Blue Ridge Heritage Project that I'm a part of, and we're actually shed of the state VDOT oversight, so we're actually moving forward on that now finally.
Oh, good.
And so you'll be hearing more from us as well, I'm sure.
Okay, I look forward to that.
Anything from this side?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse
Thank you, John.
When,
There's a resolution.
Yeah, we got an action.
We got if I may, you know me, I'm sorry. The last line before you record the votes,
Okay,
the one that starts adopted by the Floyd County Board of Supervisors.
There's, got it, done. Both on the,
Sorry,
in the
but,
minutes and the actual resolution is updated.
well,
Oh, thank you.
I read through the whole thing and that popped out at me and I thought,
He's
well,
going for my eagle eye.
if you're prepared,
yeah, I was getting ready to say, if anybody's prepared, go ahead.
I would make a motion that we adopt the resolution that's been presented to us, supporting the funding for repairs and strategic implementation of the Blue Ridge Rising along the Blue Ridge Parkway.
And I'll second.
Any other discussion? We can call roll.
Okay. On the motion to move forward and approve the resolution as presented related to the Blue Ridge Parkway and associated developments and work, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you, I appreciate it, and thank you, John, John put a lot of work into this as well, Kevin, of course, as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you all both.
Thank you
for-
both.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And if we can help, just reach out.
All right. Well, I look forward to seeing you again soon. Maybe up at Mabry Mill with the new roof on.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be great.
Absolutely.
What would be even better if we could go up there and have the, look at the roof and like that, then go over and actually get something to eat.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah, that would be
Go over and eat
nice.
some pancakes.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Yep.
Skip breakfast on the way down.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Dr. Crum?
Good morning.
Morning.
Everybody says, well, I bet you look forward to summer because it's not as busy, but that is not the truth.
Nope.
We're very, very busy.
You spend all summer getting ready for the next round.
Well, I think we just are always getting ready for the next round. I got to thinking we really start in October-ish, getting ready for the next year and thinking about what we need. But it definitely becomes clearer as we end the school year. So we just shared we have a lot going on this summer. Our summer school started yesterday, and it runs through the 26th, and we have over 100 students, grades K through 11, taking part in that. We also, it coincides with our free summer meals, so any child in the community under 18 can come to Floyd Elementary and receive a free breakfast and lunch. I think I shared a couple months ago when we started this, we're interested in building some CTE experiences into some summer opportunities. So we have our first round at that this year. It's just a 4-day camp, started yesterday as well, and it's called Farm to Table, and it's working with our culinary students and our ag department, and those staff, and they're working with students in grades 3 through 7. So that's a unique opportunity that we've had a lot of positive feedback and have about 20 students enrolled in that. Yeah, we're excited, and it's good to see our high school folks teaching smaller students. which they're enjoying as well. And then we have our annual big staff kind of instructional conference on July 31st. It's called Floyd Tech Fest, and that's always a good time. We have lots of businesses in the community that support door prizes, and we have folks from outside of Floyd that actually attend and present and share things with our staff. So we're gearing up for that as well. And then before we know it, it'll be time for new teachers to return on August 4th. All of our staff return on August 6th. And then we have open house scheduled for August 11th. So it will go by very fast. On other items we discussed, we approved our federal programs for the coming year. We did adjust our meeting date for August because it falls on the night of open house. So we're gonna meet on August 7th, which is the Thursday prior. And then our end of the year meeting, we scheduled for June 26th to wrap up our financial things. And then we do not meet in July. The other big item that we did is we adopted an amended budget, and I have copies here for everyone. Just start here and let them go around. So to make up the $327,000 we needed to take out that SRO funding, we did not fill a business teacher position and a position in our payroll office. So that allowed us to have our budget balanced again. We have a slew of policy revisions. This is our batch that comes from the legislative session, and I'm sure it's the same for you guys, but people get an idea and it's based on something good and something helpful, but then they go to their legislator and they put it in law, and it requires plans and lots of action by the school division. And when you're small like us, that's just one more thing that to keep up with. So we have a lot of those. There are a lot of health bills that have required changes in our policies. Just for example, our school crisis and emergency response plans, every school now has to have a cardiac emergency response plan on top of that. Every school must purchase bleeding control kits and opioid antagonist kits. That then falls into several other policies because we have to train everyone on those. We are required now to hold a drill with cardiac arrest. We had to make a new policy for having the opioid antagonists available, had to have a new policy for teaching our 9th graders about overdoses and how to administer an opioid antagonist. Had to have a new policy about heat and measuring heat, and we have a 6-tiered process for measuring heat for student athletes before they practice. So yeah, it's 6 pages of lovely policy revisions that were presented as information, and they'll get approved at our end of the year meeting. So lots of regulations making their way down to the local level. So, are there any questions I can answer for you guys?
From the states, those policies that you've mentioned, if there's anything that you would want us to bring to the VACO Education Committee that seemed to be perhaps out of the scope of local schools, or if you want any kind of sort of, VACO does a lot of work to help with and I sit on a board as well as Jerry, and we can at this point, and we can direct to our education committee some things. So if you feel sometimes, I mean, these are obviously unfunded, right?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The lovely unfunded mandates
Lots
from
of
the
them.
General Assembly. Just let us know.
Mhm.
Let us know so we can, sort of bring that up. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention and congratulate our boys track team for being #1 in the state.
Absolutely.
They've worked really hard. There were a lot of seniors that have been with the program for a long time, and it truly was a team effort.
Mm-hmm.
Every point, just from throwing to running to
Jumping.
you know, jumping. It was just an amazing event. I followed it while I was away and just really excited for the young men and the track program as a whole.
Yeah, we have a wonderful track
yeah,
program.
absolutely.
Those coaches are great, and what a great group of kids. And
Yeah.
you know, our girls 4x800 also placing in becoming state champions.
Yep.
And our tennis team last night almost pulled it out. Girls tennis getting further than they've gotten in school history.
Yep.
In the state semifinals, went down 5-4. Just
Yeah,
a
that was
lot
tough.
of good stuff. A lot of good good kiddos finding
Yeah, I
success.
thought our baseball team was gonna
Yes.
move forward. I mean, we've gotten there 3 times since Vinny played, and we just can't. Hopefully, soon we can break through that final wall. We get to that point, but just wonderful. Also, the school lunches for the summer, you were able to do those, but they started a little later this year.
They pick a 3-week window and they pick
Okay.
it with summer school usually.
Gotcha.
So that
'Cause, yeah, we just wondered with the girls'
Yeah.
basketball camp, just,
Yeah.
it really does help a
It
few of
does.
those kids, so,
It helps us too, cause we get
Yeah.
people participating.
absolutely, so
Yeah.
I just wondered if maybe, cause it's always the first weekend in June, so
Anything
I
else?
put that out there.
I had some, go ahead.
I was just gonna add to what she said, but and when you get this information like that, if you can have anything supporting that shows what it's actually costing you.
And how it impacts us,
Correct.
how it
stories
impacts
are,
you, as much information, supporting information, then we can take it and we can give it to the director and some of the others there,
The
and
staff, key
we
staff
can
people.
actually go to the education committee meeting and make a presentation as well.
yeah,
So-
and that's helpful, and that's what, when I talk with our legislators, they want those story of exactly how it's impacting, and so, I can tell you right off the bat, the amount of training, again, it comes from a good place, someone
Absolutely.
had an injury or had something, but then we have hours of training that coaches have to have, and it adds up very quickly.
I mean, nobody is saying that any
Yeah.
of these things
Are
are
bad.
not, yes, these are absolutely good. We hear countless times during the heat of summer how football players succumb, and it's just a very sad situation, but
Yeah.
But-
I remember them 2-a-days, and when they used to, of course, they don't do it now, they used to force feed us all in salt tablets.
yeah.
Well, this tiered response has how many ounces of hydration you must have every 20 minutes, so.
Yeah.
I wish they had that when I was there.
I could use a 20-minute break every once in a while. I don't know if Coach Beal and some of them would have liked it, but.
We might be getting soft. But
But it's
I wanna-
legislated, so.
I wanted to just tell you, thank you for y'all's work on filling the gap on that. So I know that stuff ain't easy, but I
Yeah.
appreciate what y'all have accomplished and what you did. I had, when I was at the graduation the other day, a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it just sort of made me think about some stuff. A fella came to me and wanted to complain about the parking lot in the high school,
Mhm.
like potholes and so forth.
Mhm.
So that's, well, the school, that's something that the school, I guess, sort of takes care of. But it sort of got me thinking on some stuff on that. So like, what is, he wanted to complain to us about needing to get it paved, but when y'all, on y'all side of things, when y'all see these capital projects that we know are gonna be needed to be fixed, so like, is there, and I've looked at your budget, but like, is there, do y'all have an item in there to say, okay, in the next 2 years, we're gonna have to repave this parking lot? Or is that more of a conversation like, well, let's just go ahead this budget and see if we can get the money for that? I mean, how does that work on y'all's end?
So that's something I think I've hinted at several times here. There is no capital improvement plan. So any type of paving, any type of large scale things has to come out of our budget or we have to ask for it. So if you remember, we increased our maintenance line about 50,000 for the coming year because we're just, no, that's just maintenance.
HVACs and stuff.
We're just in general, like for example, our heating pipes in the high school are, when they cool down, they leak and the gaskets, you can tighten them up, but you can only tighten them so much. So it's gonna be about $15,000 to take that, so all that comes out of maintenance. And that needs to be fixed before we can pave a parking lot.
Right.
We did get a price on that place in front of the high school, cause it drives me crazy, and it's $70,000 just to do that lane. The whole parking lot needs to be fixed, so we're talking, we probably have $1.5 million worth of asphalt that needs to be, check is crumbling, it is spiderweb, it's down to dirt in the back of it. There needs to be a plan, and we're gonna put together a plan this year. We're pulling in representatives, parents, staff to talk about what needs to be done, but that is gonna need funding. We had to cut 2 positions to
Right.
give people a 3% raise. We don't have, so that is gonna be a future fund request. We have HVAC, that is approaching 30 years old on the auditorium, new gym's 20. That stuff, just the new gym is gonna be almost $1 million. So
is
these
there,
are long-term things that we've got to plan for, and we started trying to put this budget, we started with $20,000 because we have like a emergency special project line, just to start putting things there, so when bigger things came up, like a dishwasher that went out at check this year was $26,000. That comes out of maintenance, and when we're increasing $50,000 for this coming year because we spent $50,000 more this year. And that, it just keeps growing because
Yeah.
these
I mean,
schools are our
I think a
community
lot of-
centers.
I think a lot of folks just think, well, okay, you go to school and there's a teacher and
Mhm.
we feed some lunch and what have you, but when you have a property, you got maintenance involved in
Yep.
it. And
Yep.
I'm not saying that our current way of these budgets and so forth is not working, but I mean, is there a better way that we
No,
could?
it's not working. We're not, our facilities are not kept up, and that's why we're gonna develop a plan to say, how long till we're gonna have to, our HVAC is critical, cause this is where we are with buses.
Yeah,
we're
that-
critical
That's
and-
sort of like what I was thinking, the high school was built in 1962?
Mhm.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
61.
So, those guys back then, we're sitting here facing, another 20, 30 years, we got a 100-year-old high school.
Yeah.
And those folks back then, they didn't have to worry about these same problems. They didn't have to worry about the asphalt crumbling. But we're in a position, a different generation, a different time to where
Yep.
we need to come up with something.
Yeah.
Just for the maintenance.
Yeah,
of the
and
thing.
your elementary
Traffic
schools,
Back in, they got on them
Right,
lots nowadays.
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah,
I don't know.
1939.
I don't know what the best way is, but
well, it's,
perhaps we do some more engagement with each other
right.
to think about this for the future.
And
That's
also-
just my thoughts.
Also on those HVAC systems, we actually need to start replacing in blocks
So they're
and
not,
get it staggered so that down the road, the next group's not facing have to replace them all at one time.
same thing with asphalt, same
Just
thing,
go back to
have a
opening
cycle.
windows.
Yeah, well, I know one supervisor used to say, well, put fans up and open the window, but that doesn't work, it's gone.
Hey, if we
You
got.
can't anymore because they concreted the windows down and you can only open that much
If we
window.
have to check to see how many ounces of fluid the football players get, I don't think they're gonna let us get the window open
Yeah,
with a
Yeah.
fan.
It
True.
hasn't been so long ago, 4 or 5 years ago, that, we came over for lunch, and we was looking, and in the hallways, you had these big old fans.
Yeah.
Yep.
To circulate the air because the
and the
HVAC
door is open.
Yeah.
It didn't
What?
cover the halls.
It's due to security reasons, you really can't
Can't
leave the
prop the
doors
doors.
open anymore, so.
No.
And and the window's been closed off, so it's hard to get fresh air in there. So, but yeah, as you're doing it, I would recommend looking at, and I don't see where it matters where you start,
No, that's-
because most of them were put in at the same time.
And that's the problem we run into is we get grants and we're like, oh, well, we'll fix this problem, but then we, just like the HVAC that put in the classrooms 5 years ago, it's all the same age now.
Yeah.
But try and work, if we can, I'm not saying we won't help, but it'd be better if we could do blocks.
Oh,
And the sooner we get started, the better, really. Let's
Well,
not
that's what
wait till they
that-
conk out.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanna think about the future in the next 20 years,
and that's, the future is, like I said, 3 of our elementary schools were built in 1939.
Yep.
And so if we're needing to preserve them for another 80 some years,
right.
we gotta,
So, just to clarify something too, when you, just wanna make sure that folks in the listening audience, on YouTube, we funded the SRO program for all of the 5 officers. What you were remarking about was the money we found
Mhm,
that was a pass-through.
mhm.
I just wanna make that clear to everybody, that all 5 of the SRO
Yes.
programs,
Yes.
officers, were funded, and that we had found a loop of money that kept going round. That was,
Right.
I just wanna make sure that we are clear on that for everyone in the audience.
Yeah.
Cause we really do feel, that it's very important for us to have SRO officers
They do a
at
wonderful job.
all 5 of our schools for so many reasons.
They do a wonderful, wonderful job.
Yep.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's important, because I think that's sometimes the first time a child in their elementary schools have
Interaction.
contact with a law enforcement officer, and I think the benefits at the high school are just amazing.
You know, at the end of the day, everybody knows it's for the health and well-being of our kids.
Absolutely.
Actually, there's been some students that I've heard of that said they felt safe,
Mhm.
knowing that there's somebody there to watch over them.
And I dare say that some of our current law enforcement officers were probably impacted by our former SROs at the high school.
Well, that's why I went
Choose
in,
that,
that's why I went in police work.
yep,
because
as a
I-
career,
Yep.
right, exactly.
Yep.
Yep, but I think it's happened more and more.
Mhm.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, Dr. Cromer.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you all. Have a good one.
Gonna take a vacation at least a little bit?
Maybe a weekend or
Alright.
You got a farm too, don't you?
That's right, it's hay, it's hay.
It's a.
David hit on, there he is.
Very popular fellow this morning.
Sure. I see that you have the, on the agenda, the draft resolution, so let's start with that before I get into the maintenance things, if that's all right. I know we've been talking a little bit about various roads that could go on the plan. I put together a plan, and if it's all right for the board, I do need a resolution this month. Is that one suitable in the order that it was sent?
For the 6-year road
Mhm,
here,
for the 6-year.
were you able to add Indian Creek to that?
I can, if the board would like me to, I can, I didn't put it on there for this one, just because I thought we might want to discuss it, but you can pass this with the addition of Indian Springs on there. It currently doesn't have.
Indian
but,
Springs,
Indian Springs?
yes,
Yeah,
Indian Springs.
It's off of 730 near 750 Elm Ridge.
What's,
It doesn't quite have the traffic, but I know there's houses being built. It's got 48, it needs 50, so I think if we did another count, it'd probably reach it. And especially probably by the time we get to
Right,
it would be on there.
especially with some of the recent sales that have
Yeah,
happened
exactly,
around
so
that road.
I don't have any problem adding that. Floyd needs as many roads as we can get that people really want paved. So it sounds like the citizens are really in favor of it. It's a dead end road, so you don't get sometimes you get resistance from people who don't want a through road done because, you know, it'll increase traffic and so forth. But this sounds like a silver leaf kind of thing that we did at one time, which was, you know, they loved that one.
And,
I'm
oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry, go ahead, sir.
I know I've got some people still wanting Reedsville to stay on our firehouse and Keyhart store.
DeHart store does not have the traffic, and it is.
I keep telling them that.
You can
I've done
you
too.
can do what you want. You can
Yeah.
put whatever you want on your resolution.
But-
We'll do the ones that qualify.
I've done told them twice
Yeah.
that, you know, you've had 2 traffic counts, and
Yeah.
that's not me.
Yeah.
But
Now,
then-
one thing we can do, I don't have there's a legislation passed last year that we haven't quite got our interpretation of it yet. But if you leave DeHart store on there, we could do some work on it that would be something less than a hard top, that would improve the drainage, you know, wide and stuff like that. I don't know if that's why we don't have the guidance on that yet. I don't know if that falls on the 50 vehicle category or not. If you could do some, we might call heavy maintenance with 6-year plan money on a road that doesn't have the 50. So,
You know, they was wanting me to add a manual road, 'cause, you know, they've done half of it.
Yeah,
And,
oh,
they
Emmanuel,
was
yeah.
talking about the lower end.
Mhm.
I don't know if they really want it brought up like the other end, or they just want the curves, the banks cut back.
Mhm. Again, we can look at that. Right now, I mean, we can add this list, we've probably got enough to keep us busy for the next couple years.
12
You can add it
years.
next year if you want.
12 years.
Yeah, I told, Pulaski added some roads and I said, you've got a 11-year plan now, but, that's okay,
Yeah,
what's in the resolution doesn't necessarily, because they've changed the way we account for things in our, on our 6-year plan, we will only actually put a road into the VDOT system, the computer system, when we've got the money earmarked for it. Otherwise, they start the clock on us, and they wanna know in 3 years why we haven't built it yet. So,
Can you
And-
just
and-
repeat the
That's
three that
crazy.
you requested, please? Deerheart,
DeHart Store.
Earhart, the manual.
DeHart Store was on it last year, I took it off the draft because it didn't have the traffic. But the board did pass it last year.
Reedsville Road,
Reesville, thank you.
Reedsville, which is under construction right now, but only to the first bridge, because we have right-of-way issues after that, but Reedsville goes all the way through, we can start on the other end, and I have Ferny Creek on here,
oh no,
Kim,
Yeah.
Indian Springs.
So,
806 or 809, I can't remember.
But that 11 to 12 year still depends on the amount of money that we get for our area for these roads. You know, if something was to change and we get more funding, then the 6-year road plan, instead of being 12-year, might be 10.
Well, it's an
But
11,
realistically, it's 12 to 15
well,
years.
it's an 11-year in Pulaski because they get a quarter of what you get in Floyd. I don't think it's that long of a plan for Floyd, you get close to $1 million, well, it's over $1 million a year.
so what about adding Sandy Flats too? Around from the mill down, I mean, the drainage issues that you end up, a couple of the farm fields, yeah, it's, I mean, if everybody is okay with that, I'll throw Sandy Flats on.
Can we, yeah, I'd put Sandy Flats on and we can just put Firehouse back on the list. See if it
Until,
even
I mean, I know it's your right of ways, that's the same thing with Ferny
Yeah.
Creek.
the right of ways in the
Well,
drainage.
I
just
don't
go
know
ahead
which
and-
part of Ferny Creek you're talking about, the one that I
Or
had people contact me on was the end toward 750,
Mhm.
hoping to go down, at least get that steep hill.
Well, the part it all has the traffic, except maybe the very middle part. The northern connection comes in right near Reedsville. That's got less traffic than the other end. Ferny Creek does a big loop, and it's got 3 different numbers.
See, and just to put you on notice, I'm gonna go to working with Vaco. This 50 limit,
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
and you don't comment because they're your bosses.
Yeah.
But the big dogs in Richmond say we have to use this money to pave roads. Then they put this, it has to be a 50 per day.
Mhm.
Well, there's a lot of rural roads in this end of the state that need paving that will never have 50 of.
That's actually in legislation.
yeah.
Well, I know,
Yeah,
but.
it's not, that's just not a policy that
I
somebody
know,
decided. That's actually written, if you can look at the
But
law.
that's gotta be addressed.
Yeah.
It ties their hands and our hands to get roads fixed.
Right. I'd like Firehouse to put back on, cause I know you put it on the shelf and it's ready to go when conditions change. But I think people are upset not seeing it on the list,
But,
Well,
so,
but it's not the ones that wouldn't give us right away.
right. So if it's just on the list,
One thing we can do is we can go through, and even if people don't wanna give right away, we can narrow it down to whatever is within our 30
right,
and go on
Leave it
through
in
anyway.
go on and do what you
But-
can.
we do it like you used to do the rural rustics
Second
when
that
it
motion.
started. Grade, stabilize, and in place. You may go from, I know y'all want a minimum of 15 feet, but you may go down to 12 feet through that section.
Yeah, that's why we didn't do with we could have gone to the end of Reedsville
Right.
that way.
Right.
But
it doesn't,
some point, it's really
doing
not-
that does not improve safety at all.
yeah,
Yeah.
It does not.
and it may not, that gets to a point where it really isn't even eligible to be done as a rural rustic.
Right.
If you've got a road, like the back end of Diamond Knob, we can't pave that the way it is,
Right,
Right. We stopped where we did because
right.
you just
Right.
can't.
makes sense.
Yeah,
what y'all do.
it's just not safe to pave a road 10 feet wide at, quote, as is. So there are certain roads that probably wouldn't even qualify to be done as a rural rustic.
I think that the process is way more complex than people understand. And then you get into the DEQ limits for
Well, there's
land
that, that's the other
disturbance
thing,
and,
we have to keep it under half an acre.
right, total for the
or-
entire
Yeah,
entirety of the project. You can't do a portion of it and come back and do another portion and get around that DEQ.
You might be able to 10 years down the
Right.
road,
Yeah.
but
Right, but
you
it's
know,
a very
some
complex.
of these roads, it'll take 30, if you do that, it'll take 30 years to get
To
a
get the
road
rest.
value.
So it's a complex process that I know that it's hard to understand. And I appreciate
well,
it.
I've got, I just took some notes here too, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 roads additional to the ones that I've put on the draft here, which I think is 6.
And I think
It is.
Levi may have.
Yeah. So, and that's a little bit,
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I didn't know if
unrealistic.
we were gonna discuss this for the top 6 or what have you, but yeah, at this rate, maybe we just put every road that's not paved on there.
Yeah, seriously, yeah.
But I feel a little bit left out, cause I don't have any roads in my district on there.
Congratulations.
Well, you
Yeah.
Your roads are great.
Well, you can put Ponderosa back on if you want.
Well, I've got, I
I've been
had,
asked to put
we can
Ponderosa
give
on.
this to David, and then we can discuss it amongst ourselves, and then the night meeting, we could.
You could pass it at the night meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, alright, I had two that's been requested, Ponderosa,
Yeah,
the local
Ponderosa.
park bridge, I think Ponderosa.
Yeah, it was Ponderosa until
I
we
know.
got told to get out of this man's
I had
Right.
heard
property.
Yeah.
And the person that reached out to me last week,
Mhm.
to put it back on the list, and I said, well, I heard some talk in the past, there was a guy that was making a
yeah,
complaint about the
difficult.
easement, he said he passed.
Oh.
So, he said, I know that, I'm aware of that, but he passed, so,
Conditions have changed.
yeah,
Yeah, conditions have changed.
yeah,
That
and then
lasted
the
a
other
lot of
one's
people.
Pine Forest, so,
Pine Forest.
Pine Forest, wow, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I don't know what a traffic count, have y'all ever done?
Pine Forest.
Yeah, y'all ever done the traffic count on Pine Forest?
I don't think,
Yeah, I don't
think
know
I-
if it would meet the limit, but.
How long ago did you do that traffic count? There's been more.
No, that road, my grandparents lived on that road,
Yeah.
and it's
If-
not that much. You see traffic in the morning, and traffic in the evening, and you might see 10 cars a day, if that many, on that whole road that goes back over there. It's not that much.
Back to Dogtown.
Yeah, if y'all get to do a traffic count on Pine Forest, just so I can tell these folks, but.
Pine Forest has about 70 vehicles a day.
So it.
It would qualify. I've been showing, I've gone through,
Look at
Go
that
with
smile.
those, yeah.
I got, this is my working copy of unpaved roads by, it's not by your district, because
Right.
I just chopped up the county into manageable bites for myself to look at. And I've got a spreadsheet, just, again, this is just my working stuff, my best candidates by, I called them quads back when there were just 4 of them. There's now
Right.
15 of them. So I just used 8 and 221.
Yeah.
But up in in that section, Pine Forest was probably the best candidate for that whole.
Well, I've got 2
15.
folks that's asking for it.
Yeah.
I guess we can discuss that at the night meeting.
Yes.
Okay, that works.
We'll just go ahead and put her on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man.
For the
Add it
night
to the
meeting.
list.
Yeah, add it to the list.
Because
Yeah,
I mean,
Pine Forest and Ponderosa for discussion.
probably you shouldn't have more than 8 on the total list.
And this is just a wish list.
Well, this is gonna be in your resolution.
Right.
I have to send the resolutions in,
Right.
And
but
then
it
Not
gives
a
us
wish list,
something.
we want it
it's
done.
gonna show
want it
the
done.
ones that, these
You
will
give it
be
to us in
considered
priority,
the ones
yeah.
we want done.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, and then if the list you have is 12, you have to cut it down to 8. Even those 4, we can do some preliminary type of stuff to see, really what's this gonna cost? Is it gonna go over the acre? Is it gonna,
Feasibility.
there's some stuff we
But
can
once you
look at.
guys,
They're not completely ignored, they've just.
Right,
you know.
just not on the,
yeah, but once you guys, if you go out there and then you hit some roadblocks on it,
then we can move in, yeah.
move to the next.
Yeah.
Move to-
And
That's how it
realistically,
works. That's how the process
one a
works.
year is about all we can do anyway, so one or, maybe you can get two, we're doing two now, we're doing Hope and Reedsville right now. So you might be able to get two if we put one to contract and do one with our crews, so,
Yeah.
But that's, I don't think you can do two a year for the next 6 years, that's why I'm saying 12 is probably a lot, because I don't think we can do two a year consistently.
You just do the ones, you've got funding enough to finish.
Funding to finish and consensus among residents, because we require donated right of way right now. If we could buy right of way, or, I don't think we wanna get into condemning right of way, that might be a little bit
Been there, done that.
easier, yeah, it's not a good thing to start doing.
Nope.
So we'd like to get,
Yeah, but if you start buying more right away, you're taking your
well, yeah, that's where it comes
construction money
from,
to
yeah.
buy
Yep.
the right of way.
That's where it comes
So
from,
you're
yeah.
getting less road.
Yeah. But this is the thing that's in, all the
Beaver,
counties, I've got
PayPal.
a section of Mount Pleasant Road in Montgomery County where we've got a gap of 3/10 of a mile, because the guy wouldn't give us right of way, and there's a drop off to a creek, we just couldn't squeeze it in there, safely, when we know
I
school
always
buses go
wondered
up and
why
down
that
there.
was
Yeah.
not done.
Mr. Chairman, so we're trying to figure out how to be best prepared for your night meeting. So how would you like this?
And I can come to the night meeting also,
Thank you.
so no big deal.
And, if we have time today, we can sort of discuss amongst ourselves
Yeah.
roads, that sort of a priority thing.
Maybe while we eat a sandwich.
Seem to be a little focused today, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, I gotta try.
So, anything is, you got the 6 there to kind of work on right now.
You never know.
Any of these 6 that I haven't, can go off or come on. We have not done any kind of, irreversible, work, haven't spent a lot of money so far on preliminary engineering on any of these that are currently on the list.
I
So
mean-
it won't hurt to have them come.
Other than a misspelling on Ferny Creek, everything there, I know, everything
Well,
there
yeah.
is,
Is there no E at the final E? It's at the
Just
A?
the A.
you don't have an A,
A on it.
Fern.
And also, I've been told this in past from guys in your position.
Oh, yeah, look
It's
at that.
not really a wasted money if you've got a
Magic.
certain amount of the work done on it and it gets shelled. Cause then you start back and you just make sure what you've done
Yeah,
meets
for
the
instance,
new
if fire
regulations.
ever comes, if we,
Meets the new regulations, then you kick off and
yeah,
go.
sure,
So it's not like it's wasted money.
right,
And
absolutely.
I know once you said, oh, we should just keep it to 6, but we don't really, it doesn't matter. If we wanna put more on, we're gonna put more on.
You can put
and-
more on and we'll just do what we can.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So I think this order right now
Yeah.
is looking good.
That would be simple.
It's just, the one thing that it does do, you have to just give, if you tell people they're on the 6-year plan, but they're number 12 on the 6-year plan,
Well,
they think it's gonna happen in 6 years and it's not.
Right.
yeah, but you never know, things have changed.
Yeah. I just don't wanna raise expectations of people who say they're
And
on
I
the 6-year plan.
just believe that when you find out that you don't have the right of way, you should come back to us and let us know.
Just say, well, yeah, we're moving to the next one, yeah.
Right, and then we can inform our constituents
Right, or
and
maybe
be
tell
able
us
to
that,
be communicative
let
with
us know at
them.
your meeting, this is where we are on this
Yeah.
road, this is the roadblock we've hit, we're shelving it.
And we can talk about, exactly where, if we need to go out and talk to some people, maybe,
And y'all have adopted the policy, you, from what I understand, used to, there's a lot of work done before you got even started on the right of ways. But from what I understand now, you're looking at the right of way, once you get a preliminary idea of what you need, you're out there talking to people to get the right of way much earlier in the process than it used to be. I know one road that there was probably $150,000 spent before they ever went to seek right of ways on design and stuff, and they went to seek it, killed it. Had 2 of them, one on each end, just killed it. So, but that's one advantage now that, like, you and I and Chris talked about. You're seeking, as soon as you get a good enough idea, you're seeking the right of ways much earlier in the process. So that cuts down on the amount of money that may be spent on something has to be put on the shelf as well, so.
Okay, well, we'll work and hope, yeah, we'll have something, what day is the, night meeting? 24th, okay. Yep, definitely, we'll have something hammered out by the 24th, that should be a quick one. Pass on the 24th. Other than, the 6-year plan stuff, I'm working on everywhere, I got other counties for the 6-year plan, but our maintenance, work this past month has been a lot of everything, a lot of machining and hauling stone, to gravel roads, pothole patching, doing pothole patching and pipe replacement on the roads, concentrating on the ones that, are on the overlay schedule. So that was, heck, they had to replace, 3 pipes on Fleer Hill, 5 on Paradise, those are all on the schedule. Connor Grove, replaced the pipe, did some patching on, Black Ridge, patching on Fleer, cause it's getting overlaid. Did some on Horse Ridge and Max Mountain, those aren't, on the schedule, this year, but they needed patching, just like, Buffalo Mountain has needed some, and Black Ridge has needed some patching, and those aren't on the schedule. Also did, some ice storm brush cleanup, when we can get to that, mowed the primaries, and secondaries should be coming soon. We got contract mowers coming in probably in a few weeks to start secondaries. So that's, that about covers what we're doing. I don't know when the surface treatment guys are coming in. I know they're paving on Route 8 because I was watching them as I was coming in.
I do know that there's still a lot of areas in my roads in my area that need a lot of patchwork. So,
Yeah.
and I just got a message from somebody who lives on who has family on Indian Springs. There's millings on the roadway that they'd like removed.
Okay.
I haven't been out. I haven't seen that.
I'll run out there and take a look, actually. We generally don't do a lot of that,
I know.
but sometimes
I'm
private people.
I'm trying to read the voicemail and.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we can go ahead and start down your end if you want to.
Yeah, well, that's mostly the pothole work.
Yeah.
And-
Like I said, they're on Max Mountain today. They would have been yesterday, but we had some
Right,
administrative stuff to put up for CDL requirements, and so,
that's important.
yeah.
And yeah, I know you all are working as much as you can, and resources and crews are very limited as to what they can do and different buckets of funding
Yeah.
for
And again-
different types of projects.
I will tell you, I've said we've been concentrating on the roads that are, patching on roads that are on the schedule. That allows us, if we do the work out of our crew, that allows us to actually overlay more roads. We
Right,
could put those as part of the contract, but you'd end up with, half as many roads being overlaid. So I think it's, it keeps us from getting to maybe some of the other roads that might need the patching more at, in this, I guess we're still we're in late spring now. But we'll get to those others that aren't on the paving schedule just as soon as we get the schedule ready. But what that does is it allows us to really do a lot more overlay, and we're doing 10 miles of plant mix asphalt and 17 miles of surface treatment. We would be half that if we left that patching to contract or something.
right. Your turn.
Well, I started off by a compliment first. Friday, I had a crew call me and she was just over the moon
I
excited
did
that
get that.
they started picking up some brush, so I appreciate that. And she was very, very, very pleased. Did have a request if y'all could maybe check out Griffith Creek and Goose Creek, ongoing, just road maintenance, washout problems. So if y'all could check that, I appreciate it.
I saw a work order actually for Lick Ridge also.
Okay, good
So
deal.
that whole area probably needs.
Yeah. Excellent, thank you. Then last, for my list, Mr. DeWeese is in the audience here. He was gonna speak in public comment, but just to get his point across to you.
Sure.
He'll still probably speak, but on Deer Run, just off the 221 side, complaining about potholes and road maintenance. It's tore up some of the equipment, some vehicle, tires and so forth due to the potholes, but also there's some tree overhang growth up top, not really a result of the ice damage, but just
Yeah,
ongoing.
oh yeah.
And it's caused some damage to his camper and stuff that he's towed and busted out some lights and so
Okay.
forth. So if we can get that addressed with that overgrowth.
Yeah, we'll be we'll probably be doing some brush cutting here as soon as we get this patching
Okay.
schedules.
And if there's additional that I didn't catch from him, I'll relay it back to you.
Okay.
Or he may speak to you.
Okay, you can catch me outside just after I'm done here.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna start out with thanking you, on Route 8. Don't wanna jinx it yet, but do like this. Also, please thank you, Chris, and the crew for addressing the need more situation
Yeah.
that I went through there and looked at it, and I think that's gonna solve the washing
Good deal, yeah.
problems, hopefully.
Yeah.
On Newtown, I know y'all addressed part of it, you addressed it one time before, there where that church is in that deep ditch. I was wondering, riprap was put on the road side of that ditch, but it's still so deep in there, is there any way you could, put the same riprap on the other side and kind of raise
Yeah,
that?
they've got a plan, I think they might actually maybe be using some ditching material, it's got a mix of like
Okay.
dirt and smaller stone that'll fill in the gaps through that big stuff and bring that up.
Right, and try and bring it up where the water will still filter
Right.
through. Okay, thank you, because there's still concerns that a school bus comes through there, and if you get two wide vehicles, what's been relayed to me is the school bus will go over on its side if
Yeah.
it goes in there, the car would too, but thank y'all for addressing that. Let's see, and I know I've been starting on Route 8. Any idea when top coating on 221 from town toward Roanoke?
It's the same crew, so what their plan is to get this milled, which I think they're pretty much done with the milling, and as soon as they're done with Route 8, they'll move into here.
But I'm talking about from town toward Roanoke. The road, I get complaints all the time.
Oh,
about
221,
221.
I don't know if that's on the schedule for next year or not.
Well, could you look and
Yeah.
see, cause once you get Route 8 done, you got 221 up your way in pretty good shape. We got it in pretty good shape toward the Parkway, and then we'll have it in pretty good shape going toward there, so that would be the
Yeah.
next logical. I know most of it's in y'all's district, so I'm not trying to jump in front of you.
Well, just go ahead, Jerry, I got a list a mile long, so you're just fine
But-
taking one
but,
off.
Let's see. Thursdays. I think it just, again, general stuff. We did have some rains, as we do, I know they're doing the best they can, but some of these unpaved roads do need machining, and I know they're doing that. Also, thank y'all and whoever finally got to the gentleman out at the Parkway on, what is that, Meadow Brook?
Mhm.
That had the problem where the tree fell and they kind
Oh,
of went up
yeah,
in
yeah,
his
yeah.
yard. He sent me and said, whoever went out there was nice, said they'd take care of it, said they're even gonna reseed his grass for him.
Okay,
so,
good deal. Oh, yes, I remember now,
Yeah. And,
people were having to go around a fallen tree
and they
to
went.
get around there, they got into his,
It actually moved the road
Yeah.
over into his yard, so he was very concerned, but he was grateful to
Okay, good.
whoever went out there and met with him, and so. But, just pass it on to the crews, that we appreciate everything they're doing, that when we bring stuff up, we're not complaining about them.
they
Well,
understand.
they're doing, and we're not really complaining about you. I mean, y'all are doing the best you can with the crews you have, allowed to have, and the money you have, and so.
They would never last it long.
I did have one more thing.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Tell me.
I got it in before you moved,
No,
so
that's,
it'll take care of it, Earl. The brush that's piled up in the turnaround in the Commerce Center.
Mhm.
I understand the situation.
Mhm.
I know Chris was looking at trying to take care of that another way.
Mhm.
I don't know if he was successful, he didn't get back to me, but, if we could get that addressed as soon,
We're still trying to work on an alternate location, that one, we got a contractor coming in later in the summer that's gonna take care of all that, because we don't have time to
I
take care of
understand,
that.
and I
all that stuff.
understand.
Yeah.
See, the thing of it, you gotta keep your storms separate to apply
Exactly.
for the FEMA money
Yeah.
and the federal money. And I understand all that.
But I think there's a way to do it and use another site. So we're still working on that with our Salem.
Good, because one particular industry down there is very concerned about it, but.
Yeah.
So, that's all I did, I'll hush up now, I took enough time.
Is it gonna be till the end of the summer before it gets addressed?
That's when the contract, yes, it will.
Okay.
If I might add a little bit to that, I think David might know, but y'all may not have heard is that, of course, there was an idea to take it to somebody that could use that.
Right.
Unfortunately, they have so much piled up there. They are having their own problems with other state agencies, and so they are not in a position to
Okay.
help
So
out.
take it, oh, shoot.
I see.
Yes, cause David and I talked even
Yeah.
right after the storm and he
Yeah,
reached
right,
out, he and
right.
his folks reached out then, and I think they have some other
Right.
times, and I've spoken to the other folks, Mr. Wade.
Well, I got one suggestion on if places like that can't take it, what about these mulch companies that sell mulch? Maybe you could work something out with them. Or they would,
Yeah.
they would come mulch it up and haul it off, all in the same,
Well, they buy chips in Covington, the chipper can come in there and blow it in the trailer and take it up there and sell it to the paper mills.
Yeah.
or something along those lines, I'm sorry.
And we're still piling up there, correct?
Well, yeah, we gotta put, because we've got roadsides that have.
Yes, yeah.
Now, it's,
'Cause you're
that's probably
still
most of
working-
it, but there's just a very small percentage left, but it's all spread out all over the place.
But
So,
you
yeah,
are
there's
still working on clearing those.
Yeah, I could read the list of roads, I didn't read it, but,
Go ahead.
there's
if
15.
you want.
Kyle Weeks, Huckleberry, Spangler's Mill, Harvestwood, Wild Cherry, Showalter, Parker, Paradise, Lumber, Laurel Branch, Flieger Hill, Starbuck, and Connor Road. Those are the roads that my guys told me that they picked up ice storm and brush debris this past.
Storker's
Not
knob
verified
still,
color.
Yeah,
Storker's knob still needs it, cause you got one place where one's sticking out in the curve at the bottom of the hill, you go up past the second curve and turn, there's one actually hanging down.
This
in
is the done
road,
list.
Yeah,
This is the done
that's
list,
the
not the
done-
to-do
that's
list.
the part they got too.
Yeah.
But I had to get it in
And I
there.
didn't read all the
Set
gravel
aside
roads we got
some
to either,
neighbors.
so that last list is too big to read.
Yeah, so, yeah, so there are still a number of roads, obviously, that have, debris from the storm. I'll start out with, last week, someone brought up Connor Road in your district, Levi. There are some potholes that need to be taken care of, so I'll check that off. My two river roads, Roger and Thunderstruck, need a little attention. These rains have, that just have somebody go out and look. There's one pothole that'll swallow a car on Thunderstruck, so, if you'll please check on that. And Roger Road is just needing some, gravel work done to it. Pothole paving, patching on Kennedy School, Moore Road, and Kennedy School, Roger, Sandy Flats, if you can do some maintenance on that gravel part, that would be very helpful as well. There's some very large potholes, I was just down that the other day. But Moore Road as well has, there's a pretty big pothole that you really can't avoid. And it's one of those that'll swallow the left side of your car or the right side, depending on which direction you're going in. Other than that, we'll echo everybody else saying how we really appreciate all of our local crews, your local staff members as well, administrative staffs for their receptiveness and attention to the things that are going on here in the county. And again, appreciate all the work that you've been doing with the local PSA to make the paving and lifting of our manholes, everything. I mean, when we work together, it's really good. And there is a culvert that's rusting out at John Deere Road.
Yeah.
And if you could check on that one too, I know that's in your district, Joe,
It's
but somebody,
804. Is that
yeah,
right?
I think it's 804. John Deere Road,
Okay.
at the Union School end. There's a culvert that's
Goes
rusted
over.
out.
Goes off of Black Ridge and then across.
Yeah, it comes down to Union
Okay.
School. And I guess that's it. Appreciate all their work again, and thank you so much for, working with us. And the Route 8 paving is really great. It looks like they'll be ending up today, I guess, or tomorrow.
Yeah, and that was, but the connections always take a little time,
Yeah,
that's a
I
little
know.
more, you can get that main line through there, but getting all the connections just takes a little more time.
Yeah. And what was the bridge where the rebar showing, Linda?
Thank you. So, yeah, noticed yesterday on 221, the bridge just east of Canning Factory,
Mm-hmm.
that little one, there's, in the, I guess, westbound lane, there's a chunk out at the connection,
Oh.
and it's to the point you can see the rebar. So, figured y'all wanna know about that.
We're leading into Joe's district, that's why. We'll take-
Working our way over there.
Yeah, we're working our way over to
Yeah, there you
to
go.
Burke's
I'll
Ford.
Take all the help I can get.
I will say
I'll
that
get,
it's,
I'll get a photo of that
I
after this
might
meeting.
have one.
Which
Send it to our
bridge?
bridge guys, yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Where's that
send it to
bridge
you.
at?
It's the one right before Canning Factory at Black Ridge,
Right, yeah.
right there.
Right, yeah.
I think it's pretty, I think that just happened,
Okay.
so it's not,
Somebody tagged it, I think, didn't
Yep, with a trailer or something. That's it for me.
they? Yeah, I appreciate mowing, cause I noticed the other day, me and Jerry went Christiansburg, there was deer everywhere. And I reckon the grass is so tall that
Mhm.
people don't see them, and they hid right there and they step out when they get to them. There was two right in the intersection where I turned up my house. But these potholes are like whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Y'all can patch a pothole, come back 2 days later and down the road there's another one popped up. And so that's just a common complaint everywhere, that, all the potholes.
Yeah, and they'll be getting around to some more of them once
Yeah,
it's
and, I
scheduled.
appreciate the ones that y'all trying to get,
Yeah.
but my district, a lot of the roads need to be machined. People was talking about the, we don't get many rains, but it seems like it get all at one time.
Yeah, and just,
Ditches it, and some of the roads, the grass is growed up in the ditch. The water can't run and it's all out in the road. So they just need to machine the roads, and like I say, they've took care of a lot of my concerns. So, I just appreciate everything y'all are doing.
alright. Well, I'll, yeah,
Dobbins Farm, please machine it if you can, when you can.
And put down bigger gravel that will hold in the pothole.
David, I'm getting a few comments in, like I was just reading one now from folks that are asking about particular roads, so sorry with you, kind of like I've been doing, I'll continue to just forward those to you and
Yeah.
make sure whichever board member's district it is that they see it.
okay,
Just
yep,
kind of facilitate things without having to wait for the next meeting.
yeah, that works, yeah.
Thank you.
Although I will have, I'll be, even in the next 2 weeks, there's gonna, just keep sending it to me, that's fine.
Okay.
No problem.
Great, thank you.
And I will be at the evening meeting, we'll talk 6-year plan.
Do you
On
mind
that
if Mr.
road, I'm sorry,
do you mind if Mr. DeWeese talks to you afterwards?
So, yeah, okay, you can catch me right there.
down Burke's Fort, that road turns top to Willis, comes down on the side of Burke's Fort Creek, down through there. And then down Adams Branch, and part of that's in Carroll. You ran one curve at Carroll and go around next is Floyd. I don't know which, I guess y'all got all of that, y'all do part of Carroll. So
Yeah, sometimes we'll do it,
Right.
it's easier for one crew to get to.
They got a lot of, washboards and
Washouts.
potholes together, makes a good combination on some of them hills.
So, what's the name of the road?
Adams Branch
Adams
and,
Branch. I wasn't sure if that was the
Oakville.
name of the road or the creek. I wasn't sure if that was the road name
Yeah,
or the
and
road
then
next to Adams.
I was trying to remember that one that turns top till Willis and comes down around Burke's Fort,
Mhm.
comes out down Buffalo Mountain Road.
Comes out of, I'll look, I'm probably find that.
I know it, but it just,
Alright, well, if it comes to you, send me something or send Linda something, they'll send it to me.
okay,
Alright, thank y'all.
thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Chad?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hey.
Doing well. This month, I thought we would concentrate on something a little different, Child Protective Services. And as most of you may know, and I think I've mentioned this before, the Commonwealth of Virginia has 120 local departments of social services. Now, all 120 departments are supervised by the state, but one of the goals and initiatives of the Virginia Department of Social Services is consistency across those 120 local departments. So for many years, we've used something known as a safety plan when working with families in child protective services. And to that end, that safety plan has been something that has been important when we're looking at diverting children from foster care. And again, for many years, we talked about diversionary placements that we coordinated with those safety plans. But again, local departments were doing things very differently as far as criminal background checks not being done or being done by some localities. And just things that, again, weren't being consistent. So one of the means to that end of consistency has been the implementation of something called the Parental Child Safety Placement Agreement, something we call the PSPA. And to further talk about that, I wanted to introduce and bring Rebecca Duncan. She's been before the board before. She's our Child Protective Services Supervisor. She does a marvelous job. But I'm gonna turn it over to her to talk a little bit more about that PSPA process.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. So I've been at the agency since 2018, doing the CPS and supervising it. July 1st, 2024, the legislation passed for the Parental Child Safety Placement Program, like Chad was mentioning. The purpose of the program is to promote like family or relative or fictive kin placements that are both temporary, voluntary, they're time limited, with the goals of resolving the safety issues without going to court. So I think you guys are all provided with these forms. So we have the voluntary parental child safety placement agreement. It's pretty long, and you'll see that there's a place for like the parents and the alternative caregivers to initial and provide like information for like healthcare and things like that to make it kind of a streamlined process. The families that are eligible for the PSPA program, because it's not everybody, so we're looking for there has to be an open family assessment or investigation, so an active CPS case. The safety assessment we do has to determine that the child cannot safely remain in the home without some type of alternative placement, and that the parent or guardian agrees to the alternative out-of-home placement agreement and also agrees to participate in what's called a CPS in-home case so that a service plan can be developed and they can work towards resolving the issues. So it would not be a good fit for somebody who does not want to change the behavior. They do not want to commit to resolving the issues because it is time limited. So the issue before, I think this is what they were really trying to address, is that, you know, these CPS in-home cases were dragging on and on and on and on and on and on, where we're committed to reunification with the families, but it's taking 6 months, 8 months, 12 months. It's going on and on and on, and we're not going anywhere with this. So this puts a time limited basis on it. They can go up to 90 days, and then we can extend it for another 90 days for a total of 180 days. And this also prevents like premature case closing. So like doing a safety plan, placing a child out of the home, just sending the child back and closing it. So it kind of prevents that aspect of it too. So we can kind of see it out with the hopes of bringing down the recidivism of coming back to have another case and to promote safety overall. So we still can use the safety plans, this is what they look like. That just goes over like what safety provisions need to be provided. We can use those for up to 7 days. So a good example of that would be like if we went out to a home and like the home is like unsanitary, but the parents are committed to getting it clean, they have a support system, and like if they really, you know, put some elbow grease in it, they will have this home ready to go and the child can come back like within a week's time, right? And so I feel like the best way to kind of go about a situation where a peace bond would be necessary is kind of just walk you through what that looks like from the time we get the referral to the time that we send the child home. I think there's a lot of requirements, different assessments we have to do, things like that. So I think that may be the easiest way to kind of break it down. All right, so if we got a report, like let's say we have a 7-year-old child, and the report says that there's like ongoing domestic violence in the home between mom and dad. So the worker would go out to assess safety. They would interview both parents and the child, you know, separately. So let's say the worker learns that there is ongoing domestic violence that the child has been continuously exposed to. It's like increasing in intensity and frequency, and the child is like really scared, like maybe particularly of dad. And so then we would, you know, the worker would do a safety assessment, you know, after talking with mom and dad. You know, mom says the child's just being sensitive and dramatic, and that all couples argue. That would be a situation that is like, okay, this is something that's going to take a little bit more time to work through to make sure this doesn't continue to happen. So the worker would determine it was, you know, unsafe for the child to remain in that home until the issues can be resolved. And so that's when we would start going through kind of the checklist. That I made this checklist to kind of make it easier for like on-call workers and the CPS workers to make sure we're doing all the things that the state requires of us. So that's what this is. So the first thing we would do is we would assess like their eligibility. So in this situation, let's say mom's upset, but she agrees to allow the child to reside with like an aunt, okay? So the mom calls the aunt, she agrees to the placement, she comes out to the home, you know, we get her full name, the date of birth, we ask her about like criminal history, CPS history, and substance abuse history. Usually by phone we'll do that, and then while they're like en route to the home, the worker would call the supervisor to run, like back at the office, CPS checks, criminal background checks, and things like that. So let's say there's no CPS history found, only like minor infractions for like traffic violations and things like that. No barrier crimes. So that initial part is approved. We can proceed as we were going to with the aunt. So the aunt arrives at the home, and then we do what's called the permanency assessment tool, which is this assessment right here. So we're looking at like transportation needs, we're asking about like how they handle conflict, we're like assessing if they're able to keep the child for 90 days if we need to. So we're not just having kids jump around from relative to relative, we're trying to find someone this child can actually stay with while we resolve these issues. So we gather the information on the permanency assessment tool. We determine that this is an appropriate place for the child to remain temporarily. So we would have mom and dad sign like a safety plan for that initial 7 days, and maybe put on there that the parents would only have like supervised contact with the child or something like that for safety. And then that would be pending this initial home visit. So then the worker has to go out to the aunt's house to approve, to make sure like guns are locked up, medications are locked up, that there is a home to go to, you know, things like that. We're not expecting it to be perfect. We know this is, you know, sometimes in the middle of the night. We just want to make sure that this is somewhere, we're not putting this child in a situation that's worse for other reasons kind of thing. So the worker would go out there, let's say, you know, everything's locked up, all the medications are locked up, no firearms, placement's approved, aunt signs the safety plan. So the child is placed in that home at this time. So the next day, the worker would come to the office. We would meet for what's called a 24-hour out-of-home placement staffing, like the CPS supervisor, the CPS worker, sometimes the foster care supervisor, sometimes Chad's there at these two, and we kind of talk about what the plan is. We would also talk about scheduling a family partnership meeting within the first 7 days to decide if we want to lock this in for another 90 days, or if this is something that's been resolved, or things like that. Okay, so we do that. We have a family partnership meeting, maybe on the 5th day, we'll say. Mom and dad are still together, they plan to remain together, and both parents have agreed to participate in services. So in the meantime, the worker determines it's still unsafe for the child to return home, so they enter into the parental child safety placement agreement. They officially sign that 90-day agreement to place this child out of the home. We open what's called a CPS in-home case, right, at this point. And within 5 days, the in-home services worker goes out to the home, meets with everybody, within 30 days creates a service plan. So let's say we do that, and we have like, mom and dad participate in what's called the Domestic Violence Alternative Program, which is like an 18-week program, weekly classes, that's like, we do for families that have domestic violence issues, okay? So they're doing that, then we have to hold a 60-day family partnership meeting to determine if we're gonna extend this parental placement agreement or not. So let's say we have that, mom and dad are both attending classes, we find that out, they've only attended 2 so far, so we end up extending it for 90 days, but maybe we, amend the safety plan or visitation to allow like unsupervised contact now. Child stays under the parental placement agreement, but we kind of change visitation a little bit more, make it more often can be, unsupervised. So then they continue to go to class, we have a 150-day FPM, family partnership meeting. And by that time, they've completed most of the classes needed to graduate. Maybe they have a few more left. So we assess safety. Everyone agrees that the child can return home as long as they continue their last couple classes. So then the in-home worker would monitor the family until they finish it out, make sure that no other issues arise. And then as long as the child's still safe, everything's completed, we would close the case. That's kind of what it looks like from the beginning to end. The biggest things that are different is the time-limited nature of it. We have those family partnership meeting at regular intervals, so we can kind of have everybody have that accountability coming to the table. Is everybody doing what they're supposed to be doing? And then we do that permanency assessment tool with the alternate caregivers, which is new for CPS with this new program. So any questions, thoughts, comments?
Yeah, so now this is a streamlined throughout the state form, this the permanency placement, as well as the first part of it, correct? So the voluntary parental child safety agreement is now
Correct.
streamlined.
Correct. And the permanency assessment tool is something that we're all required to do as well.
Now, the question I have is, when do you get these? So if a sheriff's deputy goes out to a domestic call and sees that there is a child there, are you called at that time at 2 in the morning? Or if it happens at 2 in the morning, or, I mean, I'm just trying to give our
Sometimes.
audience.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And this is when it gets a little hairy, sometimes in the middle of the night, when you're trying to coordinate all of these things.
Right.
But yeah, now, sometimes depending on the situation, I don't wanna.
No, you're
speak
good.
for you,
You're
but sometimes depending on the situation, law enforcement will call us out on the spot. Other times, if the situation is not quite as volatile,
Right,
they may wait and make a report and then we'll follow up. But
the
there's.
very next day.
Exactly.
Right.
Mandated reporters have 24 hours to make a report, and of course, law enforcement is mandated. But they understand that they can call us 24/7, and that we will respond, to the scene.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people understood that.
And something that goes into that too is maybe the police, one of the parents was arrested. So then the issue would be resolved for the night because they can't fight if they're not together.
Right.
You know, things like that. So that would be something I think they'd take into consideration, whether they call that night or in the morning or that next day.
Right.
It's quite a process, huh?
Yeah.
And that's streamlined, that's what I'm sitting here thinking, you know.
If you really put this into context, and we have one CPS worker, so, just working with one family can encumber a massive amount of time.
Absolutely.
Now, we're lucky to have we have one in-home services worker and another that we call family support, which is more like prevention, so that we can have those 3 individuals that, collectively work together to manage cases. But again, our primary CPS worker stays very, very busy at the front end trying to coordinate all of these things. And these forms that they've created, and I'm not saying that they're inappropriate, but they are lengthy. So it's not something that can be done in 5 or 10 minutes. Something that has to be family partnership meetings, sitting down with the family and engaging them to participate in the process. Ms.
Yeah.
Funky, go ahead.
No, that's okay, I wanted you to finish your thought. I guess for me, do you feel, as a person that's been involved in social services for as long as you have, Chad, is this kind of a form really important, and are you pleased that we finally have a streamlined process? I've been doing that today to everybody, haven't I?
Of course, my years in the regional office, working with many different departments of social
Right.
services, and my many years of working in local agencies, I think that it's important to have the consistency across the state.
Okay,
On the flip side of that, many of these processes are developed by individuals in home office that have not been in the field for many, many years,
right,
and sometimes the realisticness of it, I think, is lost.
okay, gotcha, right, the reality of the situation, correct.
Very well put, if your bosses in Richmond are listening.
Not-
Very well put.
Yeah.
I've always been amazed at how quick somebody can forget once they get to that office
Yeah,
position.
and that's a,
Well,
alright,
you
and
know,
a follow-up to that would be, how many people currently are in our child protective services?
We have a total of 3.
3,
And then Rebecca, of course, is a supervisor, and
correct,
that makes 4.
right,
Sometimes because of the quantity of complaints that we're getting in that are validated
right,
or valid, Rebecca has to assume
Right.
cases herself, which I try
Gotcha.
my best to prevent that from happening,
Right.
but sometimes there's no
so that's
alternative.
4
But in-
staff members,
But in those,
including you.
in those
Correct.
instances, when she has to pick up, then you gotta stop what you're doing and pick up part of her job.
Supervise Rebecca's
I mean,
cases.
it's that way with all the supervisors down there,
Right, and
Not-
then,
not just her, but all of them.
Right.
and then how many of our county children are in child protective services at this time?
Right now, we have around 20 referrals that are pending. And
Gotcha,
then the referrals, when I'm talking about referrals, those are family assessments or investigations
right,
that have between a 45 and a 60-day time limit to get those closed.
Right.
Now, if we enter into the P-SPA and we continue to work with the family, that goes to what we call an in-home services case.
right,
And right now, between the 2 workers, we have around 15 cases.
okay,
Which is average.
right,
The state likes to see no more than 15 per worker. Personally, I think that in today's world, with all of the things that they're asked to do, that's too many.
yeah,
Now, I come from a history of foster care workers having 30, 40, 50 children, which is totally unrealistic.
Yeah.
Today's standard is 15 again, that's way too many. If you have 7, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So I like to see the workers, the in-home worker and the prevention worker, have around 7 cases each. Any more than
Okay.
that, and it gets a little.
yeah, I just wanted folks to understand that, although we don't have a lot, it's still a situation that we need to address and we wanna keep our children safe.
And behind the scenes, the workers are looking for relatives, fictive kin, anyone to prevent this child from coming into care.
Correct, and you have stated that many times here. The idea is that we find alternative placement that is within the families.
Like Ms. Duncan mentioned, at the end of that 180 days,
Right.
if there's no plan in place for permanency, as we call it, then at that point, then the inference is the child is going to enter foster care,
Yeah,
which we don't want to see that happen.
absolutely not.
But
How
sometimes it's
many
not.
of the kids are actually in Floyd County and how many do you have to go out of county for?
As far as the alternative
Placement,
placements,
Placements.
it's a toy cost. We try our best to keep them as local as possible for issues such as school. And try to keep that as consistent as we can. Sometimes we'll have individuals come into the child's home and have one of the caretakers that is causing the issue leave, so that it doesn't upend the children's lives. Any one of a number of things, it just depends on the individual case.
It's tough to have that caseload, you're driving to Richmond and even Roanoke, you have a couple, that's a day,
I'm sorry,
What we try to avoid are out-of-state arrangements, because
Right.
once that child leaves the state of Virginia, then we lose any type of jurisdiction
Right,
over what happens with that case. So really, we strive to have the alternative placements within Floyd County or as close by as possible,
Right.
but if you're going out of state, that we really cannot do that. We cannot accommodate that.
I know a lot of times, and I feel like Levi's been in this situation. Y'all can have all these questions all these forms that you gotta fill out. But there's times you're gonna have those what ifs, you know,
Yeah.
what if I asked this, what if I said that? They don't realize, you know, I've heard neighbors say, well, why didn't they take them kids out of their home? Well, they gotta realize that sometimes by the time y'all get there and law enforcement gets there, they get to thinking, well, you know, dad's gonna end up in jail, mama's gonna end up in jail, or I'm gonna be here, or I'm gonna be there, we gonna be torn apart. And they start taking it up for each other. So then y'all have to dig out the answers, law enforcement has to dig out the answers. And, you know, it's a no-win situation when it comes down to it.
Many times it is.
So, you know, I appreciate y'all's dedication, you know, I know what you go
Yep.
through. And it takes a special person to do all this work.
And I think you brought an important point that everybody at home needs to know too. Social services always has a reputation, oh, they take kids, that's what their job is. That's the last thing that the social services wants to do is to remove a child. When it happens, it's because of the safety of the child. It's not because just trying to run numbers or, you know, that sort of stuff.
And Ms. Duncan and her team are dedicated to that. They have prevented so many foster care placements.
We are constantly looking
Yep.
for ways we can promote reunification, making
Yeah.
sure safety's the number one priority, but ways we can reunify families in a safe way and make sure, and trying to prevent even just a P-spot placement, even though it's temporary, just preventing that altogether if it's safe to do so, of course.
That's a hard judgment call, yeah. You know, that's where you come back to what ifs, you know.
Yeah, thank you for what you do.
Yeah,
You
thank
know,
you.
That's gotta be tough.
Anything else?
Thank you. Just one thing, Ms. Cookenbook, I wanted to mention.
Yeah.
When Dr. Kramer was up here, you asked about the school lunch program. One thing that is approved again for this year is the Sunbucks program. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. That's something that started back when COVID was around and the children were learning from home. It's where a SNAP participant will receive a benefit for each school-age child that's eligible.
Oh, nice.
And so for Floyd County, if I'm not mistaken, every child in Floyd County receives a free lunch.
Yes.
So that means that one of the criteria for the Sunbucks program is that if you're receiving reduced or free lunch, you automatically qualify. So every household in Floyd County who has a school-age child will receive $120 per child on a SNAP card. Sometimes people will call up and say, okay, I received this card in the mail, I didn't apply for it. You automatically receive that because of the situation at hand. So,
Wow.
That's something else to support the children while they're out of school.
Right.
Food insecurity.
And just, I've sent you an email, I don't know if you've received it. It's about the Women's Resource Center.
I may not have.
I don't know why that isn't going through.
Sometimes with their email platform, things will go to the junk file.
If you'd like,
Yeah, I want to.
yeah, so if it's okay, if you'd like to forward it to me and then I
Yeah.
can, because I know mine goes through, that's why.
Yeah, I would check my junk. Sometimes it automatically puts it in there if it doesn't recognize.
It's weird because it's on a floyd.gov.
It should have come through.
It should have come through.
Yes.
We're just looking for somebody to be on.
I still get stuff from the governor's office that goes to Barracuda,
Yeah,
so, but we won't get in, I
Women's
don't
Resource
pull it
Center.
out, but.
somebody who might be a good candidate to sit on that board from Floyd County.
Okay.
Well,
I
you've
have
got
the-
my
I have the
email.
perfect person right here.
There you go.
Yeah, free time.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thanks
so much.
Appreciate you.
Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Great job.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're doing this because I think it helps to
Yeah, make
everybody learn
everybody
more
understand.
about
Correct.
the organization.
I agree.
Morning, everybody.
Hey.
I, you all get a lot of different things thrown at you in these meetings, don't you?
We go from potholes to
Across the
child protective
board.
services.
So let me just try to set this background for this a little bit. I'm here to chat with you about the New River Valley hazard mitigation plan,
Right.
you have a draft resolution before you. This plan has been in place for more than 20 years. About every 5 years, it gets updated as required by FEMA. Mitigation, just so you know, is about limiting the impact of natural hazards. So we can't stop the wind, we can't stop the rain, but like limiting the impact. So our generators applications that you all are aware of are a good example of mitigation. It's like wind knocks the trees down, knocks the power out, but if we have generators, we can still make sure
Right.
that PSA facilities operate, that kind of thing. So it's not an emergency operations plan, it's more thinking long-term of how can we limit the impact, you know, the deaths, the damages, everything of natural hazards. This plan before you has been approved by FEMA now. So the last step is getting local government approval, so it's going out to all counties in the city in the New River Valley. It was a couple years plus in the making. There were meetings, I attended most of them. It's usually emergency management staff and planners from around the valley. And so, you know, every 5 years we go through the process of looking at damage reports, any updated ways to project future damage and kind of weigh out what the priorities are and that kind of thing. And then we have a list of hazard mitigation opportunities for Floyd County that's identified. Many of these, if you all have, it's in the Floyd County summary page.
It says Floyd, REHMP.
This, I think, is an important list, and I'll tell you why. Whenever we're seeking any federal money that's disaster related, like our mitigation applications, or you all know that from US EDA, we have also gotten disaster mitigation funds. We've got $2.3 million for the Growth Center to help build it. We got 2.7 for the road extension. How did that tie into disaster, you wonder? Because we have surveys from past storms where we have asked all businesses, were you impacted by power outages?
Right.
Were you, did you have trees blocking your road, so forth? We take that data and make the case that by providing more spaces in our business park where we have a substation there, that with multiple feeds, they're less likely to lose power. It's not in a floodplain, it's got good access to 2 primary roads, so that's how we've made that case in the past. So you try to be a little bit creative when you're creating this list of mitigation opportunities, thinking broadly about county needs and how it ties back. So a couple of things were added to the list this year. One was accessible medical care facilities. I know that's something you all have been really concerned about. For the first time since I've been doing comprehensive plans in Floyd County, which is 25 years now, the access to medical facilities came up in the top 3, people wanting more access to medical care facilities. So it's added in there. Also, about all the power outages, I know that we've always had power outages, but it seemed like between Helene and then the February event, they're super widespread and last a long time. So I did add in there sustaining essential services and power outages. So again, generators. It's helpful that that's in here so that when FEMA reviews our generator application, they see, okay, they've thought ahead, this is really important to them, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
I can also, as you recognize, some of the things that's been on there a long time, the radio towers for communication, hopefully that's close to being wrapped up. The early warning system for stream gauges and rain gauges, as you know, the rain gauges were put in November. The stream gauges, I do have an update for you. 3 of the 7 have been put in. However, they are not live yet because we do have to get USGS has to provide the link to the satellite
Right.
to do that. So the hope is to get the rest of those installed in the next month or so, and then it will be a waiting game for getting
Get live.
to get the access to the satellites to have it be a live feed. And as you know, we did do the flood study at Oldfield Creek with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It unfortunately didn't net what we hoped for in terms of a potential pond removing enough water to help that situation. But nonetheless, those are things that we have accomplished kind of from the old list. But so the importance of you all adopting this is our applications that we've submitted to FEMA for the generators can still be reviewed by VDEM, they can still be reviewed by FEMA, but if they want to award us funds, we cannot draw down any funds until that locality has an approved hazard mitigation plan. So that's kind of what how it all comes back around there, so. Are there any questions I might try to answer or get an answer to?
Mr. Chair. So you feel like this plan is complete and appropriate for Floyd County?
I do feel like it includes Floyd County. Quite well. We did even kind of push to have more analysis of groundwater. You might have seen that there's a couple of graphs in there on that. We are quite different in many ways from the rest of the New River Valley in terms of, they've got a river running through them.
Right.
They've got karst and we don't have karst.
Yeah.
But I think generally we have every opportunity to participate and that it does represent.
Just with
as well
other
as it
plans
can.
that we've had, not of this particular plan, but I just wanna make sure that it is, representative of the specific needs of Floyd County,
Yes.
since our needs are often so different than our surrounding localities.
Yes, and I feel like it calls that out. I have to be honest, I haven't read all 500 pages, but I have read most of it, and I participated, like I say, in most of the things. I think it's something that we have an opportunity, this was submitted to FEMA for review before we had our groundwater study, but the next time this comes around, we will have
We've already
information
taken
to
a step.
contribute to that. So
That's
I
great.
think there is always opportunity when we learn things or can document things to contribute, to kind of help make sure that our story's captured, but I think it's as good as we can expect from you.
Mr. Chairman? How did you come up with the high, medium, and lows?
That was a very, well, for our list, let me say for the regional list first. It was a mathematical process
Okay.
of looking at past damages. There's a program called Jesus. That's a geographic information system that that has the map of facilities in all the localities and kind of projects forward on that. So that was a part of it, and then everybody who gathered kind of talked about it and felt like, the priorities in the region were flooding, winter storms, and wind, and sometimes
Right.
those intermingle.
Yeah.
Now, as y'all know, thankfully, we weren't limited, so if we felt drought was a priority for us, we could still call that out as high in here.
In terms of our opportunities list. Gotcha.
Yes.
All right, that's just what I wanted to clarify for folks.
Now, this is something that you all can change, you don't have to wait for 5 years, like if there are new items that come up that you want on here, there's a process that we can do that through a public hearing process.
All right. Well, it's a pretty thorough list.
It is.
And that's why it's so important, thank you, sir. That's why it's so important when we have opportunities, this is speaking to folks out in DV land. When we have opportunities and we push survey, please complete them.
Yes.
Because it's so important for us to have real-time data,
Yeah.
real-time answers to these things. And this is an exact case in point where we use them.
Yes.
And this has been really important. So when we ask for you to fill out something, please take the time, because it's so important. If we get this information, then we can further our you know,
Both local and regional, I would
Right.
say.
and we can develop something like this that gets money here to Floyd, that'll allow us to keep the power going, especially in town. Because if we're in a long-term event, the roads get cleared, everything gets cleared, we may not have power at our homes, but we can come into town and town is running, so that's really important. So thank you for all your hard work on this.
Sure.
And the regional commissions.
I should mention that the plan was shared out in December. There was opportunity for public comment. There was a survey. We pushed that out on the county Facebook page.
Right.
So
Yeah, I mean, we make this opportunity for you to communicate with us, so please do. That's all I'm saying.
You got anything?
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for motion to approve the
Yeah.
resolution.
I make a motion to approve the resolution of the New River Valley Hazard Mitigation Plan with the same correction at the end as we did the last one.
At least I'm consistent. Thank you.
Second?
Motion second, we call roll.
Okay. On the motion to approve the resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Floyd County of the New River Valley Hazard Mitigation Plan 2025 update, with the one correction, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, thank you
thanks
all.
again.
so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see no constitutional officers around, so.
Nope, I will note that, no constitutional officers, but some of the other department heads sent some information in lieu of being able to come today, and so those are in correspondence in your folder.
Okay, good. So I guess we'll move down to public comment. Before I get started, my statement, it is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. And then with that, I'll open public comment. When you come forward, state your name and district you're from, and limit your comments to 4 minutes. It is a one-way conversation. If you have additional comments or questions, you can give them staff or one of the board members. Have we got anything signed up?
We do have a couple, I believe, was it Frederick?
Mr. DeWeese.
Yes.
He may have already
He already left, okay, cause he was the first one signed up,
Right.
thank you. But he sounded very fancy person. Then next, assuming he's not here, is Valerie Ryder, thank you.
And yes, Mr. Deweese was the guy in the pink shirt that went out with me, so he did.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Ryder, thank you.
First of all, I want to say thank you. You've worked on our roads since the meeting. I don't know how that happened, but thank you very much. It won't last, but it is there for now, and that's good. And that's part of the problem. I've lived in Floyd for 30 years in 2 different places. My first place had a half a mile driveway, and now I've got a 1/4 mile, both gravel. You have to do 3 different levels of gravel to maintain it. You need the heavy, then the middle, and then the top. What happens, and before you do that, you have to get it all leveled off. What happens is a slight leveling when you've got the gravel road out here. This is how they're maintaining it. They may put a little gravel in the potholes if you're lucky. They don't take care of the flow of water because that's a big project. And then what happens is the next heavy rain, you lose it because they've only put crush and run on. crush and run sinks right in, as you know. So if we don't get the paved road, which I'm really hoping and working towards, and I really thank you for having him come to the next meeting, and I hope it's posted really well in the paper or whatever and allows people to come. And let him hear what we're all saying, because that's the important thing. We got to hear what he said, but he didn't get to hear what we had to say. And daytime, a lot of people couldn't come, because of work or previous appointments. But what I would like to say is, if you're gonna keep it gravel, it needs to be much better maintained. There are a couple of places on that road that are very dangerous, and we have had somebody come off the road and go into a gully that could have been killed because of the, and I think danger is the biggest criteria in getting the rest of the paving. Also because it's a firehouse road, and it amazes me that a firehouse road is not maintained better. Because you've got a fire engine that has to go fast, both directions. So that's the biggest amazement to me. I know that there's 2 areas that I know of where people have not wanted to sign off on the right of way. One lady I had lunch with at the Melnicheks, who were there speaking the last time, and her primary fear is that they're gonna go faster on the road because you go from a 35 to a 55. What about, to satisfy everybody, you get a compromise and leave in that section where she is, put a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit? That might help.
We can't,
You can't? Why?
because we don't have zoning.
Because
We don't
there's no
have zoning.
zoning? Okay,
It needs to be zoned residential for us to have any influence over speaking.
okay.
You need, well, I didn't hear that.
Because of the zoning.
Oh.
It's not zoned residential. All right. Well, there goes that idea.
It's complicated.
Complications can sometimes be worked out. Sometimes it needs other residents working on it. And like David from the Board of Transportation, he was talking about the width of the road. I'm perfectly willing to measure the road in different areas and see what we have and bring it back to the next meeting and present it so that we see what we're dealing with width. Because if somebody doesn't want to give up some of their property, there's good reasons for that. They're afraid they're going to lose some of their value. So let's measure and see what we've got. But there are 2 really bad curves that are very dangerous. And that is something that needs to be addressed. And if we can do that, particularly being that it's a firehouse road, and I think that's the only way you gotta really stress it to get it done, is say, this is not safe. You get a big firehouse, the fire engine going fast, and you've got a resident. So far it hasn't happened. We're lucky. The county's lucky. Because what's gonna happen if that happens? You're gonna get a lawsuit.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be a big lawsuit. Because you've already heard over and over how dangerous this is. So now we gotta do something to make it safer. So at the very least, those areas need to be worked on. I'm at 4 minutes, sorry. I was looking there because that's where it was the last time, I'm so
It's over
sorry.
here this time.
You got me, okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Sharon, you are next, please.
So you're afraid of my name?
A little bit.
Well, when
Willis.
Mike and I were teachers, we were Mr. and Mrs. O.
Thank you, ma'am.
First of all, I'd like to thank you that the road has been graded. I think I know how to fix it. Unlike her, we bought our house 21 years ago, and Firehouse Road was on the 6-year plan to be paved. And that was really important to us when we signed that contract. Well, it's 21 years later, and it's not paved and it's not maintained. If you take the 4 areas that the potholes are so bad in, and use the Scarifers, break up the potholes, put down the heavier stone, roll that in, and then put down another stone and stop throwing thousands of dollars away on Crusher Run, that road will get stable. Now, there are 2 places that she's talking about with the blind curves. There were potholes this deep, right on the inside corner, which meant you had to go out. Well, the road's only a lane and a half wide. And I followed a lady in who went
who almost had a head-on. She went into the creek because the road was washed out, and she broke her axle. So that is really dangerous. And also, I thought that there were two people, one on each end, that wouldn't sign off. One lady across from one of these people is willing to sign off her land to make up the difference. So I don't know who she is, but I'll try to find out. And let's see, what else was I gonna say? I guess that was just about all because Valerie covered all the other stuff I was gonna say. I did get a chance to talk to him though and tell him and he was really receptive. But I really honestly think that'll fix it, because when the people bought, well, your road, you didn't know how awful it was. We had a family who had a dairy farm up there, and when they bought the place, the road had like ravines in it like this. They had to take huge big rocks and put in the ravines. Then they had it graded, and then they put down the heavier stuff and packed it down. And it's still, I mean, they have to still maintain it, but it's not like it used to be. So with that silty dirt in the bottom land where Firehouse Road is, it just sinks right down into it. So I think that's what they made, but anyway. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I take the rest of her minute and 32 seconds?
Oh.
No.
No. Mr. Chairman, next is Mr. Chip Camp.
I want to thank the board again for allowing me to talk. My 4 minutes I won't be able to cover everything, so expect to see me back here again. I hope you don't mind.
Not at all.
Y'all were kind enough to give me a copy of the 6-year plan and also the Rural Rustic Road Program Manual, which I read since the last time I was here. And I truly wish Mr. Clark was here, because quite honestly, a lot of what I want to talk about, I can address you, but really I think he would have input that may clarify a lot of things for me. I'll start out with a 6-year plan. As you read down through it, it's a single sheet. As you read down through it, it addresses the whereas, and it comes to the resolution. And the resolution is, and it starts out as an example, number 1, Route 680, Starbuck Road from Paradise Lane to Thomas Farm Road. This is a plan, all right? It doesn't tell me what's gonna happen. It doesn't tell me when it's gonna happen. It doesn't tell me what the metrics are gonna be used to determine if that plan has been achieved. It says something's gonna happen here. I don't know what that is. So I don't think this is a plan. I think it's a piece of paper that says, we're gonna do, here's the whereases, and this is where it's gonna happen, and that's where, where it's gonna happen, that's it. It's disappointing to me. The other thing is, and I'm quite curious, and maybe this is part of how the county operates, but there's no date on it. It's signed by Ms. Millsaps and Mr. Terman. It doesn't say when it's signed. It doesn't say, what's gonna happen with it. So anyway, that's the first thing. All right, I'll go to the rural rustic, and this is really where Mr. Clark would have some input. Background. Okay. It talks about, comes down here and talks about General Assembly, sorry, I'm checking to make sure I don't overrun her. General Assembly expanded the program by increasing the maximum traffic count on eligible roads from 500 vehicles a day to 1,500. I'm not sure why they did that, because if you got a rural rustic road and you're taking 1,500 vehicles a day, all of a sudden you're increasing the vehicle loads on that road to the point where it's gonna degrade quicker, et cetera, et cetera. I don't understand that. Then it says that the maximum speed limit for the road on or after July 1st, 2008 is 35 miles an hour. I challenge you to find a 35 mile, any speed limit sign on Sandy Flats Road stating that it has to be the maximum speed limit is 35 miles an hour. I thank you. I got a lot more to discuss. I'll be back. And again, one of the things I do know is that the way this is set up is that you can't, that this is not a give and take here, that you know, you have to let me talk, and that's fine. And I appreciate you doing that. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Move on down to old business.
Excuse me, what did you say?
I think Jerry, I agree with him. Let's take 5 minutes.
It's okay, we're on break, go ahead.
Going on break, good. Is it possible to give the names of the people
Well, it's up to them.
that are not on?
You got a yes and a no.
Oh, yeah, I mean, huh?
We don't control like.
I think we were writing a letter to them.
All right, we'll be back in session and we'll turn it over to Ms. Carla. So,
Okay.
All right, I believe that you all have been given, where you have the current road abandonment policy, and then a document that I did of what you've told me so far that you would like. And then I started to put together a checklist. I have not received any other comments, except for ones that Ms. Bechtold had shared. Those are the only comments that I've received from the board, so I just need your direction on how you want me to go forward.
go ahead.
And help me, cause I know I asked this question a while back and there's been a lot of water under the bridge. Did you check with, I know you checked with Steve, could you go over what his reply was? We do all this preliminary stuff, are we absolutely required to go to public hearing if requested by someone? I think the answer was yes.
No.
No?
So, excuse me one second. You're not required to go. However, if the person requests to go, you must. And if anybody who is attached or has something to do with the road that is on the original application, if they request. So anybody that has anything to do with touches or anything, if they request, you have to go,
Alright.
but no, you don't.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Them just simply putting in a request for a road abandonment does not require a public.
Correct,
They have to specifically ask us to go to public hearing.
correct.
So if we do this preliminary stuff and they haven't asked that, and if the board, see, the point I was getting at or trying to get at, if the board looked at a road abandonment and is not inclined to agree to it, then why should we have to go through all this process?
Correct.
But if the person specifically asks us for a public hearing,
In some, they
Then
don't
we
even say
have
public
to.
hearing, they have to, aren't you supposed to advertise or aren't we supposed to have a special meeting? If they indicate anything, Steve is
Then you
gonna
have to.
default that we have to go to.
but just
Now, they
simply
don't have
asking
to, someone in the, like I said, can come up also.
associated with it.
But they have to really be associated,
Right.
not,
So
you know,
just
two counties
simply
over.
asking for a road abandonment or interest in it doesn't automatically kick in the public hearings, what I'm getting at.
correct.
That's right, and
So
currently, it's if you all discuss it and decide to go to public hearing. Right, but like she said, Steve said that we're not required to go to public hearing unless it's requested.
So if they don't specifically, as part of the application process, request the hearing, we don't have to. We have that as an option.
Have that as an option, and
That's where I was getting at.
Gotcha.
If they don't specifically ask and the board's not inclined, I don't see going through all that, have to go out and post it and then
Right.
do all the advertising and the public hearing for us to come in and end up saying no anyway.
so
I'm not trying to undercut anybody or anything, I just don't see the need for all that expense. So unless they specifically ask, we don't have to. Or somebody associated on the road.
Not implied, but actually has it.
Right, that was my big question,
Right.
because I didn't have a problem with any of the other stuff. And we're trying to get as much stuff done up front and put it on the citizen to do instead of you.
right, so my question will be, what do you want them to supply to you to make that decision? I mean, do you feel like that they should go through the expense of having a title search done and having all of that done if if you may not go to public hearing?
But they're still asking for an abandonment.
So you're asking for two different lists of requirements, application requirement, and then if we agree to potentially hear it, then there's a whole nother slew of documents they have to provide after that.
That would be my advice, because I think that until you all decide if you're gonna go to public hearing, that's a great expense on them to spend for a title search and
potentially surveying the area, the
Yeah.
road.
Well, and also they're gonna, anybody that may need a right of way, that's gotta be worked out before the public hearing,
Correct.
that sort of stuff.
So do you feel it's a chicken before the egg? Do you want us to specifically clarify? I mean,
Or leave it like it is, or,
I would think that if you all are not gonna go to public hearing unless they specifically request it, that needs to be stated up front. That we can create something to bring to you all to see if you're interested in
Correct.
going. That would not, I would suggest not include the expense of a title search
Sure.
and all that legal work. Because if you're not interested at all of abandoning it and taking it to public hearing, I just don't feel that they should go through that expense, but that's my opinion.
No, I
I'll give you my
understand.
opinion right now. I don't know that I'm comfortable, I'm not even comfortable abandoning up on 58 that David brought in. And with some of the stuff that's happened and gone on, I mean, before I go to abandonment, I'm gonna have to have some pretty serious documents laid in front of me, and even then, I don't know if I'm still going to, because the unknown's always out there. And it's not that we're trying, or not that I'm trying to be difficult, it's just that court cases have shown, somebody gets landlocked, it's up to the local governing body that abandoned it to acquire a right of way. And that basically means you either do eminent domain or you pay whatever somebody asks for what they're given for the right of way. And we don't need to have an open checkbook on something like that.
Right, and I understand that, I just feel that that could be taken care of before the public hearing. But again,
so I understand, as an administrative staff member of Floyd County's government, you don't want citizens to have to spend an unduly large amount of money.
correct.
If the board is not, and I agree with you, I think this board agrees with you that in general, why go to that expense if we're not interested in abandoning?
Right.
I also think that when people purchase land in Floyd or build or buy a home, that they need to do their due diligence working with a professional, whether that be someone in the Realtor community or town and county government
Or legal.
or legal or whatever, to make sure they ask those questions. Because I don't mean to speak for this board as a whole, but in general, the boards of the past and through to this board, abandoning a road is a very serious endeavor, because you never know that if we abandon something, we may be tying the hands of a future board to do something. So I just think that when you buy property, you have to do your due diligence and become as knowledgeable as possible about what the ramifications may be.
What
I agree.
What do you think as far as preliminary work? I understand the part about cost and I don't disagree.
Right.
I might find myself in that position one day.
Right.
What do you think as far as requiring in the upfront we need to do that helps take some of that burden off of you?
Because that's why we looked at this.
Right. I think any old maps of the area would be helpful, because as the one that came before you all last year, there ended up being 3 discontinued roads there that I was not aware of, which leads to, we need to have a greater conversation at some point about roads in the county. But I think that they need to do everything they're doing now to get it before you, pay the application fee. I think that they need to fill out the request. They need to provide a survey that shows the road clearly. that they need to have at least 70% of the adjacent property owners along that road have to be part of the petition. So
What do you think about too, that as part of the upfront stuff, they do the research in the court, in the clerk's office, in the books, to see when it was actually discontinued.
Right.
And provide copies of that to your office, rather than you having to go dig it up.
that would be helpful. And like I told you all before, I created a database that has old abandonments and discontinuances in there.
Is that on our county website?
It is not. That's just something that I can access.
But I was thinking that let them go and research it, you can compare it to what you have, because it may come up different.
It may come up different.
You know,
What I have
most of the
came from a
time,
list that told me where to find it.
anything that, I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box a little bit.
Right.
Anything to help you in that research part where it cuts down on the amount of research you have to do.
Right.
I don't think you should be the one, if it's not on your list, it shouldn't be you that has to go over to the courthouse and go through the books.
Right.
I mean, I agree with that, like.
I agree.
If I wanna discontinue or abandon my road, I don't feel like you should have to do all the work for me. I've never understood that.
Yep.
But,
Agreed.
I mean, that's just something you like doing, but.
So can we add that, can we add that to the upfront stuff to
Yeah,
alleviate?
I think so.
I mean, I think the applicant should have to have.
The burden
The
should be on the
research.
applicant,
Yeah.
yeah, not our
research.
department.
I've had,
I mean, you know, cause it's like I know they're paying a fee for that, but otherwise they can run down to an attorney's office and pay an attorney to do it all for them. I mean, that's
They
what they're
wouldn't
for.
cover her time.
Right,
Right.
right.
No.
That's what I'm saying. That's more in line with something that the person should go and hire outside help with.
That's part of their responsibility.
right, and we've had, one abandonment request that you took to public hearing in Levi's,
New Holland.
district, on Holland Road.
New Holland's the
not
track.
New
That applicant had done, that applicant had done everything.
Hold on.
That applicant had done everything. I mean, she had a great application.
That's a case example of what I think we should strive for,
Right.
right there.
Now,
Correct.
for the one you heard last year, she had done a lot of research.
But not
And-
complete.
But it wasn't really complete because
It was GIS, not a survey.
some of it, yes. And the survey that she had, she did submit a survey, but you couldn't see the road on it.
Right.
And she did provide some things from VDOT showing those discontinued roads, but that did not factor in how it would affect those property owners along those roads. One had been abandoned and then there was two other ones that were discontinued.
I don't know if we'll always have success with the survey thing though.
How do you mean, getting it done?
Huh?
Getting a survey done?
Locating a survey.
They have to, if they can't locate a survey, they have to have one done.
Yeah.
Because everything's.
Before the public hearing
Right,
process.
cause
Yes,
everything
before
is,
the public hearing
otherwise
process.
you're abandoning something that you don't know is.
Right, and it's not up to us to do a
Yeah.
survey and
No.
find
Yeah, I mean,
out.
we're not gonna do a survey, I'm just
No.
saying that there's probably
No.
gonna be great circumstances that.
I mean, there,
Yeah.
and
The one map, I didn't realize that the road, that until the one person showed us that map, that a portion of that road was actually across the creek, away from that person's property.
Right.
That person gave the impression it was all along their property line to me.
very little of it was on that
And so-
person's
Right.
property.
Yeah, definitely need to have that before going to a public hearing.
Also,
But-
the 70% of the property, adjacent property owners, is it by acreage or by X amount of property
Number
owners?
of people.
I
Because
would say the number of properties.
that could be another factor, because if you have subdivisions, so worst case in, devil's advocate, taking Jerry's If I wanted a road abandoned, I owned one side, somebody else owned the other side, and I don't have 70%. It would be really easy for me to lop off a couple lots that I still maintain ownership of, and now I have the majority of lots on
Well,
those.
you wouldn't be able to do that because you wouldn't have the public road frontage.
Right,
You could-
unless they're family or
Yeah.
agricultural.
But you could still potentially do that,
You could do that under those two
yes,
easily.
easily. So you could really stack the stack the table.
Well, I mean, you'd be putting a lot of money into that because then you
Well-
have to get a survey for those lots.
I tell you, and this is going back, in the past, if we had a road that, we went through the process of public hearings, we had a road that one person was opposed to it, it didn't get abandoned. So.
I mean, that seems like the best policy to me.
Well, that's where I was going,
Yeah.
instead of percentage, maybe we just say that they have to have a petition or something with all property owners in
All.
agreement.
100% agreement.
Have to sign the application?
Yes. I think that's exactly where it has to be.
Because,
That way if they don't have them.
well, I know it's several times in the past that roads got abandoned, and I'm going back in the 50s and 60s from my research, looking up one particular road before I
Right.
finally found it, that, one particular road stands out in my mind because the grandson of the grandfather that agreed to the abandonment came to me and said, I don't have a right of way, because everything back in was by word of mouth. I went, well, it was done in 1962,
Right.
I can't do anything about it.
But if it's somebody who has a right of way on it, they're not easily noted by me, so they wouldn't be counted in that 100% of property owners along that road, because if they don't touch that road, then
Right. But they would be immediately impacted by
Oh,
the abandonment.
this property was actually on the road.
okay.
And see, back then it was, hey, yeah, you use it all you want to, don't worry about it. Well, here it was 40 years later, grandpa's is all gone, and suddenly new people own different pieces of the property. Suddenly they didn't want him driving through the middle of their property. And I don't know what finally happened to it, but I kept us out of it, so.
From what I understand in recent years, if there's anyone like that you all have required them to have a recorded easement
Right.
prior to abandonment.
And that's what we need to stick to.
Mm-hmm.
But, I think that the petition that comes with the application, I think it needs to be signed by every affected property owner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then you
Nods.
eliminate something happening like she brought up, or any of these
Yeah.
other, and if you don't have it, you don't have it.
And then you no need to come. I mean, just trying to save everybody.
It's just like
Right.
in your district.
But I'm
They came
thinking,
at one time.
Yeah.
Now
Well, right.
but now they're waiting to apply till we get something straightened out, but they've got 100%.
So as part of the application, you would have to get all, that would be their direction, to even have a considered time before the board to abandon a road, all property owners, near and far, hither and yon.
so that would, in order for them to know 100% whether or not it would affect somebody's easement, they would have to have a title search done.
Right.
And that would be, so you're saying prior to the board deciding if they want a public hearing?
Well, if people don't want, if they live or own property on a road that they don't want abandoned,
Right. Can I go one step further with the 100% signatures? Should we have all the signatures notarized so they're not under duress?
They are now,
They are
Each
already.
signature is notarized?
I believe so.
Okay. Cause I don't want somebody signing it to get an
Yeah,
angry neighbor off
Still
their
don't know,
porch.
I mean, you would still have to, go back and do a little bit better of a title exam, just to make sure the people that signed it is actually the people that have a right to sign it.
I mean, the bottom line is, this is a big deal. If you're wanting to abandon a road, then you probably ought to get legal counsel involved from the get-go.
I don't mind the public hearing aspect of it, I mean,
Yeah, me neither.
that's posting some notices and having a special meeting,
I think that's due
it's the,
diligence on our part.
yeah, it's just the workload leading up to.
Correct, that's
If
been
the
put on the
gate,
county.
yes.
But we also need to remember, if the person specifically asks for the road to be abandoned and the board to go to public hearing, all this kicks in anyway. It's not like we're putting an additional burden.
Right.
But what we're saying is, before you even get to that point, if the people along the road don't agree with you, then it's a moot point.
It's a moot point, but if they still say, I wanna put the application in, and I want the board to hold a public hearing,
Then they've
we
gotta
still
do it.
have to go through the steps.
Yes, agreed.
So I don't wanna cause people undue cost, but I think whatever it takes to verify that they have the right property owners and the right people, I think that's their responsibility.
So what would
But they
you,
but at the same time, the undue cost, they purchased it or they acquired it not being abandoned.
Correct.
So, right, so
That was what my
it would be
comments are.
worth them, if they really want it abandoned to satisfy them, then they should have to put the money forth to
To
make
get
it
it all
all
checked
happen.
out.
So,
Yeah.
so it has
This is
to-
not to make it more difficult or more expensive on the citizens of Floyd County. But the point is, if you've got people that live on the same road or own property on this road you personally want to abandon and they don't, it's a moot
None of
point.
it matters.
And it's just, it shuts it down. I mean, it's the same thing with getting right of ways on state roads for
So
VDOT to do.
really, back to Jerry's point, to benefit the citizen and undue expense, it would be obviously best interest for them to have full support.
Exactly.
Before they go spend hundreds to thousands of dollars on.
Yeah, I'd recommend they get their petition signed by all property owners first. Then, you know, when they're in the front end. Then, once they have that, then they need to verify those property owners, rather than you have to research every one of them. They have to verify, however they verify it, that those people are the actual property owners.
okay,
And really, all they gotta do is go over and there's probably plats on record, just get copies of the plats.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's not like you have to do, I know what you're talking, I know the details that go into a title search. And if there's not a plat of record, then yes, they'll have to fall back to title searches.
It's a common courtesy thing. If I'm gonna abandon the road, I should go talk to my neighbors and say, look, you know, I'm thinking about doing this, you know, were y'all willing to sign? And we cut out a lot like that, you know.
so what if somebody says that they were considering requesting this road abandonment, I provide them with all the parcels that they need to contact the owner and maybe provide them with a draft letter that they could send to the owners to say, you know, I'm considering putting an application in for this.
Okay, I come back at you. Do you feel that's part of your job description?
Your
Or something
obligation.
you should be doing.
I mean, I'm not trying to play a devil's advocate. I
Right.
just wanna know from you. I mean, I love the fact that you wanna give this kind of information, but do you think that puts either A, undue burden on you, or B, is that part of what you feel your job description is?
Well, if I only gave them a list of tax parcels, that then they have to go and look up the owner, contact information and all that, I could say, okay, if you want to abandon this section of the road, these are the tax parcel owners that you have to contact.
Okay.
And then provide some kind of proof that you contacted them.
Yeah, I think a
with the
form.
application.
Yeah, and what you just said about a form.
And they could do their own letter.
Okay,
You know.
yeah, and you could, I mean, if you have something on file that you could make up into a package, a sample letter with the, you know, these are your parcels. I have no problem with that. I just don't, it's not like I'm not trying to make you do less work
Right.
if you feel that this is your work. But at the same time, you're doing so much work.
Right.
That these sorts of things, as we've seen, tend to just drain the time you have to do the other things that are part of your job description. So I think that's a good compromise.
Yeah, I mean, cause they're obviously coming to the county for help with the problem, so
Correct.
we need to offer something.
Exactly, and I think that's a good
Yeah, I think
compromise.
that's-
Because most people don't know, they don't have a clue.
Understood.
Don't have a clue, yeah.
And that's
Well-
what your job is, agreed.
And sometimes you're gonna run into where they changed the terminology to where they said abandoned maintenance versus discontinue maintenance, and I'm sure you've already ran into that a lot of times.
That's a discussion that
And I've
we do
had
need.
several
Yeah,
discussions,
right.
I've had several discussions with people, well, these people's running on this road and they tell me they still have a right and it was abandoned. I said, well, what was the terminology? I said, you looked it up, tell me what, well, it was abandoned maintenance, it was abandoned. I said, no, I said, what that meant was that the county, there's still a right of way there that the county nor the state maintains. And then that's why they changed the verbiage to discontinue maintenance.
I was confused on that myself
Yeah.
up until I got on the board.
Right.
Well, and then maybe if I might, one of the things that Carla could have in her packet then is a clear definition of those things.
Yeah, there you go.
So
Yeah.
when they go to look it up,
That if you run into
No.
this terminology, it means there's no more maintenance, the right of way's still in existence.
And I already have that.
You
I
already
had
got
to, I had to do that
that.
for
You
going
gave
to
it to me.
Millsaps.
You can't abandon a road to completely and turn it back over to property owners. It has to come through the jurisdiction.
We're the ones, that's one of
We're the ones.
So when VDOT says we abandon the road, that only is abandoned to maintenance.
Maintenance.
So VDOT cannot abandon the road.
Right, and that is the issue, is a lot of times they've gone to VDOT and said,
Yeah.
give me what you have on file, well, it says abandoned.
Correct.
Well, that's not correct, because
Right.
the county only abandoned it as to maintenance.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah, and it does get, yeah, and it does get confusing, and again, I come back at it from the point of view that I remember all those years ago when we bought our property, that there was easements, I mean, you have to do the work ahead of time. I know this isn't, you know, I mean, it doesn't make you feel any better once you bought it, but that's why it's so important to understand and read everything.
Well, and
before
going
you
to
buy.
VDOT, people need to realize, and I don't mean this bad, but going to VDOT does not mean you're gonna get a correct answer.
Right.
right,
I bought a piece of
Right.
property just outside of town, I started asking, all right, what's your VDOT right of way? I got 3 different answers before a young lady down in the Salem office finally found the paper and dug it out and gave me the accurate VDOT right of way. I got everything from 50 feet all the way up to 70 feet. And,
Right.
and I had to keep digging. That's what I'm saying, I don't want you to be digging for that kind of stuff, or I don't think you should be. It's great that you offers that sometimes, but I don't think you should be. That went back to me as a property owner to figure out before I purchased the property.
and that could be something that's in a cover sheet or whatever that I give to people about, this is what you need to do, is a statement in there that, VDOT records do not always reflect the correct information. You have to research the county records.
Well, it's correct according to their terminology, just not to what's actually out here.
Well, no, not really, because the resolution says abandon as to maintenance. Then the VDOT forms that are with it say abandoned.
Right.
And then they do a little drawing, and then they put road to be abandoned. So their
So it
records aren't
implies-
correct at all in some cases, but once they've discontinued a road or abandoned as to maintenance, they have no,
Nothing to do with it.
mm,
Let me ask you one question. early on, we had talked about adjusting your fees for doing this. Did we ever do that?
We did not, well, I think it, last year or year before last, we did raise up, well, we moved when the fee is due, cause it used to be just when it went to public hearing, but now it's when they
That's right.
apply. And then you did talk about having another fee if you decide to go to public hearing, on top of, they already have to pay for the public hearing notices and the certified mail, and so they have to reimburse for that.
We was looking at the amount of time that you put in, that you're not being, the fees weren't covered, that's what I'm trying to say.
Right, that $200 fee up front, with this last one, I would say I spent probably 3 weeks working on that.
Yeah, see, the $200 ain't gonna cover that. That's what I was getting at, that we had talked about adjusting that fee.
But however, Joe, I think doing all this stuff at the front end helps to kind of.
Well, as
What
much
I'm
as,
saying is, we need to put enough up front
Right.
to cover
If
Carl's
we
time.
might interrupt you all, so looking at your items under new business, kind of already have inspection
Yeah,
stuff
right.
coming up, but also there's the one for
Solid waste.
subdivision, yeah, that upcoming kind of emergency-ish change to the subdivision ordinance. Because that also includes
Right.
plats and all that. Kim was smart enough to include the fee thing in what she put in the ad.
Oh, okay.
So you already have the opportunity to do that following your public hearing on the 24th.
we need to talk to Steve and see if there's, and I know I've had this conversation on that subject, but I know that at some point in time, there was a way you could word this stuff to where fees could change without
Yep.
without going to public hearing. I
So-
know at one time there was,
It
and
was during the budget process,
Yeah.
right, Heather?
Yeah, so
So-
the way your ordinance is written is that either you have to do it in this process or you have to do it as a part of the budget process.
okay, so we
And
need
just
to,
make the changes inside your budget.
we need to make
Mhm.
notes that when we get into the budget, we need to look at fees.
We should do that every year.
Yeah, because
Every year.
Because-
we way behind on our fees and, you know,
And
Yeah.
if we have something, the only thing we wanna change is the fee, we're gonna spend a lot of that increase just advertising and then getting people
Right.
stirred up.
Right.
If we're not changing anything substance in the ordinance, then we do it during the budget and it's out there that, hey, you may have to add a line or two at the bottom of the advertisement that as part of this budget, we're increasing these fees.
Now, it was my understanding that those fees for the public hearing were related to plat review. And this does not fall under that. This does not fall under plats.
this is on a different,
Yep, this is on a, yeah,
But we can figure, that's what we pay Steve for, let him figure it out.
right.
Well, and if I might, you already have for your consideration about, as I was starting to say, under 11A for building inspection department, so you could just add an additional department to that. And include some other things, because we haven't moved forward on it yet, we're asking for authorization, so.
So we could add that to that and we'll have to do 2 separate hearings, but
And it won't, yeah.
they could be back to back on the same night.
Because that's what you did when you raised the plat review fees. You did it at the
Oh,
same
this one's
time as the
already
building
scheduled?
fees.
Go ahead. Sorry, we're all three.
One spot. If I'm understanding it correctly, the subdivision, which we were just referencing about the fees and things of that nature, is already scheduled for the 24th.
Right. But the building inspection hadn't been
Has
scheduled.
not been scheduled.
Well, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about adding this at the same night as the building inspection,
So
not
just
this.
expanding the language to this one to include Carlos.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
No.
I thought it's same as the subdivision,
No,
my
no,
apologies.
no, the same night we're doing, whenever we do the inspection,
Mhm.
we could go ahead and do the fees for the road abandonment.
Does
Back
it
to
fall
back.
under building inspection?
So it,
Well, no, we would advertise them, but there'd be two separate hearings on the same.
No, I understand what you're saying,
She's
I'm
saying,
just
does
talking
it
if
fall
the
under?
fees fall under that department,
No,
not at all?
I don't think, I think it's two separate things.
Yeah, 'cause it's
I'm not sure, cause the last I knew, the plat fees just went into the general
Steve
fund.
questions.
Well, that's what what she could repeat that, so
The
everybody.
last that I was aware, the plat review fees just go into the general fund.
Yeah.
There's no line for plat review, that we take in or expend
Yeah, there's a revenue line, but not an expenditure line.
for, specifically for plats.
There's a revenue line.
Okay, cause I know it goes in with the building fees through Munis. Or whatever
Oh,
the system
okay,
is that gave
Munis. I'm not up to speed, I'm
the,
sorry.
through Gabby's, she doesn't use Munis.
Yeah.
But it goes into the same thing,
Well, we
as the
could, we could
building.
authorize either way and let y'all sort it out with
That would
Steve,
be great.
like you said.
Yeah.
And then we just gotta decide how much do we increase the fees.
So I have a question, related to fees, is that fee could be because of the planning commission change that's coming and how we might want to, look at fees going forward, since it would change. If after, this is a question, after the land division ordinance is passed, if you all want to consider fees, new fees then,
Right.
does it have to, can it be done at the same time? No, it has to be done during the budget session?
Well, see, they've
Well-
already advertised that, right? The subdivision,
Not the fees?
The subdivision
For the-
one
not
is
the
what.
new ordinance, but the change, that emergency change.
Yeah.
That doesn't.
It's for the emergency
that's what you
change.
read.
Yes,
So-
That already
it
does.
hasn't went out.
You were not here that day, but yes.
Right.
So we could, whenever we set our hearing on the complete new land division, we could do fees at that time too, as part of
It's
that.
just part of the ordinance.
You could do it, you can update current because the thought was that in the event the land division ordinance is not completed by July first, where this subdivision needs to be updated or amended, that Steve did. Could also amend the fees at that time, which would carry us through, the change would carry us through into the land division, and then when the land division comes, you can revisit it. Is that clear as mud?
Yes.
You could do it twice.
Right.
You could do it on the 24th because of July 1st changes.
Would you have a suggestion on the fees associated with this?
For this,
And if you don't, that's fine, I'm just asking your opinion.
I don't, I would have to, I mean, I could ask other localities what they
Yeah,
charge.
that's a good idea.
I think I've asked some before and they told me that they don't abandon roads, at all.
Yeah.
It's a good policy.
Never heard
Yeah, we could make this real simple.
It's-
I think that this policy
Unless
needs to
somebody
be,
requests it, then
No,
we need
no, your policy is no abandonments.
it.
I mean, I don't know how some other
Right.
counties get by with it.
Well, I don't know.
I never heard of it.
I mean, it's up to the county really, whether you want to abandon it or not, but I think this policy needs to be set and clear prior to the discussion that I need to have with you all about roads in the county. Cause there could potentially be an uptick in request.
How many do you see normally a year?
Abandonment for a request. I've been doing this for 3 years and we've had 3.
Okay, one a year, average.
I think there was 2 last year, but yeah,
And if we
One
look
to three.
historically,
historically, I'm not sure because Terry handled it.
You know, up until the last couple of years, I don't remember us doing
I-
any.
I will say, looking at the historic records that I've gotten, seen both from Carla and from Jesse Miller, that the vast majority of abandonments or abandoned to maintenance go back to several decades.
Yeah, like the fifties and
The
sixties.
40s, 50s.
40s, 50s, and 60s.
Sixties, yeah.
And so that's why we sometimes struggle with that, because we're trying to find pieces of paper.
And they,
from
when they
decades
come,
ago.
they kinda come in spurts.
Yes.
You know, you might have 2 or 3 back to back, and then you'll go years and never hear a word about it.
So in general, the county tends to honor citizens and their right to petition us for things. That is who we are.
Yeah.
That is why this exists. But if you're saying what you're saying, then I think this is in no way to make it more difficult, as I've stated already, but it does put the responsibility of the person asking for the potential for a road abandonment to do the work with their neighbors to find out if it's even possible. And then once they come here with the signed and everything and it's all ready and they demand or ask for a public hearing, that doesn't mean we're gonna do it.
Right.
So just to make that clear,
We're 1 for 2.
we're 1 for 2.
So, I do have a question about the public notice as far as the certified mail. Right now, the policy says that it will be sent to those who own land adjacent to the road requested to be abandoned. But that is not in practice what you all have wanted. When I started handling them, I handled the one at Bent Mountain, down in Copper Hill, Old Bent Mountain Road. And there was only 2 properties that it went through, but you wanted me to notify a larger area. And then when Holland Road came along and I notified a larger area, there was a question, and I believe she even stated it in her comments at the board meeting, that she had to pay way more than she was expecting because our policy says those adjacent to the roadway, and we sent it into a larger area.
That's to prevent what
For
Jerry
these,
has
that's
been saying.
Well, but-
catch those easements.
But see,
Right.
that's,
Landlocking.
that's the thing. You could have a road right here and have 2 property owners with a narrow strip of road and the
Right.
next people, and those people could have a right of way through that property to that road.
And that's how you're gonna catch that.
And so
Help
we
catch
need to change that terminology to something like potentially affected property owners or something. Steve's got better words than I do, but just.
Right. I agree that we need
That
to
is
change
potentially
the
effective
wording.
is as good a wording as you're gonna, seriously, I
but-
mean, that's what it,
And then you know, you would look at when you're doing the map for them or getting the properties, then you could give them anybody in the associated area that you think may be at the point that they're doing the certified letters are being done.
I would suggest that, I was thinking of giving that information to them as well to
Yeah.
begin with, of the property owners they need to
I mean,
contact.
right, and sometimes, I mean, Levi and I come across, I mean, sometimes we get a little bit of flack for being in the profession that we're in, but I know for a fact there are so many deeded easements to people's properties that you have no idea that exist, and you know, sometimes it's on a farm road that doesn't affect anybody, it's not an abandonment issue, but it's still an encumbrance on a piece of
And it
land.
may not be recorded.
Right.
Well, either way you go, these things get messy. I'm currently dealing one with in Montgomery County right now. It's a discontinued road, not abandoned, but it's discontinued, that's clear. But the title insurance is not going to convey title insurance to the new buyer because even though it's a discontinued road, we can drive up there as much as we want to. 20, 30 years ago, there was never, and our opinion would disagree with this because we say it's a discontinued road, you should have access. But the title company's opinion is that 4 different landowners should have signed a deed of easement along where the state, in-state maintenance sign is.
Yeah.
Even though it's discontinued, that 4 property owners should have signed a deed of easement, so. You know, either way you go, some of this stuff still gets messy on a different aspect of things when somebody tries to sell something.
Correct. And that's the thing, title companies, I mean, if you want title insurance, which in this day and age,
Well, if you get a loan, you gotta have it.
gotta have it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I know for a fact that having like title searches done don't always catch issues.
Right.
And sometimes it's title company specific.
right,
I feel confident that if a different company was used on my situation, they would have had no problem with it.
right,
So it's all case by case.
yes, it is. I guess we can belabor this point for a while.
So you're gonna check and see what other the ones that are charging, what they charge,
You are doing
and
it.
compare it to what we're charging, is that? I'm
Yeah.
not trying to jump in front of you, I'm just trying to get in my head where we're at.
And not have to do the whole process for the people.
Right, and her not, and our, whoever's in her position is not doing the process for the people.
Okay.
But it would be wise of the applicant to know that they've got full support of the majority or the everyone before they sink the money into doing their own
Yeah.
research.
Yeah, I'd get that up front, try to, you know, who they need to talk to and they need to get. And then if they decide to go through the process and they don't have the full 100%, that's on them.
Right.
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 They've made that decision.
Yeah, we just don't want them to say, well, y'all never told me that we need everybody, or I spent $2,500.
Well, I know that the one that we're waiting on, there is one property that would be landlocked but they have his signature.
They've got his signature and they're supposed to have an agreement for a right of way,
Right,
if
and
it's the one I'm thinking about.
when people tell me that they have already had an agreement drawn up, I usually advise them, or they ask me if they should go to an attorney, I usually advise them to not spend that money until deciding if you all are gonna go to public hearing on it.
Right.
Unless they just, I mean, cause they don't need an easement otherwise.
Right,
Right.
and that's okay. But if all the property owners involved, they've agreed and they have the right of ways worked out, it was just like this one up, little road up by Tom Higgins when they were having all that back up in there. They worked all that out, it got taken care of. Everybody had their signed right of ways and everything and it was agreed to. You know, and all the potentially affected owners had, you know, had their opportunity.
So what else you need from us?
Did we confuse you enough for one day?
I think that gives me enough to
Did we
work
accomplish
on.
anything?
That gives me enough to work on, to
Okay.
come back, to you all at another month meeting. So yeah. I'll do that.
Alright,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks, Carla.
Can we go ahead and talk about the land division ordinance dates?
Schedules?
Yeah,
That's,
Floyd, hold on. Yeah, let me get Ladina up here, because I don't have her schedule.
There's no use to running y'all back and forth.
Yes, I would suggest maybe starting in July, given the number of meetings you have between now and the end of the month.
There's not many days left between now and the end of the month.
Right.
Every time you turn around, it's a new month.
Right?
Yeah, where did 5 go? Uh-oh, no, you're in the right month. Oh, we're going to July.
Going to July.
Let me run and get her.
Alright, get Ladina.
She must have heard you.
Yes, she is.
She watches.
Oh, that's
She takes the heat.
22nd.
July.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, out there.
July.
Week of the 7th looks good, maybe after the meeting, and maybe we should knock it out like 1, 2, 3 days if we have to. Where is that?
So, if I might, ma'am, so you're suggesting to, as a proposal, maybe plan on July 8th after your meeting and then
After
hold
lunch.
after,
Since I'm already here.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah, and then
Ready to do
maybe,
it, but we're already
Yeah.
here.
Would that work for y'all?
Yeah, that's why
I
I'm
might be
saying
in the
it.
hayfield somewhere.
July 8th.
There you go.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then, so we'll have BOS. Then we'll have, land division. I apologize, I called it subdivision, while ago. It's just all that.
Never know.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
You know what, 12, let's put 12 to 4 and then however it flows.
If it's,
Thank you.
And then do we keep open the next day and the next day? Are you cutting hay again in July? Is that when the
Lord, I'll
July
be
cut?
cutting hay till September.
Yeah.
so I'm not sure you all
What
hope,
if we see what's going on, see how far we get that day?
I think it'd be
Alright,
best.
I'm gonna leave open I'm gonna try to leave open the 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Don't we have home consumption?
Yeah, I'm out the night.
Nine.
And then we have CDBG housing stuff on the 10th in the afternoon.
Well,
maybe it's a lunch and dinner day.
Maybe do.
no, I got PSA that night.
Do morning.
Maybe do
And
one
on the-
more that week,
On the
because
10th,
if you have a
I
bunch
got-
of changes that one day,
Mhm.
and then hopefully you
10th,
can get
I'm
those
out.
changes fixed,
Well,
and then review it another
I
time.
think if we do it on the 8th, then we can figure out.
If we need to, after that, figure out what we need to do,
After the 8th.
yeah. Before we adjourn.
Alright, I just know I'm out of pocket for the end of the month.
You wanna put an early few hour early session on 22nd? Before the 19th, or just leave it off the table right now?
It's up to y'all, if y'all wanna come in, or, yeah, y'all wanna stay later a bit and we come in early. We
On the
come in at
22nd?
7, so what, come in about 5:30,
5:30.
they give us an hour and a half.
Okay.
In July 22nd?
5:30?
Are you okay with that?
Okay, so you're proposing
If
just
it's
to,
needed, yeah.
just to make sure, July 8th, after your regularly scheduled meeting, and we're gonna go ahead and say 12 to 4, tentatively 12 to 4. And then a follow-up July 22nd before your evening meeting, and plan on 5:30 for an hour and a half. And hopefully you would share, you would get to whatever things you want the staff to work on at that first meeting, and then you can be reviewing hopefully a final draft on the 22nd.
Works for me.
Thank you.
Okay.
That works for y'all.
Works for me.
Oops. Did you want another date?
I just wanted to sound like I banged the gavel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Alright.
We've been out, may need it again, man. So, transfer station
Yeah,
grading bid,
yes.
you just need permission to put it out the.
Yeah, I just wanted everybody to see it, you had kind of said that he could go ahead, but it wasn't real specific, and so wanted to make sure you all saw it and were good with it before we went forward.
What was we paying that from? When it takes place?
I don't think he got that far. That's part of why we had to talk today. So an excellent call, sir. I mean, it may have been contingency,
I believe it was.
yeah. I believe it was.
How much do we have in there?
Which budget?
What?
I mean, like this year, next year?
Well,
Next year's budget.
the bids aren't gonna come in before the end of this budget year, right? So how much do we have in, how much do we have in contingency right now that we know of? Give or take.
It's about 3 to 400.
Alright, so if that doesn't get knocked out between now and the end of the month, then we can carry that over into the next contingency. If we add that, so let's say 300 to what we have in the new budget, what do we have?
I'm gonna get you the final.
I don't want.
Because it moved a couple
Right.
times, so I'm sorry. It is. $538,682.
So roughly 800,000 ballpark is what would be in it after July 1.
We could probably cover it out of this and out of the cover over, carryover.
Carryover.
Well, that's what I was thinking,
Right, yeah.
so, but if we carry that over to make sure we cover it,
Yeah, that's what I
that
mean.
gives us a total of 800.
What does Mark think? What does Mark think, excuse me, what is Mark thinking that this is gonna come back as? Does he have any ballpark?
Just over 10,000.
Just over 10,000?
Well, no, sorry,
Oh, to
that
make-
it is
to make it go to
definitely,
bid, yeah.
yes, to make it go to bid, so definitely over 10,000.
Well,
Beyond
yeah, I
that,
know, but does he have any idea? Has he shared?
really didn't, because
Okay.
this is very different than most things that we have
Okay,
experienced.
yeah, just thought I'd ask if he had a kind of a, you know.
That's where the steel house goes, they got a lot of cutting and digging there.
Yeah.
And then they'll move out.
And then
Paving, their extended
all
driveway.
they have to do is just hit some of that underground rock up there.
This
Then
wasn't,
they're gonna be doing
this wasn't like a
roofing
DEQ
slab.
recommendation, was this DEQ recommendation? It's just something that we thought needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
It make it more,
It will benefit, the way things will be laid
it'll
out,
make
it'll
it
be.
easier to get them trucks in and out, and we can weigh them and have a parking area for the extra trucks.
And less
and
likely
stuff.
for somebody to come in way coming in, unload their truck and then go out the back way and not
Right,
pay.
yeah.
Yep. So did you just need heads nodded, or do you need?
Action.
So if I might, one other possibility, which was not we were just conferring to confirm, in the previous discussion was, as you know, the sheriff's office continues to hunt for a place to park seized vehicles until court is done. So one of the things we were gonna see if you wanted, and I had checked with Chad, and they, obviously it's up to y'all, but they didn't have a concern, if you wanted this to be expanded to include the possibility of a pad and
Impound lot.
a lot out there or not. So we just wanted to see if you wanna do that or not. I see no's.
I don't like that.
Okay, then we'll leave it as is, but I wanna make sure you all decide.
Well, we'd had issues
But-
before.
But
Oh,
if we provide an
How
impound,
much better is the security out here in the parking lot?
well, that, again, they have a
But then
lot of
it's not-
options
it's
at
not
their
our
disposal. But
responsibility.
if we provide, it's like this, if we provide a place for those vehicles, then we have to secure it.
And we're responsible.
Because our facility's wide open to the public the whole time. And our guys can't be policing, did somebody go down there and mess
Just
with
have them,
them?
I mean, I just, as limited as courthouse parking space is, and now with this bank and more limited parking here, and
They
this
don't
is a
use it
county
here.
office.
They
Well,
use it
they have-
behind Oxford,
Oh, that's
our
what they're
road
using it
builder,
at?
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
behind
they-
the extension in the Carilion.
Right.
They
Right,
put a lot,
Because we was looking at that behind the Korean building,
right,
making the impound lot there.
there.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know what the deal is now, but they used to use the Dodge and Plymouth place that has a fenced
Whose
in.
property is that where they're currently using?
Ours,
So
it's
why
county
is it-
property.
Why would we be held to responsibility up there but not here?
Because this isn't accessible. It's secured,
It's
right?
to the public and see they'll be chain link and I'll put
This
it
is
up.
up here.
Well, maybe Oxford Street, so if I might, so they did go look at that because it had been floated, and I think the concern became, cause Chad had suggested it, so it might be too small for their purposes up there.
Up here.
So
Is
up at Oxford
Is Brian
Street.
in the discussions too?
This has been mostly Chad's project. And so I include, yeah. Chad's the one that answers when I send questions, put it that way.
Is the Willis site, the convenience, is that an option?
Well, I just
The
remember.
new convenience center that we're
It's-
gonna have?
It's not on the plan that they approved.
Where it was.
You know, the thing about it, Joe, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, because this even is before Jerry was on the board, we ran into some issues, Levi, with cars being left there forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and
Up here,
things
they took them up
at the
there.
transfer station, and
I
it
had one
became,
where a tree actually rode up through.
seriously, I mean,
That's how
it's
I
like,
sat there
it's like if you don't,
through Ocas.
you know, I mean, I think it's incumbent that it not get to that point again, and I don't know how you stop it from getting to that point again. And I think when it's out of sight, out of mind, that's what happens. And I think it's, you know, I mean, have you gotten on average numbers? Like on average, how many impound vehicles per
Yeah,
year?
I mean, if it's,
do we get?
if it's seized and we take possession of it, we should be selling it or using it.
Exactly.
You know?
I mean, why do we let the tires dry rot? Why do we let I know it's the Commonwealth's attorney sometimes, is that correct, Chairman?
It's a process, I know, but
I agree.
It's
okay.
I just didn't,
Yeah,
I didn't know if
things
there's
happen.
a secure, if it currently is a secure lot that they put them in.
You know, there was a
No.
lot over in Innovation Center. And I thought about checking to see how much, it's an acre and a half. You know, if he'd sell us like a half acre to, you know, make the impound, but it would have been too expensive and.
I mean, I know that it's, just going back to my law enforcement days, I mean, what happens in the event, I guess I'd prefer to hear the sheriff's opinion on it, but what happens in the event that you take in a vehicle, you seize a vehicle for evidentiary purposes, and you need to hold it in a secure environment? Just like back years ago when we had that dead body and that one out on Sandy Flats.
And I got
I mean,
that.
where do you take it right now? I don't know.
Right.
But it seems like maybe it needs to be a capital expense in the next budget that we need
If I
to.
remember right, we was able to get a garage.
Just hold it in there.
Hold it in there till we.
And that's another thing, again, they used to use the old Dodge Plymouth place behind it, and it was kept locked.
I don't know if they still got that lot back there, but we used that quite a bit, you know, for.
But I mean, that still ain't good for chain of custody.
Right.
If you're using a private dealership or a private garage
Yeah.
to maintain.
Well, I think it was done under contract, and I let the attorneys handle that one, but I think as long as it's a contractual thing, it would still, but they have to be able, but again, you're right, they have to prove nobody got in there.
That's what I'm saying.
And see, they haven't had that in anything they've been doing for quite some time, from what I can tell. Because 3 or 4 cattle gates wrapped around the vehicle does not keep it secure.
That's what I was sitting here thinking, hey.
I'm
know
sorry, I shouldn't have
places-
said that, but it's
That's
true.
what they got,
Yeah.
4 cattle panels, and then when they seize the vehicle, it's sitting in there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, man, I think it's,
I mean, if it's something that's a repetitious thing they need, then yes, there needs to, I agree with you, need to look at it in the form of a capital.
yeah. That's probably a different discussion for a different day, but
Another thing I'm looking at is like Carroll County, when they seized that, and then that guy tried to outrun him and didn't know where he's at, and he
Showed
ended
up at
up
the
in.
courthouse?
Yeah, he got him in the courthouse parking lot, but Anyway, that was what, a $300,000 car or something like that.
Yeah.
$100 car. And, you know, where you gonna store something like that around here?
Yeah,
Of
seriously.
course, as it turned out, you know, there's a long story behind that, that was signed over to the county, so, you know, but, anyway, where would we store a vehicle like that, because if you have to return it, and it's damaged,
Then you're responsible.
yeah.
That's another part of the reason we don't, not at landfill.
So. But I mean, I think, it's definitely a different discussion for another time, but I still think that we ought to have a discussion with the sheriff about
That issue specifically
that issue. I mean,
with him.
I got,
Agreed.
something needs to be developed on county property that's controlled by the sheriff's office.
And them only.
I got Chad to just pencil me out a drawing of what he would like to have. And I usually carry my case, I was gonna show it. The other day when I was cleaning out my briefcase, I laid it off the side, I didn't put it back.
Thank
But
you.
I could show you about what they
I
want.
have one if you need.
Yeah,
it.
mine's,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, okay, I don't need
I
the whole
was
thing, I
looking
got the block,
If
but
you
that's
had
okay.
a place big enough
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
cars,
I got you.
but then if you had other stuff that you'd see,
Yeah.
maybe they'd have room to build a building, store that stuff, be out the evidence room, or it won't fit in the evidence room.
Right.
They would have a secured place, put it up there.
Yeah.
Well, can we agree to go ahead and authorize this bid and then have a discussion with the sheriff about that and do that in a
That'd be
separate?
fine.
If you're ready, I'd make that motion, that
Okay.
we authorize it to go to bid.
I'll second.
Okay,
Motion second.
all right, on the motion to approve the staff to move forward with the transfer station grading bid as presented, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, we will do it as presented. Thank you.
Another thing, just as a side note, every time we talk about doing it up there, DEQ says, no, you can't put it there because you're on busted membrane, you know. So I don't know how far this grading is gonna go out.
Yeah.
To that direction. You know,
Do we still carry a permit on that other section?
Yep.
So it would affect that, could affect that too, and I don't
Yeah.
know that I'm interested in affecting that. I know
Yeah.
we never intend to use it, but something could happen.
I
Yeah.
like
You
Levi's
carry two permits.
idea, but I know the hoopla we got from DEQ last time we thought about doing that. Cause we're gonna put a firing range up there one
I
time.
was gonna ask you why they never
But-
explored that.
Yeah, it
But
was
there
just all,
there is a piece of property up there that's owned by a governmental agency, not this one, that a road could be put into and it could be secured for a lot like this,
I'm not aware of that one, that's a new one on me.
the old dump.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Montgomery
Yeah, but that's
County's-
what we was talking about.
Montgomery
with
County's been
DEQ.
here.
No, not ours, it's a town's, that's still in the town's
Oh,
name.
it's the towns?
Oh, okay.
Has nothing to do with our permits or nothing.
Oh, okay.
We could approach them to see if they would be, if we put the fence over and gravelled it and fixed the road into it, would they be amendable to renting it to the sheriff's office or,
Probably wouldn't be a very long road either.
no, you come in at an angle.
It'd be something to investigate anyway.
No,
No harm in asking, the only thing I can say is no.
but I mean, though, if that works for the, you know,
We-
because
we
you're
could-
looking
we
for a
could
place
talk-
you can put a fence up around, secure it.
We could talk to them, and if they were agreeable to it, then we'd get Brian,
To
you
work
know,
with them.
come look at it and see if that would work.
Because it's just sitting there. It's not being
That's what I was
used,
thinking.
it's not being used for anything.
Yeah.
At one point in time, they were gonna give it to the rec authority, but the rec authority never accepted it, so it's still in their name.
But
Well,
I think sounds like a
Good,
Idea.
good place to go.
Yeah.
Well, it just popped in my head, and even if access to it has to come through, off of the, dog pound, animal control, excuse me, dog pound, one of those roads, even if the access to it had to come off that's even better.
So that was that splash I heard a while ago. That was that fault line.
But I mean, that's one idea, and it's here close to them or the Commonwealth Attorney could access it anytime they needed to.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
Well, every day chain of evidence and
That's
all
important.
this stuff is getting more and more up front, you know.
And, you know, if the town wanted to sell it or donate it, that'd be even better.
Donate's better.
Well, I know, that's why I said better after donate.
There you go.
We like donations.
Yeah.
All righty, are we ready to move down to new business?
Yes,
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
So if I might, 11A is course authorization for staff to advertise for public hearing for changes to the building inspection department fee schedule.
Yep.
The one item that we know for sure we were gonna bring forward as staff for you to consider is to put a small fee on the addressing effort. Now that we've kind of gotten through the folks that had made a lot of effort to come to a lot of your meetings, and I know you all wanted to recognize that while they hadn't given you all funds, obviously that would be inappropriate, but that they had made a real effort. So all of those, I believe, have been addressed. And so the thought was maybe starting July 1 or another date that we would start charging for that. So that's what is potentially here. But we've also asked Mark to see if there's anything else that he would like to revisit in his fees. Initially, he didn't have much of anything, but he did say he would look again, and so we would
Okay.
get that to you. But that was the one in particular we were thinking of when we put this here.
Do we charge people who are subdividing, or dividing property and creating a new address, or is that part of
That's what we would now be doing.
for everybody?
For everybody.
Across the board.
Yeah.
If I come with 30 acre part of my farm, I want address, I'll pay the same fee as each individual lot will in the subdivision.
You don't know what the fee would be though.
So what Mark and I had talked about is if someone is just looking for an address and no one to come out, that we would just probably set that or suggest you all set that at $25. And then if you wanted someone to come out, which of the ones we've done so far, we've had one. And that's been
Okay.
someone that wanted someone to come out so they could be very specific about where their home was on our larger property.
Okay.
But in any case, he had suggested $50 because that's when he comes out to do a building permit,
That's
That's
what
what it
that's the
costs.
fee, so
Right.
it seemed a real comparable kind of thing.
Okay.
So that's what we were thinking, trying to have something in there so folks that aren't doing this aren't picking up all of the costs, but also recognizing that you don't wanna make it prohibitive.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so because it is a fee
25 and
change,
50,
mhm,
that's reasonable.
so we will have to do the public hearing thing, which is what you're really authorizing.
Correct.
But
Ready for a motion?
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion that we authorize staff to advertise for a public hearing for changes to the building inspection department fee schedule.
And if he comes up with, I'm sorry, wait till the discussion second. And if he comes up with others that may need to be, he feels raised, that'll still cover them
Yeah.
as well. Okay, sorry.
and we'll be certain to share
This
this
is
with
the
you
one
as
we're
soon
gonna
as we
add
get
that
it.
other public comment to too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we need to add that into our motion?
I think they're separate.
When we get to that one.
Yeah, they're two separate
Well, no.
motions.
What I'm sorry, I missed
The
the
plan,
A and B.
The
Yes.
planning one's gonna be done when we do the, land use one, right?
Yes, so that's,
Yeah,
yeah, so
okay.
even
I
though
know
there's
something,
only
yeah.
2 on here, you
Okay.
have 3 total coming. The third one
Right.
you've already approved.
Right.
Yes.
Alright, so we got a motion, a second, and any other discussion on it?
When would this public hearing be?
Soon as we can.
Okay.
This,
What do you
Or a
think?
date you tell us.
no, you have, well,
It's a no.
I mean, you
No, I
can't
mean, you have
by
time.
code.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Like your space, no.
No, I mean, yeah, I got it, but
So if advertisement goes out Saturday, then Sunday, it cannot be, it would have to be like almost the last week of, I'm sorry,
First week of, the first meeting in July, the day one if they want.
possibly yes.
So that, cause that's a month.
Today's the 10th, and by the 13th. Then we do it on the 20th, yes, then it would be, cause I have to have 1 week apart per 1 week consecutive. And then, yeah, so the first week of July actually would work. So it could be if you'd
First week
like
of July.
Linda just mentioned, the 8th, which would be the first meeting.
first day meeting, yeah, okay,
8, okay.
So we can have them both same day.
yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Alright,
Alright, so are we ready to go ahead and call the roll?
Yeah. go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So on the motion to authorize the staff to advertise for a public hearing for changes to the building inspection department fee schedule, and to advertise for that public hearing on July 8th as requested. Ms. Cookenbook?
yes,
Mr. Bechtel? Excuse me, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
I'm getting tired. Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Cox
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
As he-
Yes.
Thank you.
She's getting weak and it's affecting her, we need to eat.
12:30 it'll be ready.
8 more minutes, okay. Then if we might, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify things, the next one is that authorization for staff to advertise for a public hearing for a change to the solid waste fee schedule. This goes to the issue that, or the question that Mr. Cox had raised. You all had discussed this back in February.
Yeah.
And so, but we never really did the public hearing, so this would be the public hearing for those changes particularly related to solid waste disposal fees.
Right.
The one that Mark was hoping you all would consider that would be different than what he presented at that time was for larger numbers or larger size tires to be by weight. So his, our thinking was if you brought in 4 passenger vehicle, regular F-150 type tires, then that's obviously for personal use.
Right.
Or potentially for personal use, so to err on the side of caution, it remains at the price you're proposing, which I believe is $3, from $1. But if it gets to be a larger number of tires than that, or is the large tires, that it be done by weight. So we would just have them go through twice. And the,
Yeah, I was gonna ask you how you was gonna work out, cause if I've got four tires off my little Chevy Sprint, and then I got 4 tractor tires, so I might have to go through
Chevy
way. I had a Chevrolet Sprint one time. Anyway.
Mileage.
And,
prison
they
rather.
did 44 miles to a gallon up and down the Woolwine Mountain.
16 tires off of the road truck.
Or whatever, so you're going to have to go through, you weigh, go through, unload the whatever, then drive back around and unload and weigh again. Okay.
and, yes,
I would just say that I know like if I go and get my tires changed, right now, since it's $1, if it's a Floyd County business, they'll charge like $1 tire tax.
Yep.
I know that's what they're gonna have to pay. And it's just passenger tire.
Mhm.
But if those businesses, even though it's a passenger tire, but it's a greater quantity,
Mhm.
they then take them up there in like mass quantity
Mhm.
and get charged by the weight,
Mhm.
that's gonna conflict with the tire tax that they charge the consumer when they get their tires.
We're gonna pass it on.
Well, what I'm saying, but if it's like, if it's $3
Mhm.
to, if they know they're gonna pay $3 up here, they charge the consumer $3.
Mhm.
But if it's gonna be charged by weight,
They're not
then
gonna
that
know.
could be a
They'll
different number.
They'll know, cause the fee will be broken out, for X amount of pounds, it's this much, so they'll know, they know how much their tires weigh.
There are several other counties, which is
I'm
where
saying
this
what I'm
idea
saying,
came
but I'm
from.
saying,
There are several other counties that do it by weight for, again, more commercial enterprises. And so it becomes prohibitive sometimes if people don't necessarily take the wheel out, and then that means the staff has to spend time doing that. You're also kind of assuming an honor system, because right now, people just go back and dump them and then say, oh, I brought X
10
number of
tires.
tires. And so this kind of makes sure everyone's treated the same.
so what, I guess the big question is, what determines quantity versus taking a few over there? Like if I take 10 and Joe takes 20,
Mm-hmm.
do I get charged by the tire, or does he get charged by the quantity?
I think it's the size of the tire, isn't it?
No,
So-
no, the statement was it's quantity and then size of tire.
Yeah, so
That's why I said that about the quantity.
Yeah.
yeah, so I guess maybe we were thinking about it in kind of like, if you think about passenger vehicle
Correct.
tires, that's category 1.
Right,
Then if it's
but
an
but
amount that's say 4,
so if,
Mo,
the ones that we currently charge $1 for.
yeah,
Right.
but I'm saying, but I don't know this for a fact, cause I never take tires up there because I take my place to a
Yeah.
place
Correct.
and they change the tires. So I would guess most of the tires come from businesses that are taking large quantities of tires up there. I mean, there maybe everybody's just taking 2 tires at a time, I don't know. But I would think that
There's an interesting industry going on.
These is the ones we're trying to keep out of green boxes at people's.
Yeah.
That's the next thing.
yeah, so I mean, but
Yeah.
if
You
you
get
take
two.
4 tires, is it $3 a tire, or if you take 15 tires, it's charged by weight?
That's kind of the idea, and so you would know the weight of, so if you go to one of the auto places like you're suggesting, then they would know the weight of the tire, so that's how they would be able to charge you.
Yeah, but
And
I'm
you guys
saying,
set the,
what is the cutoff limit?
well,
What
the
takes
Like when the
suggestion,
truck
one to
rolls
the
in, which way do you go, by the tire or by the weight?
if it's like a big truck full,
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if I bring 10, do I get charged by the tire, and if Joe brings 20, does
I think
he
he's-
qualify
what
for
he's
the
saying
tax?
What's the change?
Yeah, like you said, two of us shows up the same time.
one has
You
10,
don't-
one has 20.
Per tire for 10, but then I got 12.
so our
Is in the-
suggestion was that the break be 4. Cause 4 is pretty much, if you're doing this as an individual, you are probably not, you're changing out the tires on your vehicle. You are probably only doing 4 at a time, so that's to kind of assume if these are individuals that are doing their own, or you go and get it done, but you say, no, just go ahead and throw the tires in the back
How will
and
we
I'll take
keep
them.
track of that? Are you allowed to
But
drop
if
off?
Levi has to change all the tires
anymore.
in his driveway on
Yeah.
all those
Keep
cars
track,
and he's
come in,
doing it himself,
The only way it'll.
I'll have
And
more
he's-
than 4 tires.
you're gonna have more than, if we did the same thing, I'd have 4, 8, 12 tires just in my own, if we changed our own tires
Uh-huh.
on our vehicles. And a lot of times, they kind of are running,
We just bring 4 at a time when you come, space your trips out. Or you can do what most people, I'm sorry, I'm gonna throw a kink in this.
Yeah.
Okay,
I know I am. Or
okay,
you can do
here
what
comes the
most
kink.
most people are gonna do is you're gonna start finding more tires in green boxes.
That's what I'm trying to
Avoid.
get here.
I'm sorry, I understand what he's trying to
Well,
do, I understand what you're
uh-huh.
trying to do,
Uh-huh.
and I'm grateful. because you're trying to get some revenue.
The best thing that can take place for us is that the guy goes and gets his tires changed and the business keeps the old tires.
Right?
Doesn't give them back to that person for them to go put in the green box.
Correct.
And then that business comes up here and
And that's what's
disposes
going
of it.
on.
But I'm
But
just
I agree
curious
with
if
you,
it's gonna
that
be by the
business
pound.
is, that business is gonna be more apt to do that at a set price than a poundage price.
That's where I'm
Correct.
going with it.
They charge to keep it and drop it off,
Now,
and then we
If they
just
charge
pay.
me $3,
Mhm.
then they know they're gonna get charged $3 and it's a wash.
So you're saying
But if it's
divert
gonna
it
be
to
a-
business, is that what you're saying?
Huh?
It's gonna be
Diverted.
passed on to the consumer anyway.
It's already passed off to the
Yeah.
consumer.
I guess the concern has been that somebody just shows up with a truck full of tires. And at this point, our staff doesn't pull them all out and count them one by one. So we just trust them if they say there's 120 tires or there's 115 tires. And so this would be a way that everyone would be, once you got past whatever you all think is the right de minimis, maybe it's more than 4 tires, but once you get to where it is effectively either a larger business or someone who is bringing a bunch that has been somewhere, that they actually get charged, cause right now it's actually costing individuals potentially more because other people may not be paying their fair share.
Well, then does the fee, so let's say we set a 20 tire limit, cause that, you should be able to count 20 tires fairly easy, fairly
Okay.
quickly.
Fair enough.
But let's just say it's 20 tires.
Sure.
Then does 20 times 3 is what, $60,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you bring 21 tires and then you start getting charged by the pound,
Mm-hmm.
well, what
You're wondering,
what
I
will the
think you're
fee
trying to
be
say,
set to
is
make
the-
it
is the
comparable to the
cost-
3?
is the cost per pound going to be comparable to
set
$3 a
price.
tire?
Yeah.
It's whatever you all want to set it to be, so that's
Weigh
it.
some tires to figure it out.
well, but
Or what's the best practice of our surrounding jurisdictions? What are they doing?
So there are several nearby communities that Mark sent us the data on what they charge, and they do charge by weight for either larger tires or in some cases larger numbers of tires. And then you can set that fee in a way that if you wanna encourage those people to bring them as opposed to dumping them, you could potentially set the fee at less than what would be the effective $3 a tire. So
So
if-
Montgomery County is 20 per pound.
Yeah, thank you.
For $4 minimum, Roanoke, $255 per ton. Franklin is 5 and 10, which is cars and trucks.
Mhm.
Patrick is 130 per ton. Carroll County is $1 per standard tire up to 4, 100 per ton for all
Feel that.
additional.
Mhm.
And
what they
then
get,
I don't know.
Woodville is 160 per ton, $5 minimum.
vibrated all the way under me,
Oh,
whatever
no,
they
it
just
does, it's
did.
all the time. It's all the time during the construction.
We need to have Mark look at our foundation.
Yeah, tell Mark if it, and
He's on it.
So what was like 1 of them per ton then, the price?
Say again, please.
What
Per
was the
ton.
cost per ton? For
We have
for one of them?
anywhere from 255, 130, 160, or 100. If you go to your, and I can pull this if you'd like and put it in your current, but it's also in the minutes from February 10th.
It's the crane truck, isn't it?
But we wasn't talking about doing
So
per,
that's like, did I figure that right?
No.
That's
So the change that you made in February,
what was it?
the change that you made in February was $3 per small.
Hold on.
Listen, what, in February.
So when the proposal was given to you in February 10th meeting, it was discussed and approved to go with everything with the change of $3 instead of the $5 for small tire. White goods, no charge. Oh, And, I'm sorry, the large unbagged items,
Basically
large
furniture.
unbagged items, furniture, etc., no
Zero.
charge, 'cause
Right.
there was a charge. Those were the two changes made.
So we were raising it to $3.
It went from $1
To
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 $3.
$3.
Right,
The proposal was 5, to go to 1 to 5.
Right,
You
we
guys
went
wanted
back
to go
down to
3.
We brought it back to
Yeah.
3.
And then the large tire was from $10 to $15.
What about if it's all like truck tires, you know, like road tractor tires, farm tires, you know, the big tires, go by a pound on all them. And then we could put a break off on the car tires for the number of tires you got.
Yeah, so if you want it to be 4 or 10 or 12 or whatever that you feel is
'Cause
regular people, not a
if somebody
business.
changes all the tires on one of these road tractors out here, you got 16 tires.
Mhm.
And they're big tires. So, you know, that's a lot of weight.
but that's a business too.
Yeah.
I just don't understand, are we thinking that our businesses are not trustworthy? I mean, I don't think that's the case. Excuse me? I mean,
They fudge.
So I think the thought is the surrounding counties, and I've talked to
Not Franklin.
the DEQ guy from that's the tire guy for DEQ about this, and he suggested that doing this type of combination of whatever you feel is like regular people doing their tires on a per tire amount. And once it gets larger tires of varying sizes, to do it by weight, he said he sees that it works pretty well. And you can determine how much you want that weight to be, so if you want to encourage people who might have a bunch of stuff sitting down the hill to finally bring it in, you could set that weight lower, but it makes it more even that everybody pays for those larger amounts based on weight. And so, again, I had a different email that Mark had sent, so again, Patrick is 65 per ton, Carol 70 per ton, Roanoke is 255 per ton. So that tells you why we get some tires on one end of the county. And then Montgomery is $400 per ton for tires, so. Yeah, so he of
costs a
course
lot to
thought
live over that line.
he thought some of those might be a little bit rich for our community. And he said, he thought you all's suggestion of $3 was probably, in his experience with similar sized counties, about the right amount, that the maximum that he's ever seen work is 5, but that's more like in Northern Virginia.
So if we charge $75 a ton and the average passenger truck tire weighs 80 pounds, that's $3 to dump it off. So if you're weighing or paying by the tire, you're gonna come up with about the same
$3.
same
If you charge
cost
$75.
per ton, yes.
Yeah.
Charge $75.
But that's better than what we're getting now. And it'll help cover some of the cost of the $5,000 a month we're bleeding to pay to have these tires hauled off, you know. It's a hemorrhage. And we're not considering charging for regular refuse dumping at the transfer station or anything else. We're
Right.
talking about just trying to recoup some of the tire costs. Cause if, you know, we could have loads rejected at Floyd's Mountain if they're in the dumps, they're dumped in the green boxes.
Right.
So it's a very, very reasonable fee.
So what we could do, again, thank you very much for that.
Sorry.
No, you did the math I hadn't done yet, so I appreciate that. But this is for the public hearing.
Yeah.
So if you all want to
I'll make a
consider
motion
this.
for the,
I'll second.
Okay.
We'd rather just argue about it.
Right?
A motion for what?
To move forward with the public hearing on this issue.
Yeah, okay.
This
I
was
thought
already
that
a
was on the
consensus.
prices, I thought, what?
Yeah,
It was a previous consensus.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
all right, so if I might, if there's no more discussion, to move forward with the vote on authorizing the staff to advertise for a public hearing for a change to the solid waste fee schedule. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
No.
No in a public hearing, okay. And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gotta be the oddball sometime.
Once in a while, all right, thank you.
Once in a
So,
while.
at one time, today, in the last 5 minutes. So we just authorized to go to the public hearing for a change in fees, and what are we proposing they change to?
Well, for sure, it's what you all said back in February, and then
That's
the
right.
potential change would be
Whatever you decide.
whatever, then we could have an option kind of A and B. You kind of did this in a different hearing earlier this spring where you kind of had more than one option. So our proposal would potentially be all the things you said tentatively okay back in February stay the same with the possible exception of doing
Adding
larger
the weight.
numbers or by weight. And so you could have both of those as part of your proposal. And then you could hear from the public about what they thought about it.
That work?
When is this gonna transpire?
Same night,
Same night, or same
Yeah.
day? What's
Same
that,
day.
July,
or day meeting,
Wait, for what?
the public hearing for
public
this?
hearing on solid waste,
24th. The 24th,
Of June.
June, night meeting,
Oh, that's right,
June 24th. Yeah, there's
The
gonna be
night
two
meeting.
public hearings
okay,
on that.
that's good.
that's right.
6:30
This
and
is
then our
one
meeting.
we do not wanna hold during the day.
Yeah.
Fair enough,
I
fair enough. And we'll get something more specific in writing to y'all.
just didn't know if you could do it in that timeline or not. Okay,
It's already, yeah.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yes, you did. All right, if we might, since Lynch doesn't appear to be here yet and poor Dustin is sitting here, I'll just move along to the reappointment of Margaret, otherwise known as Peggy DeWald, on the New River Community College Board for another 4-year term. As you know, she's been on a long time.
It's her last one.
Yeah, last hurrah. I will make the motion to reappoint Margaret Peggy DeWald on the New River Community College Board for another 4-year term, commencing on 7/1/25, running through 6/30/2029.
I'll second that.
Appreciate her service. She's been a great,
I had a lovely conversation with her.
she's a great advocate for Floyd and the kids and helping with the ACE program.
She's always been up
Yep.
front.
Yep.
And she was at Dr. Heber's going away party and with her husband, who was still alive at the time.
Yeah, at the time.
Yep. So with that, Ms. Chair, if you let me go ahead and call the roll.
Yep.
On the motion to reappoint Margaret Peggy DeWald to the New River Community College Board for a 4-year term, starting July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2029. Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
If you're
Oh,
watching,
thank
Peggy,
you.
thank you.
All right, now we get to why Dustin's here and all
Oh,
excited.
Lord.
Finally, an easy one.
Ah,
He's got all the answers, so it should be easy.
That's right.
Well, and
I
if
wouldn't put you on the spot or nothing.
We just asked him here to be supportive, so he can give you some some background if in the event you wanted to ask of retention and that's all.
Right.
So just by way of background for a moment with y'all, as you all recall, on many occasions you have asked Dustin and us about what can we do to get more folks hired for Floyd EMS, particularly full-time. And I know Kim and Dustin have had conversations, and Kevin and Dustin and I have had numerous conversations about what it will take. And one of the things that he shared with us that has cost us some of our full-time folks we really liked to leave us and continue to work with us part-time because they like being here, but work elsewhere full-time is because we do not have this particular benefit. And so Kim has been very dogged in continuing to hound them
to get numbers for this. I think she's been trying to get this number for about 4 months now. So it came late breaking news at the end of last week.
Friday.
So that's why it's on here today, for you all. With that, I'll turn it over to Kim to describe what it is, and then, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, maybe if Dustin wants to say something as well.
It's fine.
So, I put a couple of different things. One, is a resolution. The other two is, it says, policy for Has Duty Plan 2. Bottom line, what it would do, it would take, because presently every single, full-time EMS is a hybrid member on the VRS plan. It would move them from hybrid to Plan 2. But the overall, if you want just the overall, it changes the percentage from 13.72 of employer contribution to 15.19, which monetarily, annually is $108,000 difference. Now, that employer rate, because it changes the multiplier, is what it does, but that employer rate, it's not just for them, it's for the entire county.
Right.
Every single person will change to 15.19 because that's how they do when they did this, the actuary study. So now it's 108,000, so that
Is that for
annually,
the entire county?
the entire county.
And when you say entire county, what do you mean?
Plan 1, Plan 2, and hybrid. Any full-time employee that is in the VRS system, so any full-time employee we have is in the VRS system.
Right.
So that each one of them, the change would be, the employer contribution would change from 13.72 to 15.4.
For hazard duty pay. No.
So for everybody,
Every
their
employee
VRS
would-
contribution by the county would increase.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, the EMS staff, along with the sheriff's office, first responders, would receive the enhanced hazard duty benefits. For them to get that, this has to happen. VRS now, when they do the actuary study, it's pretty much based on 75% of our total VRS population
Okay.
for the county under Floyd.
Come on up.
So once again, the entire county employer, all the employees of the county who are on VRS would benefit from enhanced contributions.
No, I wanna be I just wanna be careful of the terminology because it's enhanced hazard duty benefits, which is
them.
just first responders, which is part of their retirement package. It's a
Right.
separate
For
for
retirement.
first responders, the sheriff's office, and if you
I'm gonna
approve
give
it.
you, I'm gonna give you the layman's
Wait a minute,
terms,
wait
how
a
I
minute.
understand
Okay.
it, if that's
But
okay.
wait a minute, before you go, so what you're saying is, we have been asked by VRS that we have to increase from 13.72% to 15.19%
All first.
for all county employees, the
Correct.
entire payroll,
All
Correct.
county employees.
all county employees.
And I'm not deserving has nothing to do with it, okay? But have you equated what this works out to for just our EMS staff on a per person roughly rate? Where I'm going is, would it help, I know you have this, but would it help if we added a certain amount to the salaries of the EMS, the equated to what that amount was?
It's not a matter of that,
Yeah, I
though.
think, I understand
No, it's not a
where
matter
you're,
of
You
It's
understand
not
what
a
I'm
I
matter
get
of
where you're
that
coming
part of
from there.
retirement.
I'm trying to get you more money, but I know,
Right,
but
It's
I
not.
think the biggest thing that I run into is this retirement package is so much, the big benefits are not right now, like nobody's seeing a benefit from this. What it comes down to is with this package, you can retire at 60 with 5 years of service or at 50 with 25 years of service. And what that does is it bridges, basically like a pension, it bridges you from wherever it is when you retire, whether it's 50 or 60, to your actual retirement age when you can get your Social Security benefits. It pays right now it's like $1,600 or something like that.
It's what?
I'm sure I know
I
at
didn't
least you
hear.
two are relatively familiar with what I'm talking about.
Amount you
We call
said.
ours Leos.
It's roughly, and
That's
and
what
that's
it
the layman term for what everybody in first responder. I missed your question, I'm
I didn't
sorry.
hear the amount you just said.
It's roughly $1,600 a month right now,
When you retire,
when you retire, not, yeah. So,
till Social Security kicks
till
in.
Social Security, that's correct. I think where and I'm not super educated on that side of it. So the way that it's been explained to me is basically we have all these county employees, and when you change anything within your retirement package, you have to do a new study. Is that pretty accurate? You have to do a new study, and it changes the bottom line. Is essentially what I'm understanding, and the bottom line is changed by looks like what, a little under 1.5%. Is that pretty close?
Very good.
So right now you already have 17. Yeah. Okay. So right now you already have 17 full-time employees that are on this program, and they're all, as far as I know, in the sheriff's office. This study added 12, and what you're seeing is the cost difference to add those 12. Now.
So
Now,
the
where it gets-
108 is for our 12,
The increase.
the
100.
increase of 108 is to add our 12, basically.
No.
That's what I thought.
Now, the 108 is what it's gonna cost us for all employees.
The whole total package.
Right.
Yeah, I don't wanna pigeonhole the 108. The 108 is because we're changing the retirement package for that department, which presently is 12 people. Or that's the difference.
Yeah.
And what happens is, so like myself and
All of them go up.
all of them go up. So like myself and Linda, or we're hybrid members. So there's two different packages. There's VRS and there's what's called VACOR. Okay, so what happens with the EMS now, just like all the sheriff's office, they're pretty much Plan 2 unless they have tenure, but they lose that hybrid section. So for the most part, you're already participating in a percentage on their hybrid side. They would lose that, they'd come over to Plan 2, which they are now, and the other benefit for them is they're able to increase. I can only contribute 4%, not only, but that's a gift, so.
What is
But
it?
they could do 5.
What is the difference when we switch?
You mean?
Well, you just said there was a difference that on the hybrid, that's gonna come over to help pay for adding the 12.
It's factored into, and that's why it's hard to say, it's
I know
going to
it's-
be as much, but it's 108 because it was originally, the hybrids were 72, now they're 64. So it decreases, so if you take, it's tough for them because they make such a different
Yeah.
salary.
If I
You're
might,
looking
maybe
at about
it's,
20 to 26,000.
More.
Mm-hmm.
For the hazard
Than what
duty
it's at now, give or take.
for hazard duty pay per year.
I want to avoid the word hazard duty pay
Yeah,
because
because
it's
that's
not.
not what it is.
No,
It's
retirement.
Yeah, it's a retirement package for hazardous duty
It's
positions.
enhanced
Gotcha.
hazard duty benefits.
Got it.
It's not hazard duty pay, right?
Right, okay.
So
It's in recognition of the fact that these folks, like
Yeah.
the sheriff's office, are doing jobs that
Yeah,
physically
in their
and
retirement.
mentally wear them out sooner
Yes.
than the rest of us.
First responders.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things that nobody talks about this package is like because of the 60 and 5 years or the 50 and 25. You guys know as well as I do. Like our bodies get tired, our minds get tired from doing that every day and from carrying that weight.
Yeah.
And as we get older and as we get tireder, we start making mistakes, right? We start having accidents, and part of that helps cut down on some of those types of things. We could go pull some statistics if it would help to kind of show some of that. But
I think what's maybe making this challenging is
they didn't give us a price for what we really wanted, and what you guys really want is the ability to just be able to say, okay, we want our EMS full-time people to be
have
able to
this.
treated the same as the sheriff's office on
Right.
retirement.
Yeah.
But the way the system works, in order to get to that, they have to recalibrate our entire package.
Because part of
And
that
that's
is-
where it gets more complicated, so.
It's really hard, I think, to put a price per pound on it, I think is what we're trying to say.
And plus they have to take in consideration the current enhanced hazard duty retirement, what we currently have, because it's kind of merging, so, and then it takes us, it actually,
Let me
it's
see
not
if
a
I
bad
can
thing
make
because
this
they're taking
clearer.
75% of our
It's clear.
total and using that actuary study to get a price. So if they just took those who,
So the state is trying to
let me
push
put it
everyone
this way,
to
and
the
I'll just-
hybrid plan,
You
and
know
this is
me,
part of how they
if
do it.
it's here, it's coming out here. I have no problem adding our people and having hazard pay, but I don't like being told,
Retirement.
I mean, hazard retirement set up, I think are well deserved. I don't like the system, the way it's set up, to where it forces me to do other things that I might not wanna do.
This is the world of actuary insurance.
Well, this is what Ms. Huckenbook's saying, but also the state has made a decision to try to start moving more and more people in this direction. So they are building their policies in a
The
way,
insurance companies have
To-
contributed
to
into their pots,
get
of
us to
course
do
they're
that.
moving.
yeah, they're like, if you want this, you have to do this other thing that we want as well. I mean, that's
The
essentially
world
what's
of
happening.
lobbying the General Assembly.
Yeah. You know, if I can say just the last little bit, like, I'm here to lobby, like, we need this, it helps with our recruitment, helps with our retention.
Let me ask you a question, do you feel you wouldn't have lost those employees that left if we had had it?
Yeah, there's one that specifically cited the retirement
Will
opportunity.
they come back?
It's hard to say. But we do have a couple folks on our part-time that would love to be here, but, you know, they're pretty deep into their 25 years of service, and it's hard to walk away from that. So I think it's you know, a year ago, we sat down and we said, hey, what do we do? How do we keep moving forward? How do we keep growing? And recruitment, we need more staff. We looked at, you know, kind of our shortfalls right now, and our compensation package as a whole is one of those things. Some parts are good, some parts are not. And we've spent the last year working on it. You guys worked on the insurance for us in the past couple months. And this is kind of the third piece to what we're working towards. I'm grateful that you consider it. You know, I think all my staff would say that as
Said a
well.
while ago, my one oddball, I'm gonna have
Oh,
another
here
one.
comes another one.
so it's
Under
painful.
the, yes, it is,
Look.
under the current retirement that they're under. Are they allowed to contribute to that outside?
Oh, what do you mean outside?
Well,
No,
I mean, they can't contribute $100 a month to it, or it's only what comes out of their paycheck.
It's not a 401k.
And
no,
what we
they would
contribute.
have to go external, that has nothing to do with the VRS system that what they're doing.
But I mean, under the current system.
No.
They're not allowed, if they wanted to, they can't contribute $100 toward their
No.
retirement.
So the plan one and plan two, your max is 5%. You can't do any more than that. If you wanna do more than that, and then the company matches 13.72. If you wanna do more, that's why we offer New York Life and for deductions.
Right.
But that's external. Has nothing to do with employment, matching, or
And you can't get the same level of compensation
That's
through an
correct.
outside agency.
Yeah, I know.
So giving a stipend to be invested on outside does not you can't do as well as you
there's
can
more under the
by doing
umbrella.
VRS.
There's more under the umbrella.
Right.
Between insurance, retirement, you know, I can retire early, like you mentioned. And then their rate when at retirement pending on some factors. So it's an approval at 5 years or 20, you know, whatever that time frame is. But there's also a percentage that they use at retirement because of the hazard duty. Their insurance, they might be eligible for different types of continued, that's not necessarily COBRA. I mean, so there's a lot of benefits through VRS,
I
to
know.
answer your question, I'm not trying to,
No, I
but
know.
through VRS, going through it this way. I don't know of an external company for hazard duty, enhanced hazard
Retirement.
duty benefits.
So the 108,000 covers everything, including moving some people into different plans,
it
as
would-
well as the hazard duty benefit too.
Yes, what happens is that department, when someone's hired or presently, just like with the sheriffs, if someone's hired as a deputy, when I put him as a deputy, it's an automatic that they're in Plan 2 and they're
Gotcha. Okay.
considered for hazard duty.
All
Right
right.
now, they're not, it's by date of
Right.
hire, so anybody after 2010.
That carryover just went from 8 to 7.
Was that, this probably was not in our proposed budget that we, right?
It couldn't be because I didn't get the information,
Right.
the final,
Alright,
when I put it in your packet, is probably, like, poor Joe, I was like, you need to get off the tractor. I need approval,
understand
because
that.
literally that's when I got it Friday.
I understand all the concept of it. The only thing that I'm still trying to wrap my head around is the additional contribution for somebody that is not in this program for the rest of the county employees. Where you said that the VRS commitment is this percentage goes to this percentage?
It would go up 1.47 per person.
So what does that do for that person? Is this like a extra dose of money into their retirement account?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're
that's where
looking
I
at
was
me, if
trying to-
as an employee, you're asking me, you will now be contributing, if approved, 1.47 starting July
yours.
1st, an increase. It doesn't change what I'm able to do.
The county's contributing.
The county is contributing an additional 1.47 towards retirement.
I got you.
and what can you
And
do
the
different?
difference with them is the 1.47, not them, but if enhanced, is it's 1.47, and instead they're able to contribute, they will be required to contribute 5% of their own monies, where it's not an option as a hybrid member.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just curious if then the other employees was getting a VRS benefit
This is
out of
gonna
it, so-
complicate things even more.
Shocking. It's okay.
What if for our EMS staff, we set a 401k up for them and contributed?
Do what?
401k and contributed. In other words,
Instead of this?
instead of being on the hazard.
Again,
This
yes, if
only-
you do
this
that
only is-
externally, they're not going to receive the other underlying benefits that it offers.
They can't stay in their normal retirement unless
No,
we-
they can stay in their normal retirement, they can't retire after 5 years, they can't retire at 60 with that set difference that was explained,
Let me
and the
sort of
insurance.
clarify something. When I retired, I could retire 20 at 50.
Mhm.
But when I retired, I was getting $900 a month as this duty on my
Benefit.
VRS.
Right.
When I turned 62, I decided to go ahead and take my Social Security.
Mhm.
I lost that $900.
Uh-huh.
And these
That's still
people
accurate
that
as of
works all the way up to
57.
62,
Yeah,
they losing all this
they're
money.
giving money away.
So this gives them an incentive to retire a little bit early.
Right. But you only
Yeah.
benefit from the program if you stay the entire time.
Stay in the
Right.
tire.
That also though allows people who are exhausted mentally and physically to retire for the
Yeah.
safety of the community.
Yeah, and that's kinda what I was touching on a little bit is the safety of the
Right,
program
'cause
as well as.
a burned
You know,
out
we do have,
medic is-
not here, but in other agencies where I've worked or spent time, I've seen folks
get
that
to
very
the
well should
point-
be retired, and I think
Yes.
that probably happens across most public safety departments.
When your plate's full, you're tired of listening to all this, it gives you an incentive to.
Yeah.
I'm
To
outta
do the
here.
right thing.
We, so if the action is passed, does this then, is it almost like you grandfathered in? Let's say you've served 18 years, do you all of a sudden qualify for the full 20 if you retire?
The date of hire does not change within the system for the employees. So they, like Dustin,
Right.
his hire date's already set in VRS, that doesn't change.
Right, so he would then get this hazardous duty time tacked onto his resume.
And as I understand, that was part of what the study was about, was the cost of how many years are we already in on this thing? You get what I'm saying? Like how many folks do we already have?
Do we have any staff that in the next 5 years would be benefiting from this, even though we're just starting it today? And encourage them to.
I would say there's only one.
Yeah.
I think there's only one that would be.
Possibly.
I know for us to qualify, we had to be vetted for 5 years
10 to
before
20.
it was.
No. Oh, sorry.
You know, you had to be vetted. You couldn't work a year or two and then get it. You had to be there for 5
Yeah,
years.
there's still I think there's still I have to go back and read these papers, but I think there's still a vested time. You have to be
Correct.
I think that
You
is the
still have to
bottom
be
line.
vested.
5 years, you have to be
Yeah.
vested.
You have to be
You have to
vested
get
to
past 5
receive
years to
anything,
be
which is
vested
5
for the
years.
program.
And to answer your question, no, there would be like 4 or 5 more years before that one person would be eligible.
Be encouraged by this to
Right.
retire.
Cause it's just so you know, the cutoff between the plans 1 and 2 and hybrid was 2010. So anybody hired after 2010 is a hybrid, unless they were in the sheriff's or a deputy. Then they would go right to, because they had the enhanced hazard.
Somebody almost to retirement age and start work 2 years and then quit, then they would get this.
No, that's what I said, they have to be that, and
That's what I mean, they gotta be
And that's-
vested
right.
for 5 years.
And that's why even in this, it'll say 5 years, because it correlates with the being
And the
vested.
school systems is separate from this,
It doesn't
right?
have nothing to do with, they have their separate
Yeah.
VRS, separate numbers, separate everything, yes.
This is for the people that's out there
Oh,
that's liable to get hurt doing
Yep.
their job.
Dude does a lot of our competition have this
Yeah,
already.
that's been one of the biggest driving factors when we went back and looked at the total compensation packages in all these other surrounding localities. Like this is
They
right.
should have already had this years ago.
Yeah, but I mean it's a big
mean, we
it is a
didn't
big
have pay
commitment
back
for you guys. Like
One
it
thing
is
at a time. We can
yeah,
fix one
we
thing
just
at a
gotta take
time.
little bites, but it is a big commitment. But you know we've been working really hard to not bring you guys things that doesn't matter, and this is one of those things that does matter.
And I don't want you to think I'm against you or anybody in your department. Even though I don't like it, I think it's something we need to do. I don't like I don't mind them getting it, I just don't like all the
Process.
consequences in the
Right.
process.
It's very hard to
We need a
understand.
motion worded.
Trust me.
We harp on how we need to try to get more people.
Well, there is a resolution that has to be actually notarized, it's also in there. So it would be
Yeah.
possibly, if you could, approve the VRS enhanced hazard duty resolution
Alright, let me see.
as presented, which is in your packet. It's actually it actually says Leos, if you look. It says 11, it's the first 11D.
11 what?
D.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
This is actually from, and it's a must.
VRS.
VRS. And I've asked Jenny to notarize to be on call if this was approved.
You want me to do it?
No,
Yeah, I mean,
no,
we'll-
let
Can I do it,
let me
Mr.
do
Chair?
it.
No, let me do.
Or you do it.
I'll do it. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution ahead before us as presented, the enhanced hazardous duty benefits to help our EMS maintain and retain quality employees and be able to hire some new ones.
and authorize appropriate
And
signatures.
authorize appropriate signatures and notarization.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. On the motion to, assuming.
John
I heard.
Ross.
Sorry.
I think other people might argue if that's your girl or his girl. So on the motion to approve the VRS Enhanced Hazardous Duty Benefits Resolution as presented and allow for appropriate signatures and notarization, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right.
And that'll come out of contingency, right?
And there may be, I will let you know a final number, but I don't think we'll need it all.
Well,
Because they have a separate for their hybrid and
Right.
so I think things are gonna flow. You're gonna need some, but not as much.
Are you gonna notify all the rest of the employees that additional contribution is gonna be made by the county?
And that doesn't start until July first.
Right.
right.
2 weeks.
Make a few phone calls.
Listen, I'm gonna call everybody I know on my staff are very grateful, and most of them are probably watching
Absolutely.
this.
Well, we're very, very grateful.
Very grateful.
to you as well.
That you
We're
guys
grateful
make.
to you and them.
Yep,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hope you guys knock out the big ticket items the rest of the day.
I think that was the big ticket
That
item.
was it.
Is the food here?
Alright,
You guys hungry?
Yes,
He's been talking about food since about 9 o'clock.
yeah, I know.
Would you like to need a motion to take a break?
no, we just take a break.
Okay,
Yeah, we're just,
okay.
Thank you.
Did you watch him?
I did. She's always watching them.
absolutely.
So some eat her sandwich.
Yeah, I think my wife's got her paid on the side.
Is it in the kitchen?
But I didn't
Yeah, you're-
be a butthole about that. I'm not trying to upset her and I just don't like the situation.
Yeah, what,
I know.
we're still.
I'm sorry.
We're still on.
I thought you cut it off.
Kinda a little over the edge.
Alrighty, we back in session. I guess we go on down to board time, right?
Yep.
I do have one thing, and there's some confusion amongst the staff at the rec park. We need to, I guess, form some kind of plan so that they can enforce it. Do we want them in the office from 8 to 5, or do we want them attending games? My thoughts was
Question to you
this,
guys.
we only got 2 employees right now. My thought is if, let's say Christian is gonna go to games tonight for 2 hours, then he waits till 10 o'clock to come in.
Yeah,
Adjust their schedule.
yeah. That's not rocket science.
Well, I know, that's why I'm laying it out here, because they don't feel they have the authority to change the time, because it's been back early on. Some of us was fussing that we wanted them in the office, in the office.
Yeah, but if you don't ask a question, you don't find the answer.
I know, but that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay, fine.
Are y'all okay with whoever's covering games if they adjust their times? If there's a full slate of games on Saturday and one of them's gonna be there, are you okay if they take a day off during the week?
As long as they're at the park where they're supposed to be, yeah.
So,
I mean,
well, I know it's not
It's a
rocket science,
40-hour
but
they're not-
job, not a Monday through Friday.
right, exactly.
well, that's what I'm saying, that you're okay. I'm trying to work through this I'm kinda a middle guy here, but anyway,
I don't,
I mean,
one thing that I never can quite understand is like, it always seems like it's with the rec department. And maybe it's because that's a new entity that the board took on several years ago. But like, I don't feel like we have to sit up here and have a discussion on what hours Kim and Carla and Ladina have to work.
Correct.
well,
But why do we have to have it with, or the
Because-
transfer station?
because
So why do we have to have it with the rec department?
when they were set up, they were basically thrown down there, semi supervised, and this kind of stuff wasn't worked out.
And it still hasn't been.
Well,
So if I might.
they're kinda in a position, they D if they do and D if they don't, cause they're still going on the premises, because there was a time where it was fussing, they wasn't in the office. Well, now, I've been fussing because they hadn't been to games, so they're wanting clarification.
Well, I mean, my opinion to it is like, we probably all 5 have different opinions on what we would like to see down there. But for me, I probably would resort to, if I don't have the power to fire or hire them, then I don't really know why it matters what I say when they should work. If I can't hire or fire them, then why should I tell them what their hours or what they should do?
In the beginning, Joe, I, Linda, Lauren, and Justin set up the parameters of this department to work.
Right.
And so they get cross messages from what that was to what it is now. So there won't, I just think they need clarification on this kind of issue to work. Are you okay if the staff works it out with them, however they have to work it out?
But it shouldn't be from us anyway. I agree with
know.
Levi.
Well, I
We
understand
don't
that.
micromanage any of the other positions.
I mean, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just asking you, I'm laying it out here. Staff can handle it however they
I mean,
want
I
to.
think there needs to be some corrections,
Well,
but I don't think it's my job to,
but if they correct us something and we don't like it, then we're on their backs.
but that's what,
But
that's
that's
what
what
we
I'm
get paid to do.
Well, let me ask you this, just to clarify this situation.
Alright.
Do you have a problem if staff works it out where they alternate their hours, so one of them can be in attendance at games?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important that they are in attendance at games.
Well, that's what I'm asking, does anybody have a problem?
But
if
it's
they-
not I don't think it's our I think that rests with county administration.
Well, and if I might, and so part of what happens though is they hear from the public or they hear from you all that somebody's not happy, so then they try to correct that, and what happens is then somebody else is unhappy because some parent goes by in the morning and they complain no one's there. So then they make sure someone's there in the morning, and then someone's upset no one's there in the evening. And so I think what all of us are looking for is what are your expectations? If an expectation, for instance, Mr. Cox, as you said, if part of the expectation is, yes, you would like them to put a very high priority on being at games, and that is one of the most important things to you, then we will adjust to that. But there's kind of a back and forth about what's the expectation over time.
Since I can't hire and fire them, what are your expectations of them?
Okay.
I mean, that's sort of.
I mean, if I was running the place, what I would do is I would set up a staggered schedule wherein one of them works, they work a
Rotation.
they rotate, and they also work a Tuesday through or a Wednesday through Sunday and have off Monday and Tuesday
When necessary.
when necessary. And it has to be flexible and it has to be fluid. And when seasons demand more time at the field, then that's what you do. It's not recreation departments across this country are not jobs that are set in stone. Anything like that, when you have so many different moving parts, have to be adaptable. I think I have said that before.
I think it's hard to do with two people.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's absolutely hard
But I
to do with
wanted
two
to make
people.
sure, I just wanted to make sure if anybody had a
calling
problem.
sick, you can't ever have one person on vacation and not being put on, I mean, cause I've done scheduling, I can't even tell you. So it is a challenge with an operation that's like 18 hours a day. And I say that cause not 24, but they're running into the evening to have one or two people manage that. With an expectation of also be there in some form or fashion in an office, whether it's by choice or by, parent or circumstance where they're registering or whatever. So then you lose, so it just, we need, and again, it kind of goes back to, Linda and staggered, and because we spoke about that. It's not gonna, you're gonna miss, it's just impossible, even staggered and fluid.
I don't think anybody expects 100%. Because if you've got the games, and I know that hadn't been a problem this year, but in years past, you got a game going on in Floyd and a game going on in Czech, you're gonna have to split your time, you're gonna have to do some traveling. You can't cover both at the same time.
Right.
Same thing with basketball, you might have something going on in Floyd D and Willis, you're gonna have to split your time.
Right.
So, but to my point, I just wanted to make sure that the board is okay if y'all work it out to where, somebody comes in late, somebody stays late, whatever, that flexibility. And if there's a problem with that, then we can say it right here. And apparently there's no problem with that, so that should solve some of the problems, not gonna solve it all, cause they can't be at every place at the same time. But at least that should solve that problem, which goes back to, if there's baseball games at the park at night, then they should be there doing the lights.
Okay. Well, we can do that, and I appreciate
Which I came by last night and the lights were on at 5:30.
Right.
So I don't think we'll have that problem no more this season.
That's right, that's right. Well, and I, we had, kind of to Kim's point, we've had some kind of one-off conversations about what is it that is most important to you all as the people in charge of the budget and is answerable to the public out of that department. And candidly, kind of to your point, Mr. Cox, there's at least 5 different opinions on that. When you talk to each of you one-on-one, and even some of the conversations and communications that's gone on. Some folks are expecting lots and lots of people in the program. Some people are thinking, well, maybe we need to have less since we have less staff, so we just are looking, and this is one particular issue, so I appreciate you bringing it up, but it's, maybe if we could set aside some time to really do some structured communication about what it is, because every time there's a new parent complaint that comes in
It's
of
another,
one of the 450 kids that are here, then everything moves.
well, and also, we need to get together, the original stuff we put together, remember, it was all typed out and everything, he never got. He has no copies of, it was never relayed to him. So in the very beginning, apparently, he didn't get the instructions that we had put out. But I provided y'all with some copies of some of that stuff. We need to revisit that, that's our responsibility at the top. It's just like we revisit stuff about green boxes and that kind of stuff, and that's not micromanaging. We need to revisit that sometime, look at it, see what we can, you know, whether it's a full board or just a simple 3. You know, do we still agree with that policy, or do we still agree with that idea that was there at that time? Then they have something that they can lay out and say, here it is. Follow it or hit the road or whatever they need to say.
Jacob believes, if I might, to your point, Mr. Booth, when we talk about even when he interviewed and when he started, he believes that he was told his job was to make sure the fields at the rec park were very nice, to have a youth sports program, but there wasn't a lot of standard around that. Just don't let youth sports die, because after all, that's really why it got picked up by the county in the first place. And he was supposed to generate money and write grants. And so that did not speak to anything about quality or number or types of programs. And so there's been a certain amount of trying to figure it out. Now, one of the things that I think you all collectively have said in general is it's really important for you all to have a youth sports program. Some of you have also said you would really like to be able to do some of the summer camps and things that would generate money to help offset some of the cost. Some of you have not been in favor of that. And instead of kind of really getting to, so I've told Jacob, if kind of again to follow up, I've told Jacob this week, write up 2 work plans for the upcoming year, fiscal year. And one assumes 2 staff, what you're gonna do and what you're gonna not be able to do. And give them the list of, if you have 2, just the 2 people, this is what's gonna happen and this is not what's gonna happen. If you had 2.5 or 3, these are the other things. And then you all can make your informed choices about how much you wanna spend, what you want them to focus on. Cause there's a certain amount of, like we were talking about some of the things at lunch about why is it that you all spent all this effort to make sure all the fields had been addressed last year. That was a substantial commitment on you all's part and on the department's part, and clearly, you know, heard that, did that. Well, now there's comments, of course, about, well, but we're not utilizing all of them. Well, that's because some vocal parents have complained that they live in one end or another of the county and they don't want to drive to the other end of the county for a game. Now, Mr. Booth brought up a very good point with me when we discussed this about, are those the same parents that are willing to drive their kids to Giles instead? I can't answer that, it's a fair question, but nonetheless, it's those kind of things that it's, if you all have strong opinions as a group about what you want that program to look like, I think Jacob, Christian, myself, Kim, we're all very committed to make sure that happens. But it feels a lot like it's kind of a moving target, and so
I know some of it is, some of the reason that the older ones didn't was because of the regulations under the league we're under. I understand that. I understand that. We also had regulations under Dixie that we had to meet. But we relaxed on those when we had a Floyd team playing a Willis team or a, you know, if it was an outside team, yeah, they played at the park. But the in-county teams played at the elementary schools.
All of them.
All of them, even though we didn't have an outfield fence.
Correct.
And if technically, I credit my son for this, technically, if we need an outfield fence put up, you take T-post and you get this orange
The orange,
construction.
the
The
snow
orange
fence.
construction
Yeah, snow
fence,
fence.
all relatively cheap. Put one up at the diameter it needs to be and it's technically a fence. The whole part of fixing these school fields was so that they had more, they could spread out and play.
But have they been maintained?
Huh?
Have the outskirts school fields, have they been maintained?
Well, I don't know that either. See, that's the next question. The ones here at Floyd, from what I looked at the other night after two deputies come up, I was out on the field and two deputies come up to the wife in the van looking. It was still light enough, I went and looked at them, but anyway, I'd say they had probably been worked maybe once since the original time, but there was no lines on them. They had not been lined since the first game of the season that was played down there. Now, that is unacceptable. And we shouldn't have to complain about that kind of stuff. You shouldn't have to micromanage that. That should be within the confines. I mean, you got a field, you're gonna have kids play, have the dang thing prepared.
Makes sense to me.
So,
I mean, I know I'm getting that, but these kids' sports programs has meant a lot to me for many years. I served as president of the Santa Law Association, served the first 9 years on the rec board. And that's the one thing we made sure that we had. And I'm not gonna, that was started the downfall of the rec league at the Little League, these kids' programs were going downhill. And part of it was because things weren't being done the way they should have been. So I think he's made improvements, but there's still a lot of improvements to be made with that department.
So, in my opinion, recreation is not a static department. Recreation is always going to change. And that is the nature of the beast. And if a parent complains, there should not be a knee-jerk reaction from the department or from administration to try and please everybody all the time. I mean, we're up here, we get the phone calls, we understand. If it's not within the ability of this department to correct something, then it needs to be honestly communicated that that's exactly the case. If two people can't run this department with what we have and the things that we have, then something's wrong. I get that there's a lot of time commitment, and I get that maybe one of them would have to work more weekends because the other might not be available for weekends, but that's a management issue. And that doesn't come to this table. That has to be managed by the administration of the department. We're the ones that get the phone calls. We pass them on. Then it's management and employees' job to figure out solutions. And I think we're probably belabored this point enough. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, sure, if Jacob wants to come up with his plans, that's great. I don't know that I'm gonna be moved to increase to a third employee, but I'd be more than willing to see it and read it. I just would like to see, we had more we had more sports programs back in the day when we were all just, you know, parents were coming in and doing stuff and, you know, the authority would do stuff. And we had clean fields, line fields. I mean, I remember when Lauren was the head of the authority,
He almost got divorced over it.
yeah, he'd be out there lining fields at 3:30 and 4 o'clock.
We don't have that anymore. We don't have Lindas and Jerry's and Levi's.
No.
I understand, but we never had a full-time employee either.
But you did, if you take the ratio of your volunteers to our paid staff, you had way more volunteers than having two people. I'm not saying or advocating, but I think the comparison is not
But no,
valid.
I will not buy that because Lauren Yoder came in and did the work himself as an individual.
We don't have that.
I understand, but you now have an employee that's working 40 hours a week. They can line fields. These fields should be lined. It doesn't take that much to line a field. I've done it, I know.
I agree, I'm not talking about line fields, so that's just a reevaluation of
But the-
tasks.
I understand.
Tasks
And
of
the
the
difference,
staff.
and also, you had a director of the Recreation Authority that put in 60 hours a week, even though they were being paid as a part-time person.
Right.
And that person found or blackmailed the volunteers. I was one of them.
Yeah.
I got blackmailed one time into coaching when I didn't need to, but that was so the kids could play. They got it,
Right.
what they got. But the mindset though, as soon as we made it a department of the county, unfortunately, the mindset of the volunteers changed.
Right.
And I think that's what I was trying to say. is
Understood.
Yeah, that's what changed. Even though you had Lauren doing it, you had other people doing stuff too. That I understand what you're saying. It amounted to more than just two people doing it all the time.
Yeah.
But you have way more people. But the mindset, I know people that used to contribute time and money to the authority, that once we took it over, well, my tax dollars paying for it, I'm not doing it anymore.
Right.
Other than the
And they were
partnership, you
fault,
don't have any volunteers out there.
except for the coaches.
The coaches, yes, the coaches in the partnership, those are your volunteers. Those are the only folks that are volunteering out there anymore. And I have had some parents come in. Now, I will say, at least this was one of the parents that would come in, because a lot of folks that complain when you call them back, they don't have anything to say. But one person that was kind enough to come in and talk to me, they were complaining about the quality of their coach. Why didn't they have more experience? Why didn't they, know more about the rules of whatever sport it was? And then this particular person had a lot of background and had a child in the program. And I said, well, why don't you volunteer to be the coach? And they said, oh, I don't have time.
Yeah.
I just need somebody else to be a better volunteer coach for my child. And so you fortunately have a great number of your county employees, honestly. A huge portion of your coaching staff, one of them was here today.
Yeah, Dustin. Yeah.
Dustin and Jesse both do an
Yep.
enormous number of teams. Darren, there are several folks in the
Yep.
sheriff's office. That's who the backbone of your coaching staff is.
Yep.
Is your own employees. And we're just not having, the world has changed, and I'm picking on people here. There's
It's
probably
all
more
over.
volunteers here than in most places, honestly. There are more people who are more community minded here than most places in the country. But there's still 70% of the workforce is leaving the county to go to work every day. And they can't be here.
And there was a game played in Blacksburg at the old Blacksburg, well, not the old high school, but the new old high school. They said the fields here in this county compared to college level compared to the one they played on in Blacksburg. So it's not just us.
Right.
I think Levi's got.
I was just gonna say, I mean, if a task as simple as just the fields being lined, that hadn't been done since the first of the season. If something like that just can't be accomplished in the short amount of time that takes, it's hard to sway my opinion to think that the only way that could be accomplished is if there was a full-time employee. I mean, it's like, how hard is it to go up there and put some lines on the field? even if you just do have two people, you know. But, I mean, it sounds like that department needs a policy and procedure manual or something of what is supposed to take place with
Yep, an
that
SOP.
job. But I will stand by that, cause Jacob called me one day asking me how he should approach something. And I told Jacob, I said, listen, buddy, I can't hire or fire you, so what good is it coming from me on what you should be doing? That's not my role. My role is to figure out if funds should be applied to this line item or what have you. Look out for the best interest of the county in terms of finances, but how you do your job, I've got my opinions on how to do it. But if I can't discipline you, you don't need to be hearing how you should be doing it. And so I would just rest that has to fall back to the county administration staff on how we should perform.
To encourage more county employees to volunteer, can we offer some kind of bank of volunteer hours? So you can have, a couple hours off a week to do volunteer work.
A lot of places do that, right?
So you still get paid, we'll get
There's another idea
your
for
pay.
y'all to explore.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm hearing is it's pretty much in y'all's bailiwick. Hey,
Okay, if it is, then
Part
we.
of like you have a sick annual, you have a
Right.
volunteer.
I don't know, I mean, I think they're gonna do it whether they're getting a day off or not, I mean,
Right,
that's
they're
what we
gonna
all
do it,
did.
but we should, because volunteerism is just gone, pretty much. I think we should encourage it where we can,
if
and
we
maybe it
have
would just help.
If we have an incentive that, if you want to, if you have the time, here's a little reward for.
Yeah, and then it'd be, with that, also have some nice flexibility, so you can volunteer, so you can go out at 5 and take care of
Volunteer in
whatever it
the county.
is. Yes,
Right?
yes,
Yeah.
in the county for county stuff. Yeah, so we'll have to make a list of what's approved activities.
You beat that horse to death yet.
No, we can dig it up.
I'm getting ready to say, I think we done rode that in
Yep.
the ground.
Okay, yep, rode it round the stable.
So anybody else got anything to bring up
Other than recreation.
other than recreation?
I actually do. I'm getting complaints from the Gardner Road folks almost every day about the situation with the dogs and the trailers and
Oh, I thought that was taken care of.
no.
Oh.
And I've been asked to ask again if we can pursue the deed restrictions on that property.
Not according to the attorney, but.
Well, that property and the deed restriction, it had been subdivided since it was initially sold by the county, so the sewer, the septic that it's referring to, that's on attached to the old prison building, not to these new properties.
What did the deed restrictions say?
There's restrictions on use and
There's some, if I might, on use, and there's some on things like
living buildings.
water, living quarters, some of those kind of things.
That applies to the
It's-
prison camp though, right?
But so the prison camp, that deed restriction was on that property, and was also conveyed to all those subdivided properties. That deed restriction was on those smaller lots that was cut off from that.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Are they,
But it's the same deed restriction that conveyed to those smaller properties, cause all the property owners got that deed
I don't know
restriction.
how they done that, because that place, they got Daniel Hubbard's old place, and it's not like 2 acres in that.
It wasn't subdivided off of the original
Right.
property.
and
I
that
mean,
wouldn't,
obviously, it's a new septic system and so forth.
Right, but the deed restrictions carried with the properties.
but
Is there a deed restriction that said no further subdivide?
No, but it's the behavior that's happening on that lot. There's now intimidating behavior going on, and people aren't feeling safe in their yards. It's escalating.
that
I mean, I guess it's
that went on the camera, didn't.
So I have communicated and I believe sent something back to y'all with Mr. Darvin about this, and I think
you know, I hesitate to speak for him, but I think what I would say from his comments was it would be within your authority for some of the things. Some of the things don't apply anymore. Some potentially would, but it is not necessarily a requirement. That would be a decision of you all if you want to enforce it or not. There are several pieces of it that really wouldn't be enforceable to this portion of the property, because there were some things in there about some of asbestos, toxic, you know, leftover stuff that have nothing to do with this.
Right.
But, you know, then if you all choose to try
It was in the
to.
main building though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's why Steve was saying those things really don't apply, but there are some other things that still might.
Not part of that property.
Yeah, this was part of that property though.
It was originally part of that tract.
And these
So-
deed restrictions
But
convey,
the restrictions outlined, obviously, I understand what you're saying, but the
Right.
restrictions outlined obviously pertain to the prison camp building itself. But since their argument is since this dirt was once attached to that dirt, that all of that should have still applied.
I don't
the
see
deed
how it could.
restriction, the thing is, the deed restrictions conveyed with those properties, the
As a
purchases of those
sub-property.
Those
after they
septic
subdivided.
Yeah.
pools. Alright, like those septic pools right here,
Right.
then there's a pretty good, I'd say a 2 acre strip here, but then Danielle's 2 acres is right here. That's the ones
Right,
they're
but those,
talking about.
the same restrictions on that larger property also came to, with the smaller properties.
I
All
don't
right,
see how
which
the world that-
restrictions are you saying applies?
All of them.
Well, no.
Not-
Steve's
no.
already said some of them.
Some of them, so the living buildings that have people living in them aren't approved. They
They're
don't-
what?
Not approved.
You're talking about the campers.
Yeah, and living in the sheds, and there's other things that are going on too that don't fall.
But the
Comply with the
intent of the restrictions would have been for the prison building.
And the guard,
But it can-
guard house.
It doesn't matter what the intent was, because that contract went with the smaller properties, so it applies.
But let me ask a question,
I don't
is
see
this
how it
not a
could.
slippery slope?
It is, but I've just,
Because
I've
I
been
understand.
asked, so I'm bringing it up.
I understand, but this is a very slippery slope, not to, get, funny, cause any puns,
Right.
talking about septic situation. However, there are deed restrictions on properties all across this county.
Right. But this is a deed restriction that the county put on the property,
I don't see how the county put it on there.
Yeah, me neither.
because we owned the property.
Yeah, we own Camp Five.
The main,
Not after they sold it, it all.
see, well, I can tell you what happened. We put deed restrictions on the two primary ones,
Well,
it'd
you
never
went-
be a
well, you went
prison
off.
facility and never be any kind of mental health or any kind of facility that housed people inside.
Rebound.
Took care of that.
Rebound.
Yeah, rebound.
Yeah.
Rebound.
Yeah, well, we made sure of that. These others were other things that applied to Tommy and the whole property as far as
Right.
the septic and some contaminations that it was up to him to handle. Now, as far as restricting, and we did state that this went with, if he blocked off part of the property, the deed restriction went with it, those that apply.
And, correct.
But
That's what I can't wrap my mind around, some of the restrictions you're talking about. It was probably the 5 acres around the main building right there.
well,
And it's up, from what I understand, it's up to the entity that created the deed restriction to enforce it. So
think
other
Jerry-
deed restrictions
I
wouldn't
think
be up
Jerry-
to us.
no,
Straighten up your
Jerry.
mess.
It wouldn't be up to us to enforce other
I'd
deed
say-
restrictions.
I think at this point, it would be on Tommy before it would be us, cause he conveyed the restrictions. That's just my personal
But, you know,
opinion.
I went up through there about 3 weeks ago, and the old homemade trailer they'd been living in was gone. And I'm thinking one of the other campers is gone,
There were
the
7 or
dog-
8 of them though.
and the dog lot was gone.
The dogs are all still there.
still there, they must have put it back, cause it's, you know, they cleaned it all up, it shocked me when I looked at it, I thought, well, man, that took care of itself.
They're all still there.
Well, as far as the dogs, I don't remember any restrictions, and I don't have that copy with me, but I don't remember any restrictions on livestock animals or anything like that. And if they're meeting satisfying animal control, that's kinda outside of our realm.
But they're not.
But they're not. They
Well,
have
then
more than
animal
20
control
dogs.
should enforce whatever needs to be enforced, but
Yeah,
we're not in
that's
charge
the
of
question,
animal
is like,
control.
Is animal control or
Sheriff's office?
the health department for the septic, I mean,
They have all been contacted numerous times and heavily engaged. I had, now this has been several weeks, but when the one call I got from the neighbor after you and I had spoken, I sent Kevin up there on Easter Saturday, and he went ahead and said he didn't find anything that rose to his level, but he thought there were concerns for the health department. We forwarded it to the health department, they came out on Monday. And at that time, I believe they were cited for an illegal campground, and so they had a certain amount of time to cure that. They have also been visited, I believe, several times by a number of officers, some animal control, some not. And they have been given some citations related to that. And Ms. Bechtold communicates to me pretty frequently when she hears from people who are unhappy. And we go ahead and forward those on and let them know.
The health department also checked the water around there too, didn't Water
They did,
samples,
they checked the
yeah.
water. Yes, because one of the concerns was they didn't think the water was safe. And there's been another health department related complaint that I have forwarded on to them as well, based on some photographs that were sent to Ms. Bechtold.
Well, I don't know. I mean. Okay.
Can we get a
Steve
copy
says
of
you can and you can't.
these?
Right?
Sorry?
Parts
Steve
of
says
it we
you can and
can.
you can't.
Yeah, so yeah, the things that were clearly very specifically related to the old prison buildings obviously don't apply.
Can we get copies of those deeds? See what the
Yes,
restrictions
I
are?
think that I sent them, but let me pull it up and resend it to you all so it's at the top of your box.
Right, okay.
So
Not
there's,
just the deeds to the facility, main facility, but also what went with these additional lots.
yes, so what I have is some of the, and Rhonda helped me with some of this, so I went over, appreciate her walking, or actually it was Linda, so, but Rhonda's staff walked me through it. So what I have and can share with you is, the original deed, and then there's a couple, I think this is maybe the third deed. And then it also refers to a contract, and so that's where Rhonda's staff was able to help me find the contract, cause that was not in anything provided to me, and Steve's seen all that. So I can re-forward that to you all as a package, and you can
Yeah,
make
that'd
whatever
probably be better.
decisions you all like.
Hard copy.
Okay,
That's what I was getting ready to say. You know the two old clowns here's got.
Well, yeah, make a
Absolutely.
couple of hard copies of it.
okay,
I
you'd
wouldn't
be
mind
happy to do
having
that.
a
And I'll send you what Steve sent as well,
copy of the plat
The
okay?
where
original?
it showed the original buildings and what was cut off.
Okay,
Yeah,
You
the subdivision.
Cause I'm a visual person, I got, I mean, I know, I used to mow hay off that place, you know. And I know pretty much, but time has eroded some of my memory on
I
that.
understand,
Uh,
I understand.
And I don't mean that's ugly, but it sounds like some of this may be getting into the civil realm.
I think a
Yeah.
lot of it's in
And we
civil.
don't,
I agree.
no disrespect, but we don't wanna get into the civil part.
Right, that's why we're being asked to
We could
enforce
look
these
at our
deed
part,
restrictions first.
Yeah, but even the deed restrictions are more civil.
But we're the ones who put the deed restrictions in place, so it's our responsibility to enforce them. Is what I've been told.
Well, I would have to question that. I think,
That's another Steve question.
I think between us and the person that bought, I doesn't say his name, us and Tommy, yes. But I think as it goes down the line, that would revert back to him since he transferred, the deed restrictions transferred. I'm not so sure that wouldn't fall back on him as the seller, but I may be wrong, but Lord knows I have been before.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just trying to
Yes.
Understood,
I know.
understood.
do our due diligence, we've been
Yep.
asked to, I've been asked again to pursue this, so.
So yeah, it'd be good to get us all that information and then maybe we can.
Because originally, you had the brick house over in 221 that was superintendent's house.
Mhm.
Then you had, 36 acres, was it, or 26?
It was
27,
26, 27.
Okay.
after they cut the house
Right.
off, it was
Right.
27 left.
And then they cut off the back of Tommy's, and, was the Hunt property part of that?
The Hurt property?
Yeah, Hurt, I
Mhm.
never can get their name right. That's
And then
new
there was
on me, I
another-
didn't know that was part of it.
There's another track here too, in between this trailer and
Right,
the
yeah.
Hurt property.
Yeah,
It's another track.
yeah, it's the one that's got the
Yeah,
square
small
house up
house,
top.
yeah.
And I'll
So
let you-
it's probably been subdivided probably 3 times.
At
3
least.
chunks cut off of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was
Well, who
20.
owns that track between where the cesspool was at? Here, there's a strip of land up here that comes up,
In between VDOT
in between VDOT. See, VDOT's
and VDOT
strap
and Danielle's.
power's right up against
Yeah,
it.
that's still part of the original.
Yeah, I know, but I
Versus
said,
the
who
ball.
owns that part? Is that Tommy
Tommy.
and them still got
Yeah.
that? Okay. Tommy and them just cut off
It
2
was
acres
carved out around that,
for,
yeah, because of 2 acre minimum.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
2 acres for, his daughter,
Yeah.
Danielle. Okay.
Yeah, and if
Alright.
so I'll get that all together for you all, and again, I'll double check with Steve, but where I think it stood, see if this language seems right to y'all, is that because it has a deed restriction, the county potentially has standing to file a civil action where the other neighbors would not. And so I think that's why the neighbors are coming, because they don't have standing, because you have standing doesn't necessarily mean that you have an obligation.
Can
Or
we get,
have a good case.
can we
Don't
get
make
all this
sense.
information into one packet? And at our, we're already filled up, at our next day meeting, have Steve here,
Sure.
consultation with legal counsel.
Yep.
We go in, discuss it, and at least we'll know where we stand at that point with what we have
Cause
based
they
on,
feel like they're just not getting the answers.
well, they're not getting the answer, they won't, definitely.
Even if the answer is no, they wanna have the answer and
Yeah.
the
And neither
explanation.
Ms. Bechtel or she can't give an answer on her own, and I can't give an answer at all.
Well, I'd want a discussion with the attorney
Okay,
on
sounds
that,
good.
I
Me
think.
too.
So back to the point earlier made, when buying property in Floyd County, it is best to find out at the front end of your purchase what it is you're buying. Whether it be encumbered by deed restrictions, covenants and restrictions, or whatever. If you are doing this on your own, it is incumbent for you to figure all this out. Otherwise, find a good attorney or other professional that can help you.
I know a plot of property in Stewart I could take you to right now.
Public service announcement.
Now, they don't follow it, but when it was first set up way back, it was a restriction, it could not be sold to certain people of a certain nationality.
Ooh.
Yeah, but some.
You know those Italians.
some legality.
There you go.
I guarantee you that's in the deed of the people that's there today. It's not enforced. But
Probably
but for whatever reason, it has to carry it through some way it was first set
Probably
up.
the additional follow-up to Linda's statement would be also in addition, remember that 10, 15 years afterwards, you buy that property, there's no zoning in Floyd County.
Right.
So once your neighbor's property comes up for sale, your best move is to buy your neighbor's property.
Or be happy with what's there.
Or be happy with what's there, yeah.
You know, one of the problems I think happened here was,
Yeah, right.
Tommy may have been aware of the restrictions, but when he sold or gave Danielle them 2 acres,
No,
he didn't make her aware of them, so she didn't pass it on.
So where is?
But it should have been wrote in her deed too.
Well, I think that part's been satisfied. I think it all goes back into the title work.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I think it all does, I think it already does that just by nature.
So where are we talking?
Because it's originally tied to that parcel,
Right.
but
Yeah, but if I'm understanding correctly, it's somewhere on this back corner back here.
the better case would be if there was a restriction that no one was doing.
Yeah, second.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best case.
Yeah, it's a camp file property, it's on that backside back
Yeah, where's VDOT?
Yeah.
there. This is Floyd Highway, and that's
Yeah.
VDOT's on
Yeah.
Black Headaway.
Yeah, here's Gardner Road.
Is that what your money?
It's, I think,
I heard it. Rescues.
this is the main building part.
Right. And they divided this up? Because it doesn't look divided.
No, this ain't showing all of it.
It's not, is it?
Yep.
See, it's not showing any of these
Showing-
divisions.
Yeah, it's just showing the main property.
And only
This-
two
this-
addresses.
This is the main buildings now up here. This is guard quarters, right?
No, that's VDOT.
That's a VDOT lot.
Yeah, y'all in
Oh, that
VDOT.
is-
That's a
Is
VDOT
this?
lot.
Go over it.
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
wrong.
there
No wonder it didn't look right.
I don't know, that's what I pulled it up for.
Yeah, here we are, here we are,
Yeah.
here we are.
Here's
Right in here's where I'll take it, the problem is,
You probably have enough time.
well, tell me something, how is that affecting somebody over on Gardner Road?
yeah, this is Gardner Road.
Oh, that is,
Well,
Mr. Chairman, did you
This
want
is
us
Gardner
to
Road.
continue?
that's Floyd Highway,
Oh, that's Ford Cloud.
ain't that Camp 5 Road?
I was just looking for my
And there's Gardner on the other
There's
side of
Gardner,
there.
yeah,
So it must be affecting them back over in this corner somewhere.
yeah. If this is Gardner Road, this is where all the houses are.
I'm pretty
Okay, how is that affecting them?
Why don't you explain?
This one, yeah. I'll have to get a paper copy where I go.
Okay, we'll get you all some paper copies.
Where to go, there's Gardner.
I gotta get it
So
together.
it has to be.
All right, anybody got anything else?
Because I don't see how it's
I think you
affecting-
guys were in the middle of board time.
And I'm sorry, but there's no.
That's what I'm saying. Anybody else got anything else?
Nope, not me.
It sucked up everybody's board time.
I think
Come to
Melinda,
2:00, but I still missed it, didn't I?
Yeah, but you know what, I'm calling foul play.
Oh, no, not foul play.
I tell you what, next time we'll be quiet and let them take it more time.
That's right.
All right, so
Maybe that's
we're,
what we should do, one board member every meeting.
There you go.
Save it up.
Store them all up.
Well, look at her, look at her.
I do
Give
have
me,
something.
give me an hour to talk.
Yeah.
wait a minute, Levi's
Yeah, I
gonna
do-
stir
I
up
do
something
have
else.
Real quick. We ain't talked about it hardly yet, so dumpsters.
Mm-hmm.
I had somebody call about Dollar General in Copper Hill, that
Okay.
dumpster site.
Hummingbird, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Hummingbird. Their request was, and surprisingly, cause I didn't, just the layout with the roads, the field behind it, I wouldn't expect a lot of bear activity right there, maybe,
Oh.
just with that open field, but I heard we've been having a lot of it there. Their idea or their thought was maybe not the full deal we did down in Franklin Pike, but they asked maybe if the open field, it was the landowner that we spoke to maybe about a fence and so forth. I said, well, I'm not even sure we have much of an agreement with the people who currently own the property the dumpsters are on. So if we don't really, I don't know, do we have a written agreement with them or not, or it's just a
We do not have a written agreement with them. It's actually owned by the,
looked like it
Church?
transferred again?
no, it is not owned by the
Oh.
church.
It's been
It's owned
transferred
by,
another corporation.
yes, it's been
Last
transferred.
January.
Yes, after, yes.
Sales price, for what that's worth, says that the old J&J building plus
Yeah.
the dumpster lot
Right.
shows a sales price of $2,500.
So they
Which
quoted
was an
us
off-site.
multiple times that to buy it.
Yeah, well, isn't that Dollar General's parent company that owns it?
It's their real estate company.
That's what the sales record is showing, which was originally all tied back into the Dollar General
Right.
building. But that's where I was going with this is, I mean, do we think that particular site, would that be one that we could look at for a convenience center in Copper Hill? Or have we already explored that, trying
We
to
have
purchase that?
explored that multiple times. We kind of hoped when that transfer took place that we might be able to do it then. And that did not work out. Now it is transferred to a larger corporation and they said we can stay there. They're just essentially trying to, as a good business person, trying to hold the corner from keeping somebody else or putting a similar size type business up there.
Sure, I get
Several
that.
corners like that, right?
Wonder if we could approach it in the subject that we put a deed restriction on it ourselves, that it would be exclusively used for a dumpster site. So there's no competition.
Run by the county.
Well, so the last time we made a run at them, they were looking for 6 figures for that piece of property.
Just in that corner.
Yes. Gosh.
What about J&J Market? Are you
2,500.
talking about the market corner? Where the
I'm not
market
knowing where the
sits?
dumpster is, but it's
They're
the
owned
same
by the same
outfit that
people.
has
I know
both
they are.
corners, yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'd just as soon have I think it would be better off to have the J&J Market site.
Right.
Take
Forget
the
about
market down.
Take the market down, cause how many acres is that, an acre?
The only thing you're gonna run into is VDOT with an appropriate entrance, being that close to the intersection.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to have the commercial, but we have, to your point.
Oh,
we
there's
have
line of
approached them.
sight.
Yeah,
Well,
I
but
was
to get
just-
two trucks to be able to come through there with fencing and stuff, cause we've looked at that in multiple times. And talked to several other property owners up there, but we keep going back, that would, to your point, that is the perfect, somewhere on that corner is the perfect spot. But I think everyone up there knows they have the perfect spot. So they said we could leave it there for free or we could pay them 6 figures to buy it.
Maybe even try.
Well,
Mark
could we at
Hall,
least put the fence on that you're talking
They've
about?
talked to them, I've talked to them.
What about putting the fence on it?
Talk about on three sides.
3 sides.
Fencing off of that field and
Yeah,
behind.
I think the property owner would allow us to erect the fence on his land.
Hmm.
I don't know if we wanna necessarily, but I told him too, I said, well, I don't know, before, that's probably something the county would have to explore before we spend the money spend the money on the fencing. We'd probably like to have a better agreement in place for the use of the dumpsters,
And then
but,
if we're putting fences on other people's land, are
right,
all the green box site landowners going to demand that
yeah, I mean, I would,
or have
Did
the
he tell
boxes
you that
pulled?
Mark, that he spoke to Mark, the land?
but I just wondered if we had explored trying to make a purchase or explore that.
Yeah, we even started when we were still in the other building, cause that's when that other sale took place.
Wonder if, cause I know when you buy something and you feel like you really got something, and after some time passes, you realize maybe it's not what I thought it was.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, he's talked to them in the last 2-3 months, cause we've been trying again, we've gone back to the one you keep mentioning, they still say no. But, so we've talked to them again in the last 2-3 months about, yeah.
Do you know where they're from?
No,
Where
it's
they're
an
originated
out-of-state company,
I know when they first did it, they talked to me a couple times and then they've talked to Mark a couple times now.
I got
We've
you.
just not had any luck there.
Okay.
Would love to though, cause you're right, it would be the perfect spot. It really would be very convenient. And we'd also tried to get a hold of them about, I didn't realize this, but normally Dollar General sits their building on kind of a corner of their property and then wants to have a lot of open space to again, kind of make sure they keep their space, people can see their sign, all that. That one they managed to build in the middle of their property, cause we talked to them too about could we build right next to the Dollar General there, cause that's flat and has good view and all that, and they had no interest in that. But it's a great thought. If they change their mind, you got my number.
That was all I had.
Like I say, you never know till you ask.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Now could we go down the?
And if it's you get your 6-year road plan and then you have a written document from me again, and I think there's only like three things in here I wanna necessarily spend time on, given what time it is.
You wanna do your 3, 'cause.
I can do it real quick.
Okay.
Okay, sure. One that I wanted to make sure that you heard was actually to brag a little on Dustin's shop. So you'll see in here that they actually had enough staff to add a 5th person to 8 shifts in the month of June, so they are making a little bit of progress. And that extends their ability to run some additional ambulances, and so far they've only had 1 shift, but they have had 1 shift, which was yesterday.
That was a busy shift.
That was
Yeah.
a busy shift, I was gonna say.
It was good timing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lord
one,
have mercy.
yeah, 1 shift yesterday that had all 3 ambulances and they all got called out.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So they're very excited about all of that and
Within an hour of each other.
yes. Yeah, so, and they
That was
continue to staff an ambulance at Indian Valley as much as the calls will allow. They generally try to get somebody, have folks out there 8 hours during the middle of the day, because that is the one place where there's kind of a trend to times of day. I can't read off of that because my computer's dead. Let's see, I'll look up here.
Just hold on.
Then the other things that I'll mention real quick is the radio tower.
Right.
And there's even a little bit more update than when I finished this at 7:30 this morning, which is Mark Bolt and the people from Procom are currently up that direction. They are in the Slate Mount area and are having some conversations with the people up there to see if that's a possibility. Radio wise, that would work better than anything else we are looking at.
Including the buffalo?
Including the buffalo. There have been, in the past, as you all know, some of the folks that lived up there weren't really interested in that, but I think over time, and as we've potentially changed the type of tower, the fact that the tower would be under 200 feet. If it's up there, it could maybe even be substantially under 200 feet. And would be no wider than basically what's used by the ham operators
stick.
next to the high school. So, or to the school board, so there's at least some conversation and will be a part of their annual meeting up there. So that's why they're up there, so that's the newest news.
That would save us a lot.
Tell you what, if they get on the tip top of there, you can see 360 up there.
Yeah, you sure can.
Yeah.
Well,
You'll probably have to have all the HOAs.
Yeah. Wow.
Agree to it.
That's their annual meetings, the 21st.
The Buffalo site, getting power to it and the road
I know,
is gonna be a problem.
yeah, it is, unless you go
I
in
mean-
off of the other one.
Well, even coming off the other one, it's almost just as bad
Look on
because,
Red Ford and Nose Red.
yeah, you gotta go down the hollow and come back up to
Yeah.
the conservation property,
Yeah, so,
conservancy property.
yes,
And, I mean, you could be talking anywhere from 250 to $500,000
Yeah.
just in road and power to that one.
Yeah, I get it.
yes, but we're keeping Oh, that's being true, we've kept that
But we have another
option.
potential up there too that may be better than that one.
Mhm.
If this at Slakemont doesn't work out,
Mhm.
because that other fellow, I'm not gonna call his name over
Mhm.
the, but you know, he seemed more in tune possibly. It had been turned down once before, but he may be more in tune now.
Yes, I've called him again, this week, and he was going to bring the issue back with the folks that he needed to chat with about that. And then for the one that we went and looked up on the Buffalo, the Virginia Conservation folks called me this morning before your meeting. And they have gotten an agreement with DCR, that they can hold back that 1 acre for a year. So just like we were talking about, as long as we can plat something that Carla can approve, then we will have that year to try to work through an appropriate right of way to get there, but it can't be up the DCR property, they did say that.
I figured that.
Yeah, so option one was no,
That
but
was
so
a
they've
shot in the
agreed to
dark.
that and wanna give them some kudos for that, cause that was not DCR's initial position.
So do we have a landowner that's willing to sell us a piece of property up at Slakemont?
We don't know yet.
Working on it. We might. We might have a landowner that might be willing to, and depending on the height, the restrictions may or may not impede as much. But it's something they still feel they need to take up at their meeting, which of course I understand. They
Yeah.
sent a series of questions to Mark Bolt and myself and Mark from Procom, so we've gone through and answered all those. And things like, would we be willing to paint the tower, a less obtrusive color and stuff
It
like
can
that.
be brown and green, gray, tree bark and green, I don't.
Yeah.
Put those little things that they put on the cell towers, make
Yeah,
it
that's
like
right.
a tree.
Big
One of my
trees.
friends sent me one from down South
Yeah,
Carolina.
North Carolina
Yeah.
Like
does
pine
it.
tree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
North
Right.
Carolina does
Yeah.
it
I
too.
saw one on our last trip to Richmond, I caught the view of one down there.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, when I first seen it, I said, that's the awfulest looking tree I ever saw.
Yeah.
And then I realized it wasn't
It's a
a
cell
tree.
tower.
Cell tower with limbs on it.
And
That's
it's
right.
got,
Yeah.
like a Christmas tree limbs on it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so the tippy top is
So the-
3460.
We
Yeah.
have a lot of options we could do there, if that's all it takes to satisfy them. I'll paint it whatever color they want.
Yeah, seriously, and
I'll
the
take
road,
I'll
the
take
roads are
brush up
already
there
in
and do it.
There
place.
you go.
Yep, the power's already nearby.
The power is there.
So
Yeah,
those are
yeah,
all the
no, right.
options, we're still running, so
Alright.
so hopefully one of them will break loose soon. But
3460
yeah, I
is
wanna
pretty
give
hard.
Carla a little credit too, because she's been trying to help us work through the 1 acre situation, so appreciate that.
Yeah.
Let's see,
Can I ask one question about the radio?
Yeah.
I know we're talking about the radio tower.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the New River Valley Emergency Communications Authority agreement change our radio needs at all? Cause they just entered a new buying agreement.
So that's the one that's Montgomery and nearby, correct? So they've been actually on this trek, as hard it is to believe, a lot longer than us.
So it
And
doesn't,
we are
it's
not
not
a
gonna
part
affect,
of them.
it's not gonna affect anything.
The only thing it potentially affects, we can't do anything about, which is they will likely be using different frequencies than we do.
So they're gonna need to get to dispatch and then to our dispatch to communicate.
Yes, so, they are, as I recall, unless something's changed, that you remember, we were looking at the newer, fancier technology, but wouldn't work as well in the mountains.
Right.
That's what they've gone with.
The P25 truncated.
Yes, I can remember, but that's what it is, that's what they've gone with.
Okay.
When we went back to Procom, part of that decision was to use more
What will
kind of
fix our
traditional
problems.
fixed, yes. But the radios that we be buying are ones that you can convert to either one.
Yeah, they'll work under both programs.
Work on, yes. But as a practical matter, and you may know this already, ma'am, but as a practical matter, Montgomery County monitors all of our stuff
Right.
as it is.
Yeah.
Just like people here do at home. And they do self-dispatch on a pretty regular basis. If they know we only have 2 ambulances going and they're both out, they will automatically send a third. And they've never charged us or raised any issue about that.
Right.
So appreciate that. But thank you for asking.
That's part of that agreement between us both, that if they need us, we go, and if we need them, they come, so.
Yes, yes, it is, but they've been particularly good about it. We end up responding to, when we can, a fair number of calls further south and the jurisdictions to the south. So that's where we do there. Let's see, you have in your packet what some of the things that are going on for the Independence Day celebrations. We've decided to have more activities, but in a shorter period of time. And it will, all kind of overlap a little bit with some of the town things, so hopefully that will go well. VDEM update, I've told most of you all of this already. We've already put in paperwork to draw down that 41,000 that's supposed to help make up the difference by the state forcing us to move away from Citizens to AT&T, essentially, for dispatch services. There are some remaining smaller buckets of grants that are reimbursement grants. And they haven't necessarily been expended by dispatch up to this point. So we're kind of looking if there's some other places, there's no match required, but we're also leaving money on the table. So like Danny's trip will be covered under that. We'll use that to reimburse some of those kind of things. The audit special meeting, of course, you all know about that. The one thing I did want to have, pull up is the potential building plans, and wanted you all to look at those just a little bit.
Take a try.
Let's say, the one is on the report.
Where is that? Oh, on your report?
Yes, there's the one, the floor downstairs, so the main level is the one I put in there. What I sent to
Oh,
Danny
yeah.
has all of it, but that should probably help. And just wanted you to kind of see where things seem to be going, and if that gets to what you all would like, other than, you know,
Yeah,
paying
it's pixelated, it's hard to,
them to
Can't
put it
read it.
together.
yeah, you really can't read it.
Okay, I can
It'd be
send
great
you
to
the whole
have, it'd be
document.
great to have it printed. Actually, these should be printed in color.
It wasn't me this time.
I know,
It
they
wasn't me.
should be printed in color so we can,
on your thing.
you can't read
it.
it, it's pixelated.
You can't read any of the words.
Can't read any of the words. In her report,
Where'd you find that?
that's in the admin report.
You can read,
What it is?
this is the only legible writing.
Oh,
Alright.
that's just that picture. That,
Yeah, I
thought
will
you meant
send,
the whole
well, I was saying, I
tower.
can't send the
no,
whole thing to use, my phone's
No,
dead.
no.
Let me, do you wanna see if I can print it from mine?
Yeah, sure.
All right, where's the admin report at?
Yeah, it's in our
That's in your
supervisor.
Linda, I can't,
Oh, down at the
Is it
bottom,
in
you
your
got
report?
it, I'm
well,
sorry.
no, I can send Linda one that wasn't, I
That's what happened last time.
You can read the colored legends.
Yeah, I know, but still. I wanna
Yeah,
read.
when you get it to a certain point, you can.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just trying to find it, so
I was gonna try to,
I sent it to you too, right?
I think
got
you
it.
did.
Today and tomorrow.
What, you don't have a,
Here too.
You got headlights.
Yeah,
yeah, I was just about to say, do you have headlights?
yeah. The only trouble is I got a lot of woods go around.
Oh,
Yeah, that might not be a good idea.
Let me just do this and.
So you laid all your hay down and then it rained.
but it was as soon as I laid it down, so it just washed the dust off.
Oh, no, so she's
But
saying
you're not
it's still
supposed to
open.
bale wet hay.
If it rains on it when you first
Yeah, you're gonna
mow
kick
it,
it.
if it rains on you when you first mow it, it don't hurt it.
Yeah.
When it gets almost cured,
Right,
and then it starts raining on it.
ah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
you got some.
11:35, I sent it
I
to you.
pastured the cattle in it this fall,
And it's the whole
early spring, or early winter.
Yeah, there
Maybe
you go.
clover
So,
and that.
just print it.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Which one is that,
Well,
Sunny
Maybe
Ridge?
if we could print some
Valley.
big paper.
Oh, you Valley Land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My first,
I don't know if we
first
need to print
patch,
to do the first
I
page.
got- last year I got 33 rows, this year I got 21.
Oh, you gotta make it the other way.
Wow,
I mean, that stuff was growing pretty,
yeah,
then we had them 2 frosts.
alright, head it
Stuff
out,
turned yellow,
yep,
then it started raining, it grows a little bit more.
I mean,
that
this,
was it.
this is just what we have now.
Yeah.
as a
Oh,
house,
So I
and
thought
then
I'd
page
mow
2
it, being
is
just
what
done
the-
headed out and heads getting right.
Right, is it-
So I'm gonna go this week and we'll fertilize it.
Is this Commissioner Revenue here?
Or you could just print it the way it is.
Um,
Isn't the strangest thing though?
Yeah, the pin,
Yeah.
so the treasurer and the commissioner of
Used to.
revenue are together.
Okay, so to get,
And then what?
Okay, where you got this bad?
It's not
Yeah, one of
different,
them.
it's not
Bell,
changing.
Bell.
Common
Bell
area.
line,
Well,
that's
just-
what I
how do you
got,
get to
it's
the
a-
treasurer's
it's a
office
second one.
without going through the commissioner of revenue?
I was gonna say, try to print it on a bigger
You
page.
have to-
Can you print it off?
I think,
Unless you come in this door over here.
yeah, I think
If you
that's
come in the little door,
right, or the back door.
well,
Right, oh yeah, that's what I had, a 6 foot.
but if you come in that little door, then you
Well,
go into treasurer.
right here, look. So that's a door that goes into the treasurer. And this is the door that goes into the commissioner of revenue.
But you got the double doors right there, and
Yeah, that
where that is. So I'm guessing if you go this way into the treasurer, this way into the commissioner of revenue, I guess.
He made a nice one,
There's Mark's
but
office.
it worked out, I got 8 foot more than that.
Well, I got
Building,
one, I got
building.
one. You got building, yeah, building is all the, the light green is just the general lobby.
Yeah.
Then that blue green is
It's
building.
Mark's.
Okay, well, you put the
Then
thing in seventh gear.
these
What's
two back
this?
here is for us,
Blades.
Yeah.
about the conference room and the boardroom.
Yeah.
And it's a good.
What's this little thing?
Out there behind Bobby Hollingsworth.
That appears to be
Restaurants?
restrooms, I'm guessing,
That's what I'm on for.
handicap restaurant.
7.
Yeah,
I
right, that's
think
what that
that's a
is,
little
yeah.
guy in the
Feels
Yeah,
is
yeah,
there.
So that's handicap restrooms.
What I like about this new Holland I got, I reckon it's because it's got all new clutches in it. You talk about making it round.
We're gonna be here until 4 if we're not here,
Round.
which is fine with me, I mean.
But where is
I reckon
the,
the clutches are still enough to spin it
there's
like
the
it should.
stairwell.
Cause that, one burn up, they was
I
tight.
guess that's back here is the elevator.
I like it.
Yeah.
That meant the motor, you couldn't get,
Yeah, that's the elevator.
you know, cause it was 60 horse.
Yeah, that's the elevator,
Your daddy traded in his.
cause that's where we walk in now.
Tractor.
It's
And then
motor.
go around the circle.
Yep.
We walk in over here and walk around the circle to the elevator.
About it is on the 3-point
Right.
hitch, wouldn't drop down very
It's
low.
far.
Yeah. So you got a new Holland.
So one, let's see.
I'm finally getting rid of that muscle memory I had for that Kubota. I'm getting used to my, cause you know, when I get used to one, I don't even look down, I just
Yeah.
reach and grab
Well,
it, you know.
that'll work
how
out
it is.
good.
Yeah.
And,
Lisa, but her office back here,
Pull my
can't nobody
knuckles
see her
out,
from
pieces
neither
out of
direction.
furniture.
She don't have to reach stuff piled on her desk.
Yeah, it's missy.
We're
Danny,
still
I
on
think it's
there.
this one she's looking for.
That one?
Yep, thank you.
Alright, this is not pixelated, not pixelated.
thank you.
Non-pixelated, okay, good. I
Okay.
like, I like real stuff.
We
Those
figured,
will be those two, this is our floor.
It's only half of our floor.
it's only, yeah, we're just, well, the rest
Well,
fell
no,
off when
the
they were
one-
doing
That's
construction.
ours,
It's only half.
it's only that side of the, that
Okay.
side of this floor.
No, it's right, cause this side fell
Have a
off.
nice balcony.
May not be
That's
pixelated.
Did you say pixelated?
Alright, so
Caught that,
hopefully,
Nick.
hopefully between that and this, you all can see.
So the middle
Well,
pic,
I think I finally figured out what's what.
the middle picture's the main lobby of the bank now.
Right.
And that's
The
really,
top picture is really quote unquote the basement.
yeah, so it's like upside down, basically.
You get
So,
that, Joe?
You done got me cornfused.
okay,
Yeah.
so.
This one is the main lobby of the bank.
Okay,
This is the
This is basement, and this is where we're at.
Don't worry about this.
why not? That's where I'm at.
That's true. Actually, no, we've actually fallen off at this point.
Yeah, that-
We're on this
I
side.
noticed I was hacked off her.
You're hanging on by a thread, Joe.
There you go. In more ways than one.
So this is the main bank, so you would come in, this is the front door of the
The
bank.
light
you're
pink
really
didn't
gonna
really
confuse them.
Front door of the bank, huh?
That's interesting.
I'm talking to Danny.
So, and like
Okay.
this would really be the top line.
Elections here,
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
registrar's
Yeah.
office is here, voters are
Back here
here,
technically,
so
where that
they can
glass
come in.
office,
Right.
that would be over here.
and vote.
Oh, okay.
This-
And then this is all their storage
Yeah.
for their,
Alright, would you like me to kind of walk through what the thought here was and then see
Yeah.
what you think? Alright, so as Kim said, the one that you only have half of is where we are now, but that's because there's really no change to that, right? We might just have to, we might make a little of this in the other space if it makes sense at some point, but really there's no change to this floor.
Right.
Right, so the major changes are to the main floor, so the multicolored floor in the middle is what is currently the main floor of the bank, the pretty poor floor of this building, as we'd say. So, and this is one of many, many iterations that we have gone through here. So we'll start with you all, where you potentially would be. This would be potentially where your boardroom would be. So the large purple-blue color over here would be you. And there are some windows there, and of course, some folks had raised some concerns about that, so we've talked to the architect about if y'all have concerns, we could probably change out some of the glass to a different type of glass. But this, he was thinking about, this way you would have kind of the prettier, nicer space, and then this would be where your conference room is. So that would be where you could go for closed session. And we would also have just like a little counter there where we could keep a coffee pot, water, that kind of thing for you all. And these are where the restrooms are. Those will have to be substantially, here, I'm only so tall, here. Yeah, that's right. The restrooms that are there now are very small. Thank you. Are very small.
Here, hand this down to her.
Oh, this is fun, thank you.
There's a laser pointer.
Oh, it's got a pointer, this is exciting. No, we need a cat now,
Yeah, there you go.
He's got one too, huh?
thank you. So, other way, okay, green way, okay. So, yeah, so this would be your conference room, and of course, this is your secondary egress. So, this would be how people would come in, but if you ever needed an emergency exit, it would go out that way. And that was a request by some folks and made a lot of sense.
Good, there's no kitchen back there and Jerry can be the fountains.
That's right, kitchen would be right there essentially. But kind of took a little bit of, I don't know if any of you have been in Pulaski County, but they converted an old high school to be their county admin building. And they have some very nice space here and essentially down here. So you could also, if you wanted to have a nicer event at some point, you could use that space and it could dress up nicely. Then this is the kind of turquoise is Mark and his folks, or it says permitting. So that would be, so the plan has kind of always been to move Mark and his folks downstairs. In case you're not following it, this is the elevator. And this is the main entrance. So this would be all kind of public space. Mark has a lot of interest in having us have some kids stuff there, which I thought was very sweet. And then at least one of these spaces, those are those current glass offices that we would just leave at least one of those, but maybe both depending on space needs for a while, to be available for the visitor center. And so that way it's much closer to the main street than where they are now. And we could at least watch it, even if there's not staff there, we could kind of, people seem lost, we could be friendly and include them. There has been some discussion about in the little entryway here for weekend purposes, we could maybe put up one of its rack cards and a TV screen that would be running continuously, so even if the visitor center is closed, they could look at rack cards, they could get a nice little push the button and welcome to Floyd County kind of thing. So that's the thought there. Then this space is the commissioner. So all that pink in there is Lisa's. Now it turns out they don't have as much interest in those vaults as we thought. So some of that's gonna be storage, so that says storage. So she would get all that. And this would be the treasurer's office, which goes all the way out to the drive-through. And so you would enter, you could come to see her, you would go this way. Yeah, we're still trying to get everyone in through this front door. The staff would be able to go in and out of this door, so it'd be convenient between the two buildings, right there.
Yeah, right.
It'd be convenient for staff between the two buildings, but we would still try to push the public all through this main entrance to have one public entrance, which could then be controlled.
Yeah.
And then this is the break room for this part, which is just the current, little break room now. So it would just stay like that. But if we needed to expand on occasion for, Mark had extra people or something, we could kind of put them down there. But that's generally where the thought is.
Can I request square footage of treasurer, commissioner of the revenue?
Yes, I'm
And,
sure they've already calculated it out themselves. They're a little
I would like to
competitive
know
like that.
I would like to know what the square footage of both of those, our rooms and then registrar and stuff. I would love to know what square footage is as well as
Conference room is 26 by 13.
26 by 13, the little conference room.
The conference room, yeah.
Alright,
You want me to just write it down or give it to you now?
you can write them down on
Would
here.
that be easier?
Yeah, fine,
Okay.
just
Yeah, yeah,
everything,
now,
all the things that I just asked for.
the
They're there.
treasurer will have her staff kind of at these different locations here.
Yeah,
And then this is, as you know, she's got a lot of file cabinets, so they'll be along here. And these will be file cabinets and file cabinets for Lisa. So that's kind of the thought on that main floor.
What is all that? You go into the treasurer's office, the treasurer, back up.
that's
Go
bathrooms.
to the entrance to the
To the treasurer's
treasurer's.
office,
Okay?
That's
Yeah.
commissioner.
right there.
Alright, instead of going in there, keep going down that little hallway. What, not that way.
Down
the
the hallway
left.
towards the
What is all
drive-through.
that back in there?
That is the restrooms.
Yeah.
And then there's also some kind of odd space back in there, but that's where the restrooms are. Cause there's actually two, like these are single stall restrooms, but this is where the actual public restrooms are that have more than one
Well,
stall.
I got a question. You got a lot of doors and stuff there. I see the entrance into the treasurer's office, which there'll be a counter there.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Alright, how does the employees get behind the counter?
this way.
That's one of those doors over by the
Yeah.
bathrooms.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted, there's a lot of marks on this little paper, so.
There are a
So-
lot of marks on that
And that'll
paper.
be a secure door that only they can get in,
Yes,
Yep.
right?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it turns out we have learned because the buttons downstairs stopped working for a while, that it turns out this building is already set up for the swipe cards.
That'd be great.
So we could potentially put
Go
the
to the
same,
swipe card and be done with it all the way through the system.
yes. Turns out the cleaning staff here
Kinda
has
like
swipe
we do over
cards.
community services.
Yes.
No more buttons, just.
Yep, and then your card gets decommissioned.
Yeah.
Any questions about that floor? The thought would be that before anyone comes upstairs to see us, they have to go by somebody.
Yeah.
And either put something, put a code into the elevator or have been called up, something that there's some control about who's coming up on the elevator.
So we can direct them from this entrance instead of this one down here.
Mm-hmm.
And that way then, this one down here becomes an emergency exit per se versus an entrance.
The one downstairs will become emergency exit, but also an entrance for the elections.
Right,
So, yeah.
right, at certain times.
Yeah, but we would be pushing
During
the public through
normal
this door.
operations, they would all come in the front of the buildings. Well,
Yes. That would be the thought, yeah.
So even for elections, they would come in through the front, take the elevator down.
they could, or they could come in the other way.
Now, I think what Sarah was hoping was that all of the elections folks would just, almost like they're a totally different space.
Right.
Their folks would park out here and they would come in through that floor.
Right.
So that part of the public would go that way, but everyone else is coming to see Kim and I, Ladina, Mark, any of that,
Comes through that.
all comes through this door.
Right.
So elections is the only one that's really separate, and the reason that we kept them very separate is because, of course, they have very different public hours
Yeah.
sometimes than we do. They're open
Right.
some on Saturdays, early, late, and so that way, with them being down here and a little bit separate, they can have their own time, their own space, and not cause an
And it
issue
has
with
the
other folks.
handicap entrance.
It does. Now, that entrance is a little bit a subject of question. So there is a ramp, it is handicapped accessible, it is probably the grade may be deemed a little too steep, so there might have to be some leveling done there,
Well,
but
we put some rubber mats on the wall.
We're at the landing wall.
Yeah, when you come through the door, you put the rubber mats on the wall before you turn and.
oh my.
I know,
Okay,
I'm gonna get, I'm gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, that one maybe.
That one maybe. And then I think we've told you all this before,
Wow.
but you know, all this back here is gonna be storage. So that's, and it's kind of like your grandpa's basement over there. So it is
Yeah.
truly just regular storage. So if we can go, are there questions about this one before I go? Okay. So this one, this is of course the basement floor. What's right? Come in this way. Again, here's the elevator. So everyone would come in here just like you do now to see anybody, but now you would just be coming for elections. This would be where you come through to do early voting. So your early voting would be here and come right back out here. And then Sarah, yeah, so that way they have a good flow, or, you know, it's up to Sarah, or she can go the other way, you know, whichever she needs to do. They will have their IT equipment primarily here, their active stuff
Alright.
will be primarily there. This is where you kind of have walk-up regular registrar kind of stuff is right here, so come in the door, it's already existing. And we'd put a counter in right there. And then Sarah and her staff would occupy these offices. And they will be using a little of this for their storage of like their computers and printers and
Right.
those kind of things that really can't hang out in the
Yeah, the voting
grandpa
machines.
basement space. They
Yeah,
have
the
to be-
voting machines.
Yeah, the voting machines, all the things that have to be kept in.
Climate controlled.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is the break room for
I do
down
like
there. And there will be, this will be secured right here, this line. So whenever, you know, when people are in here, they wouldn't have access to the rest of this space.
Right.
Obviously,
So it's
Sarah
the
would have a key.
registrar's break room.
The green is the registrar's break room.
Okay.
And anybody else who later ends up working down here,
And
cause
that's the restrooms right there as well.
that is the restrooms, yep.
So you've got unclaimed, 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 and then what's the green? Oh, that's a gym, right?
Well, we were just messing around with what we could put in there until it, you know, it's really unclaimed space to be available.
Right.
But there has been some discussion with the sheriff's office and some others that maybe that would be a good use for a while. But don't know, whatever, there's also people who suggested daycare or some other things, or we could just leave it, whatever makes sense to y'all.
Whatever's needed.
Whatever is needed. There is also a little extra space over here that could be expansion, if they need just like one or two more offices or an intern or auditor, something like that could be in this space. So, and
Yeah, I
that's,
was thinking we could put the assessors over in that white area.
In the basement?
over in here,
Yeah,
yeah,
they can
no,
have all the room they want.
that's, we like this one, so even though it's taken forever, we still like them. So that's kind of what
Alright.
that's looking like. We don't have the forestry people in there, kind of forgot about that, but everybody else
Well,
is
they-
scheduled.
They
So-
could probably use one of those blue areas because they don't need a lot of space.
Those are actually pretty sizable spaces.
Well, I know.
Those
Well,
are
then
all
cut
the
it in
existing
half.
ones.
And cut one in half.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had to, you cut one in
Just
half
cut it in
or
half, don't do
whatever,
that
but
much.
Well, or they could have the space over here, so then they can just go in and out real easily. And this is a kind of a mudroom entrance if they were really
whatever
dirty.
works.
Yeah.
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 So, anyway, wanted to get you all kind of
And
think
that will
about
get
that.
basically all of the stuff not associated with courts, sheriff's office, commonwealth attorneys, that sort of stuff out of the building over here.
Yes. So everybody that will be left in the courthouse building will either be directly associated with the courts or law enforcement. And that will also make it work better to be able to go to that controlled entrance for security over there.
Right.
And so we've gotten some quotes back from the doors. We still, Dee Dee's been getting some quotes on some of the extra cameras and those kind of things. And we're quoting out furniture, and then we'll be, furniture's too, a table and a chair for whoever's at the front entrance.
Desk.
Yeah. So, not really, I don't even know if there's room for a desk. It'll be pretty tight right there in the entrance, to be honest, but that's kind of where this is going, so, and no one else has really seen this iteration, but Missy, Lisa, Sarah, Mr. Kitchen have all seen various versions of this, and so this
Everybody
is.
has now.
Everybody has now, that's right, so, but it gives you kind of a better idea of where they're thinking, it's kind of centered in. So Mark had sent me a note that said he thought we were good to go to the board, go ahead and do this today, so. there you
And
go.
just to remind everybody, this is a lot cheaper than a $50,000 courthouse.
Well, that's
$50
what I'm
million
running into.
courthouse.
$50 million now.
50 million. 50 million. Yeah, 50
I thought we were
million
gonna sell
thousand.
this and then.
50 million thousand.
I've got one here.
When I was a little kid.
I ran
50 million
into, I
thousand.
ran into that a lot when I was
Yeah, I
getting
bet you did.
signatures, and once I explained.
Yeah.
They thought, most of them, I still have one that thought we already stood up to them, but, most, all of them understood
Yeah.
and agreed we made the right move.
Absolutely.
I think so.
Me too.
I think we did.
If not now, you wouldn't found no real estate to
Put it
expand upon and.
Yeah,
Well, we'd
exactly.
had to put it in the Commerce Park somewhere, that would've been our
Yeah.
place.
That would have been the
That
only
one-
place we could have done it.
That would have been very,
No,
accessible.
Conducive to business.
No,
no.
not user friendly.
No, and then the very last thing I'll leave with you all, unless you have questions, is a quick kudos for Dr. Patterson. Really appreciate him coming the other night, and we got some good comments about having what he had to say up on YouTube.
Good.
But we had a situation, with one of the local hospitals, and, we needed him to intervene on behalf of our employees, and he pretty much said, just tell me where to point. And so he has been really good about taking up for our staff and making sure that they are protected and being taken care of as they should, so.
Are
It's
you and
really
Chris
important.
still meeting tomorrow?
Sorry?
Are you and Chris meeting tomorrow?
I think so, yes, I need to confirm, but yes, that is our plan with, so Chris is the executive director at the, New River Valley Community Services, so he and I are gonna talk about some mental health things. And we have some ideas, which I'm gonna run by VDEM when they come tomorrow, the state folks from VDEM are coming to help us out tomorrow. And, I think there might be some of that non-match grant money for next year that we could potentially use for some of this mental health support, so VDEM would be paying to help support our folks, as well as dispatch and the sheriff's office.
If you would, I know I'm not gonna be there, but would you find out if Chris was able to hook up with Dr. Patterson?
Yes, I do not believe they have yet, but I'll check. I've checked with Ashley a little bit about some of those things. And AEP sent me a note, they wanna schedule a Monday or Tuesday in the next couple of weeks. I haven't even told you this yet, that social services, whoever from the sheriff's office and EMS can come and they can talk about what kind of services and special helps they can offer that maybe our staff could let people know, the ones that are out, and know who it is that's on life necessary oxygen, those kind of things, and what they have to offer.
Don't worry
So
about
we'll get that, and I'll send the date out to you all so you can make sure that folks that
You
you
can
think
send
need
it
to
to
know
me.
are
That would
able
be
to get
great
there.
for them to know, because I'm sure there's lots of times they roll up, they'll have somebody that's having breathing problems, you get there, they're on oxygen, and whoever's called them has got excited and not filled them in fully on what's what, so if they could have that list ahead of time that after.
Well, it's almost, we can do that too, but in talking at our board meeting for Agency on Aging, it seems that APCO gets their list from us. So they get whoever their list of who needs, particular like oxygen and those kind of
Yeah.
things, they count on our
That
folks.
sort of makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But I'm not sure all our folks knew that that was part of their job. In most counties,
Oh.
they certainly don't, I'll say that, so,
I know
this
it's-
is to get everybody connected, so we can make sure that.
I know several people that individually notified APCO, so they don't just get it from us.
Mhm,
The individuals let them know as well.
mhm, if they know to,
Well,
Yeah.
that's why they're calling, at least these ones I know, that's why they call Emmons.
Mhm.
Let them know this house,
mhm,
if you can get it back up, they're on on home dialysis or
Mhm.
oxygen that
Mhm.
has to run.
Mhm.
And I know they have backup bottles, but they only last a certain amount of time, and
Yes, so that's the idea, plus there's also some additional help some of those people might be able to get from APCO that say Chad's staff to let people know, cause they know who Adult Protective Services is working with. Some of those kind of things, so we'll get that scheduled here in the next couple weeks. Thank you all.
That's all.
That's all. I can't tell if I have any more emails, cause it's done.
Motion to adjourn.
that's another thing.
So moved.
Yeah, she held her finger up and it scared me there for a minute.
So moved, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all set, amen?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is still, hold on, hold on.
That's still on.
Tammy?
Daddy, daddy, daddy.
Just start unplugging things.
We need a switch.
See if this will work for you.
Oh, nice.